Hi guys, I'm Dr. Annadale, and this is the first video in a new series about Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. This is an excerpt from his last major work of 1851, and this translation is from 1890, a public domain English translation. This was published by Prometheus Books in about 1995. I'm just going to read the text and offer my commentary, and we'll see how it goes. Let me know what you think. We'll start with the introduction, which is less than a page. Here we go. If my object in these pages were to present a complete scheme of counsels and maxims for the guidance of life, I should have to repeat the numerous rules, some of them excellent, which have been drawn up by thinkers of all ages, from Theognis and Solomon down to La Rochefoucauld, and in so doing I should inevitably entail upon the reader a vast amount of well-worn commonplace. But the fact is that in this work I make still less claim to exhaust my subject than in any other of my writings. An author who makes no claims to completeness must also, in great measure, abandon any attempt at a systematic arrangement. For his double loss in this respect, the reader may console himself by reflecting that a complete and systematic treatment of such a subject as the guidance of life could hardly fail to be a very wearisome business. I have simply put down those of my thoughts which appear to be worth communicating, thoughts which, as far as I know, have not been uttered, or at any rate not just in the same form, by anyone else, so that my remarks may be taken as a supplement to what has already been achieved in the immense field. So, comment first, this is obviously the work of practical ethics, not going to be a systematic work or even an extension of Schopenhauer's systematic work in The World as Will and Representation and other systematic works. It's going to be simply a collection of counsels and maxims, as the title promises. So we'll look at the practical elements of life. This will be something more comparable to the handbook of Epictetus or some work of practical advice. Back to Schopenhauer. However, by way of introducing some sort of order into the great variety of matters upon which advice will be given in the following pages, I shall distribute what I have to say under the following heads. 1. General rules. 2. Our relation to ourselves. 3. Our relation to others. And finally, 4. Rules which concern our manner of life and our worldly circumstances. I shall conclude with some remarks upon the changes which the various periods of life produce in us. So there's the end of the introduction. Let's go then to section 1. Chapter 1, General Rules. 1. The first and foremost rule for the wise conduct of life seems to me to be contained in a view to which Aristotle parenthetically refers in the Nicomachean Ethics. And here he quotes the Greek. I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but the citation is to Ethics, Book 7, Chapter 11 or 12. Or, as it may be rendered, not pleasure, but freedom from pain is what the wise man will aim at. The truth of this remark turns upon the negative character of happiness, the fact that pleasure is only the negation of pain, and that pain is the positive element in life. This actually, will pause for a comment. This may be the central idea from Schopenhauer's practical philosophy, that life is pain, that to live is to suffer, and therefore success in life involves the minimization of suffering. It involves playing it safe, not trying to achieve some positive good, some real substantial benefit in a state that we would call happiness. That, he's going to say, is a source of error and misery. So to act correctly is to realize that happiness has no positive character, only pain has positive character. To escape from pain, therefore, is to be happy. So to realize that happiness is something negative, the absence of pain, that's really the core of what Schopenhauer has to say in this part of the book. So back to the text. Though I have given a detailed proof of this proposition in my chief work, and here his footnote is to The World as Will and Representation, Book 1, I may supply one more illustration of it here, drawn from a circumstance of daily occurrence. Suppose that, with the exception of some sore or painful spot, we are physically in a sound and healthy condition. The pain of this one spot will completely absorb our attention, causing us to lose the sense of general well-being and destroying all our comfort in life. In the same way, when all our affairs but one turn out as we wish, the single instance in which our aims are frustrated is a constant trouble to us, even though it be something quite trivial. We think a great deal about it, and very little about those other and more important matters in which we have been successful. In both these cases, what is met with resistance is the will. In the one case, as it is objectified in the organism, in the other, as it presents itself in the struggle of life. And in both, it is plain that the satisfaction of the will consists in nothing else than that it meets with no resistance. It is therefore a satisfaction which is not directly felt. At most, we can become conscious of it only when we reflect upon our condition. But that which checks or arrests the will is something positive. It proclaims its own presence. All pleasure consists merely in removing this check, in other words, in freeing us from its action, and hence pleasure is a state which can never last very long. Interesting connection here with the idea of the will. The will wants, what the will experiences then are barriers to the realization of its desires, of its wants. And this is what we experience as pain and as suffering. So what is happiness? What is joy? It is the removal of the barrier to the will so that it can achieve its goal. This is the true basis of the above excellent rule quoted from Aristotle, which bids us direct our aim not towards securing what is pleasurable and agreeable in life, but towards avoiding, as far as possible, its innumerable evils. If this were not the right course to take, that saying of Voltaire's, "Happiness is but a dream and sorrow is real," would be as false as it is, in fact, true. A man who desires to make up the book of his life and determine where the balance of happiness lies must put down in his accounts not the pleasures which he has enjoyed, but the evils which he has escaped. That is the true method of eudaimonology. For all eudaimonology must begin by recognizing that its very name is a euphemism, and that to live happily only means to live less unhappily, to live a tolerable life. There is no doubt that life is given us not to be enjoyed, but to be overcome, to be got over. I'll pause again just to say that it's a classic Schopenhauerian line. The goal of life is to endure, to tolerate, to settle, not to achieve some exalted state of bliss, to achieve a positive happiness. There are numerous expressions illustrating this, such as digere vitam vita defungi, or in Italian, si scampa così, or in German, man muss suchen durchzukommen, wird schon durch die Welt kommen, and so on. In old age, it is indeed a consolation to think that the work of life is over and done with. I'll pause here to say we might also think here of Cephalus's comments to Socrates in Book 1 of Plato's Republic on that very point. The happiest lot is not to have experienced the keenest delights or the greatest pleasures, but to have brought life to a close without any very great pain, bodily or mental. To measure the happiness of a life by its delights or pleasures is to apply a false standard. For pleasures are and remain something negative. That they produce happiness is a delusion, cherished by envy to its own punishment. Pain is felt to be something positive, and hence its absence is the true standard of happiness. And if, over and above freedom from pain, there is also an absence of boredom, the essential conditions of earthly happiness are attained, for all else is chimerical. Okay. Long paragraph here on page 8 of this text, and Schopenhauer has told us, really connecting this with ideas, folk wisdom, and a slogan of Voltaire's, that life is pain, pleasure is and remains something negative. The difficulty that comes in life is the intellectual, philosophical error of supposing that there is a positive happiness or flourishing to be had. In fact, there are simply threats to fend off And if you arrive at the end of your life having successfully avoided calamity, having fended off all of the threats and all of the sources of pain and suffering in your life, then you have lived as happily as it is possible for a human being to live. I think most of the rest of this book is just going to be simply the deep realization, the sort of practical realization and consequences of that deep truth, if Schopenhauer's correct about it. I think his whole philosophy is built around that exact point. Pain is affirmative, pain is positive, has a positive existence, it's real. Happiness is the absence of pain, the way darkness is the absence of light. Okay, to think otherwise is to court disaster, and unhappiness is to court misery. It follows from this that a man should never try to purchase pleasure at the cost of pain, or even at the risk of incurring it. To do so is to pay what is positive and real for what is negative and illusory, while there is a net profit in sacrificing pleasure for the sake of avoiding pain. Okay, so what's the rule here? Don't risk pain and loss for the sake of happiness. Instead, sacrifice your happiness in the interest of avoiding pain. This is the sort of practical version of the error that we make, that we would make. We need to keep our priorities straight, Schopenhauer seems to say. In either case, it is a matter of indifference whether the pain follows the pleasure or precedes it. While it is a complete inversion of the natural order to try and turn this scene of misery into a garden of pleasure, to aim at joy and pleasure rather than at the greatest possible freedom from pain. And yet how many do it? There is some wisdom in taking a gloomy view, in looking upon the world as a kind of hell, and in confining one's efforts to securing a little room that shall not be exposed to the fire. What an image, right? Imagine that the world is hell. Your goal is to find a slightly less flamey part of hell in which to suffer the remainder of your life. The error is aiming at joy, aiming at happiness. That's just a mistake. The fool rushes after the pleasures of life and finds himself their dupe. The wise man avoids its evils. And even if, notwithstanding his precautions, he falls into misfortune, that is the fault of fate, not of his own folly. As far as he is successful in his endeavors, he cannot be said to have lived a life of illusion, for the evils which he shuns are very real. Even if he goes too far out of his way to avoid evils and makes an unnecessary sacrifice of pleasure, he is, in reality, not the worse off for that, for all pleasures are chimerical, and to mourn for having lost any of them is a frivolous and even ridiculous proceeding. So at the end of your life, the pains that you have avoided are, he's saying, a kind of real positive benefit to you. The pleasures that you might have missed out on, you haven't missed really anything here. Reading this now, I'm thinking here of the way in which Nietzsche and Nietzsche's philosophy of the will to power seems a very hard pushback against this idea, this will to pessimism, this will to nothingness that he'll call it. So maybe a point of contrast here between Schopenhauer and Nietzsche. Maybe also want to think of Schopenhauer's influence on Wagner in this regard. The failure to recognize this truth, a failure promoted by optimistic ideas, is the source of much unhappiness. In moments free from pain, our restless wishes present, as it were, a mirror, an image of happiness that has no counterpart in reality, seducing us to follow it. In doing so, we bring pain upon ourselves, and that is something undeniably real. So something like a will-o'-the-wisp, right? A sort of magic mirror, a sort of fairy tale. That there's happiness there. This is the sort of Dr. Seuss, I had trouble in getting to Solace Salou vision. It's misleading. The wise man refrains from following these trails. Afterwards, we come to look with regret upon that lost state of painlessness. It is a paradise which we have gambled away. It is no longer with us, and we long in vain to undo what has been done. One might well fancy that these visions of wishes fulfilled were the work of some evil spirit, conjured up in order to entice us away from that painless state which forms our highest happiness. A careless youth may think that the world is meant to be enjoyed, as though it were the abode of some real or positive happiness. which only those fail to attain who are not clever enough to overcome the difficulties that lie in the way. Right? We think, if I were clever enough, I could achieve happiness. That's really what I need to be super clever. This false notion takes a stronger hold on him when he comes to read poetry and romance, and to be deceived by outward show, the hypocrisy that characterizes the world from beginning to end, on which I shall have something to say presently. The result is that his life is the more or less deliberate pursuit of positive happiness, and happiness he takes to be equivalent to a series of definite pleasures. In seeking these pleasures, he encounters danger, a fact which should not be forgotten. He hunts for game that does not exist, and so he ends by suffering some very real and positive misfortune: pain, distress, sickness, loss, care, poverty, shame, and all the thousand ills of life. Too late, he discovers the trick that has been played upon him. But if the rule I have mentioned is observed, and a plan of life is adopted which proceeds by avoiding pain, in other words, by taking measures of precaution against want, sickness, and distress in all its forms, the aim is a real one, and something may be achieved which will be great in proportion as the plan is not disturbed by striving after the chimera of positive happiness. This agrees with the opinion expressed by Goethe in the Elective Affinities, and there put in the mouth of Mittler, the man who is always trying to make other people happy. To desire to get rid of an evil is a definite object, but to desire a better fortune than one has is blind folly. The same truth is contained in that fine French proverb, le mieux est l'ennemi du bien. The best is the enemy of the good. Leave well alone. And as I have remarked in my chief work, footnote, World as Will and Representation, Book 2, Chapter 16, this is the leading thought underlying the philosophical system of the Cynics. For what was it that led the Cynics to repudiate pleasure in every form, if it was not the fact that pain is, in a greater or less degree, always bound up with pleasure? To go out of the way of pain seemed to them so much easier than to secure pleasure. Deeply impressed as they were by the negative nature of pleasure and the positive nature of pain, they consistently devoted all their efforts to the avoidance of pain. The first step to that end was, in their opinion, a complete and deliberate repudiation of pleasure, as something which served only to entrap the victim in order that he might be delivered over to pain. The point here being, as the ancient Cynics, the dog philosophers, saw, that one can't have pleasure without an accompanying pain, and so one is best off avoiding the pain by sacrificing the pleasure. And that seems to be just the type of advice that Schopenhauer offers us here. We are all born, as Schiller says, in Arcadia. In other words, we come into the world full of claims to happiness and pleasure, and we cherish the fond hope of making them good. But as a rule, fate soon teaches us in a rough and ready way that we really possess nothing at all, but that everything in the world is at its command, in virtue of an unassailable right, not only to all that we have or acquire, to wife or child, but even to our very limbs, our arms, legs, eyes, and ears, nay, even to the nose in the middle of our face. And in any case, after some little time, we learn by experience that happiness and pleasure are a fata morgana, which, visible from afar, vanish as we approach. That, on the other hand, suffering and pain are a reality which makes its presence felt without any intermediary, and, for its effect, stands in no need of illusion or the play of false hope. So, what promises you pleasure and happiness and joy is deceptive. It is this kind of will-o'-the-wisp or fantasy misleading you, luring you away. If the teaching of experience bears fruit in us, we soon give up the pursuit of pleasure and happiness, and think much more about making ourselves secure against the attacks of pain and suffering. We see that the best the world has to offer is an existence free from pain, a quiet, tolerable life, and we confine our claims to this, as to something we can more surely hope to achieve. For the safest way of not being very miserable is not to expect to be very happy. This, just incidentally, this sounds like the work of a somewhat embittered old man. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. Merck, the friend of Goethe's youth, was conscious of this truth when he wrote, "It is wretched the way people have of setting up a claim to happiness, and that too is a measure corresponding with their desires, that ruins everything in this world. A man will make progress if he can get rid of this claim, and desire nothing but what he sees before him. Accordingly, it is advisable to put very moderate limits upon our expectations of pleasure, possessions, rank, honor, and so on, because it is just this striving and struggling to be happy, to dazzle the world, to lead a life full of pleasure, which entail great misfortune. It is prudent and wise, I say, to reduce one's claims, if only for the reason that it is extremely easy to be very unhappy, while to be very happy is not indeed difficult, but quite impossible." Let me pause over that for a moment, because it seems like it's something important and fairly clear that Schopenhauer has said. It is, should we reduce our claims, we aim for less, we lower our ambitions. Why? It is extremely easy to be very unhappy in this life. But it is not only difficult, but impossible to be very happy. So rather than going for the extreme happiness, we should aim to avoid the very easy fate, the very common fate of being very unhappy. Okay, back to the text. "With justice sings the poet of life's wisdom." And here he's quoting in Latin from Horace's Odes. I'm going to skip the Latin because my pronunciation is not great. The quote is to Horace's Odes 2:10. "The golden mean is best, to live free from the squalor of a mean abode, and yet not be a mark for envy. It is the tall pine which is cruelly shaken by the wind, and the lofty towers that fall so heavily, the highest summits that are struck in the storm. He who has taken to heart the teaching of my philosophy, who knows, therefore, that our whole existence is something which had better not have been, and that to disown and disclaim is, and to disown and disclaim it is the highest wisdom. He will have no great expectations from anything or any condition in life. He will spend passion upon nothing in the world, nor lament overmuch if he fails in any of his undertakings. He will feel the deep truth of what Plato says, quotation in Greek, footnote, Republic, Book 10, number 604. Nothing in human affairs is worth any great anxiety. Or, as the Persian poet has it, though from thy grasp all worldly things should flee, grieve not for them, for they are nothing worth. And, though a world in thy possession be, joy not, for worthless are the things of earth. Since to that better world 'tis given to thee to pass, speed on, for this is nothing worth. The footnote is to, the translator's note is from Anvar-e Suhaili, The Lights of Canopus. Schopenhauer again. The chief obstacle to our arriving at these salutary views is the hypocrisy of the world to which I have already alluded, an hypocrisy which should be early revealed to the young. And part of the problem here, I think he's saying, is that the young people full of poetry and romance will pursue this positive happiness and decades later come to realize that it was all an illusion. They had best have taken the other line. So to become Schopenhauerian in this practical sense seems to mean to, as a young person, give up on that advanced pursuit. Most of the glories of the world are mere outward show. Like the scenes on a stage, there is nothing real about them. Ships festooned and hung with pennants, firing of cannon, illuminations, beating of drums and blowing of trumpets, shouting and applauding, these are all the outward sign, the pretense and suggestion, as it were, the hieroglyphic of joy. The hieroglyphic of joy, that's a great expression. But just there, joy is, as a rule, not to be found. It is the only guest who has declined to be present at the festival. Where this guest may really be found, he comes generally without invitation. He is not formally announced, but slips in quietly by himself, sans façon, often making his appearance under the most unimportant and trivial circumstances, or in the commonest company, anywhere, in short, but where the society is brilliant and distinguished. Joy is like the gold in the Australian mines, found only now and then, as it were, by the caprice of chance, and according to no rule or law, oftenest in very little grains, and very seldom in heaps. All that outward show which I have described is only an attempt to make people believe that it is really joy which has come to the festival, and to produce this impression upon the spectators is, in fact, the whole object of it. It's all a sham. It's all a show. Don't fall for the show. Don't go to Australia seeking gold which you'll find in tiny grains and not in great abundance. Okay. Realize this truth early in your life, he's suggesting. With mourning, it is just the same. That long funeral procession, moving up so slowly, how melancholy it looks. What an endless row of carriages. But look into them. They are all empty. The coachmen of the whole town are the sole escort the dead man has to his grave. Eloquent picture of the friendship and esteem of the world. This is the falsehood, the hollowness, the hypocrisy of human affairs. Take another example. A room full of guests in full dress, being received with great ceremony. You could almost believe that this is a noble and distinguished company. But, as a matter of fact, it is compulsion, pain, and boredom who are the real guests. For where many are invited, it is a rabble, even if they all wear stars. Really good society is everywhere of necessity very small. In brilliant festivals and noisy entertainments, there is always at bottom a sense of emptiness prevalent. A false tone is there. Such gatherings are in strange contrast with the misery and barrenness of our existence. The contrast brings the true condition into greater relief. Still, these gatherings are effective from the outside, and that is just their purpose. Champfort makes an excellent remark that society, le cercle, le salon, ce qu'on appelle le monde, is like a miserable play, a bad opera, without any interest in itself, but supported for a time by mechanical aid, costumes, and scenery. Okay. Schopenhauer sounds here almost like, was it Hamlet in his famous soliloquy, right? Life's but an actor that struts upon the stage for a short time. This is pessimism. And so too with academies and chairs of philosophy. You have a kind of signboard hung out to show the apparent abode of wisdom, but wisdom is another guest who declines the invitation. She is to be found elsewhere. The chiming of bells, ecclesiastical millinery, attitudes of devotion, insane antics, these are the pretense, the false show of piety. And so on. Everything in the world is like a hollow nut. There is little kernel anywhere, and when it does exist, it is still more rare to find it in the shell. You may look for it elsewhere and find it, as a rule, only by chance. That's the end of section 1 of Counsels and Maxims by Arthur Schopenhauer. I've offered a brief commentary here. I hope you found it helpful. I'll look into the next sections in the next video. Hi. In this video, I'll take a look at sections 2 and 3 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. This is the final 2 pages of chapter 1, which is titled General Rules. Here we go. 2. To estimate a man's condition in regard to happiness, it is necessary to ask not what things please him, but what things trouble him. And the more trivial things are in themselves, the happier the man will be. To be irritated by trifles, a man must be well off, for in misfortune, trifles are unfelt. This seems like a very good piece of advice. It's what we might today call first world problems. If the main thing in your life to complain about is something that's relatively trivial in the big scheme of things, this indicates that everything else is going well. So we don't look for pleasure or prosperity as a measure of happiness. We look for what's the trigger level for things that annoy you, things that bother you. The more trivial the thing that bothers you is, the better off everything else must be then, in order for that to be the one thing that really irritates you, that bothers you. Section 3. Care should be taken not to build the happiness of life upon a broad foundation, not to require a great many things in order to be happy. For happiness on such a foundation is the most easily undermined. It offers many more opportunities for accidents, and accidents are always happening. The architecture of happiness follows a plan in this respect just the opposite of that adopted in every other case, where the broadest foundation offers the greatest security. Accordingly, to reduce your claims to the lowest possible degree in comparison with your means, of whatever kind these may be, is the surest way of avoiding extreme misfortune. This again sounds like very good sort of Stoic-themed advice. To minimize your chances of misery, of catastrophe, minimize the number of things which are absolutely necessary for you to flourish, for you to be happy. If you require 8 things, the loss of any one of them will spoil your happiness. If you only require 2 things, or ideally even 1, then you are in a much safer position. So I like the interesting phrase, the architecture of happiness. Instead of securing yourself on a broad foundation, secure yourself on the narrowest foundation possible. Okay, with regard to your means. Okay, so you want to make sure that if you have access to a large means, you live within those means, and hopefully well within those means in terms of your pursuit of happiness. So you rely upon the least amount, and you are in least danger of losing anything under some boundary conditions. Okay, next paragraph. To make extensive preparations for life, no matter what form these may take, is one of the greatest and commonest of follies. Such preparations presuppose in the first place a long life, the full and complete term of years appointed to man, and how few reach it. And even if it be reached, it is still too short for all the plans that have been made. For to carry them out requires more time than was thought necessary at the beginning. Okay, any of us who've ever planned something have discovered this, right? 1, we're presuming upon a long length of years, and 2, things always take much longer than you expect they will. And then how many mischances and obstacles stand in the way. How seldom the goal is ever reached in human affairs. And lastly, even though the goal be reached, the changes which time works in us have been left out of the reckoning. We forget that the capacity, whether for achievement or for enjoyment, does not last a whole lifetime. So we often toil for things which are no longer suited to us when we attain them. And again, the years we spend in preparing for some work unconsciously rob us of the power for carrying it out. How often it happens that a man is unable to enjoy the wealth which he acquired at so much trouble and risk, and the fruits of his labor are reserved for others, or that he is incapable of filling the position which he has won after so many years of toil and struggle. You might think of this as a kind of a bad joke, right? They spend all of your life building wealth, all of your life attaining to a certain high office, reaching it at the very end, and you find that time has changed you such that you're not able to enjoy it, you're not able to do with it what your ambition for it was. You've won, and in winning you've lost. This is the situation that Schopenhauer is pointing us towards as a hazard. Fortune has come too late for him, or contrarily, he has come too late for fortune. When, for instance, he wants to achieve great things, say in art or literature, the popular taste has changed. It may be. A new generation has grown up which takes no interest in his work. Others have gone a shorter way and got the start of him. These are the facts of life which Horace must have had in view when he lamented the uselessness of all advice. Quid aeternis minorum consilis animam fatigas. When I looked that up, that means roughly, why do you torture yourself? Why do you torture your poor reason for insight into the riddle of eternity? Okay, there's no point. Right? By the way, that same passage of Horace is quoted at slightly greater length by Nietzsche in section 109 of Human All Too Human, which I have on the shelf here behind me. That's worth looking into for a comparison. Nietzsche takes a slightly different attitude towards it than Schopenhauer does here. The cause of this commonest of all follies is that optical illusion of the mind from which everyone suffers, making life at its beginning seem of long duration, and at its end, when one looks back over the course of it, how short a time it seems. There is some advantage in this illusion, but for it no great work would ever be done. Okay. Optical illusion. Okay. Life at the beginning seems to be quite long. When you're young, your whole life is ahead of you. You've got to rush to get into it, to get ahead into it. There's so much to do. Come closer and closer to the end of it, and it seems extremely short. This is the optical illusion that leads us to make great plans in our youth, which may not be paid off in our old age, to the detriment of our overall happiness. Our life is like a journey on which, as we advance, the landscape takes a different view from that which it presented at first, and changes again as we come nearer. This is just what happens, especially with our wishes. We often find something else, nay, something better, than what we were looking for, and what we look for we often find on a very different path from that on which we began a vain search. Instead of finding, as we expected, pleasure, happiness, joy, we get experience, insight, knowledge, a real and permanent blessing, instead of a fleeting and illusory one. We don't find what we are looking for. We find something different, perhaps something better. Okay. This is, again, the wisdom of age, perhaps speaking to the folly and the enthusiasm of youth. This is the thought that runs through Wilhelm Meister, like the bass in a piece of music. In this work of Goethe's, we have a novel of the intellectual kind, and therefore superior to all others, even to Sir Walter Scott's, which are, one and all, ethical. In other words, they treat of human nature only from the side of the will. So too in the Zauberflöte, that's Mozart's magic flute opera of the 1790s, that grotesque but still significant and even ambiguous hieroglyphic. The same thought is symbolized, but in great, coarse lines, much in the way in which scenery is painted. Here the symbol would be complete if Tamina were in the end to be cured of his desire to possess Tamina, and received in her stead initiation into the mysteries of the Temple of Wisdom. It is quite right for Papageno, his necessary contrast, to succeed in getting his Papagena. Again, and this is reference to characters in the Magic Flute. I don't recollect precisely, but my understanding is that Tamino is the hero. He's the handsome prince. He's the great hero who has to undergo a test and become worthy of his opposite number. When the princess, the great Tamina. And Papageno is his squire, his sidekick, his sort of coarse, earthy Sancho Panza type companion. At the end, Tamino wins Tamina and Papageno wins Papagena, and so there's a sort of Shakespearean double wedding kind of suggestion that the high man wins the high woman, and the low man, the sort of coarse man, wins his opposite number, the coarse woman. The suggestion here by Schopenhauer is that that's all well and good. That kind of marital sexual fulfillment, that sort of happy ending, is good for Papageno, the sort of base, crude sort of person, ordinary man. But for the truly wise, noble prince, a better ending would have been for him to perhaps transcend his desire for Tamina, and to realize that he doesn't need her, and then to enter into the Temple of Wisdom, to go to some sort of higher place of mental peace. And that's what I take to be his suggestion here, a kind of remarkable attempt to suggest a rewriting of the end of the Magic Flute. By the way, if you've not seen it, Ingmar Bergman, the director, did a very good movie version of The Magic Flute in 1975. It's worth trying to find if you haven't seen it yet. I can recommend it. Okay, back to Schopenhauer. Men of any worth or value soon come to see that they are in the hands of fate, and gratefully submit to be molded by its teachings. They recognize that the fruit of life is experience and not happiness. They become accustomed and content to exchange hope for insight, and in the end, they can say with Petrarch that all they care for is to learn. Altro diletto cempar non provo, which means roughly, learning is my sole delight. It may even be that they, to some extent, still follow their old wishes and aims, trifling with them, as it were, for the sake of appearances, all the while really and seriously looking for nothing but instruction, a process which lends them an air of genius, a trait of something contemplative and sublime. This is quite interesting here, the idea that perhaps one achieves a certain kind of wisdom in seeking not to achieve one's ends, but to be instructed in the pursuit of one's ends, to acquire this experience of life, that this itself is the reward, that achieving the end doesn't matter. And even the suggestion here that people who become wise in this way may continue pursuing the same aims and goals, but as trifles, as it doesn't really matter whether I actually finish writing this book or whether I actually achieve this goal that I set for myself, because it's something about the process and the learning that comes from this, the dedication to the pursuit, that is really important. In a different idiom, I think here of Kierkegaard's Knight of Faith, as a man who is indistinguishable from others, but continues doing things, but with a sort of an air of taking them not as seriously as they had been taken in the past. Of course, I know Kierkegaard's project is fundamentally different. The Knight of Faith is not whom Schopenhauer is talking about here, but something that jumped into my mind. Okay, the very end. In their search for gold, the alchemists discovered other things: gunpowder, china, medicines, the laws of nature. There is a sense in which we are all alchemists. Okay. I think that's a great closing line for chapter 1. There's a sense in which we are all alchemists. We're all pursuing something that is perhaps impossible. We all want to find the philosopher's stone. We all want to transmute lead into gold. And it's not that it's not worth possessing or that it's not worth pursuing. It's that the pursuit will produce something quite different. It'll produce gunpowder. It'll produce some other good, which we could never have anticipated when we set out. And this is part of Schopenhauer's warning in the latter half of this section against having elaborate plans for one's life. The best sort of plan, it seems, is not to have a plan, but to move forward in the spirit of gaining experience rather than happiness. So that brings us to the end of chapter 1 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. Chapter 2 is titled Our Relation to Ourselves. It's about 30 pages long, so we'll take that in several videos coming up. I hope you found this video rewarding. Thanks very much for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Chapter 2 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims is titled Our Relation to Ourselves. It's about a third of the book, and it begins with section 4. Let's take a look at the text of section 4 now. Schopenhauer writes, "The mason employed on the building of a house may be quite ignorant of its general design, or at any rate he may not keep it constantly in mind. So it is with man. In working through the days and hours of his life, he takes little thought of its character as a whole." And to me, this seems correct, right? We are not always aware, not always thinking about the overall trajectory of our life. When we're going about the day-to-day business of life, we're focused on day-to-day affairs. It's only when we're especially philosophical or reflective that we actually turn our attention to what we are and what we are becoming with a very deliberate eye. Schopenhauer continues, "If there is any merit or importance attaching to a man's career, if he lays himself out carefully for some special work, it is all the more necessary and advisable for him to turn his attention now and then to its plan, that is to say, the miniature sketch of its general outlines. Of course, to do that, he must have applied the maxim "nothi seaton," that is, know thyself, the Greek proverb associated with the oracle at Delphi and with the Socratic mission of philosophy. He must have made some little progress in the art of understanding himself. He must know what is his real chief and foremost object in life, what it is that he most wants in order to be happy. And then, after that, what occupies the second and third place in his thoughts. He must find out what, on the whole, his vocation really is. The part he has to play, his general relation to the world. If he maps out important work for himself on great lines, a glance at this miniature plan of his life will, more than anything else, stimulate, rouse, and ennoble him, urge him on to action, and keep him from false paths. So Schopenhauer here seems to be saying that to have in mind a kind of miniature vision of what your future is, what we might call a mission or a plan, is going to be vital for keeping you on task, especially if you believe you have great work to do. He continues, again, just as the traveler, on reaching a height, gets a connected view over the road he has taken, with its many turnings and windings, so it is only when we have completed a period in our life, or approached the end of it altogether, that we recognize the true connection between all our actions, only then that we see the precise chain of cause and effect, and the exact value of all our efforts. For as long as we are actually engaged in the work of life, we always act in accordance with the nature of our character, under the influence of motive, and within the limits of our capacity, in a word, from beginning to end, under a law of necessity. At every moment we do just what appears to us right and proper. It is only afterwards, when we come to look back on the whole course of our life and its general result, that we see the why and the wherefore of it all. This is kind of fascinating because, in a sense, he's saying we should recollect that when we are making choices on a day-to-day basis, we are doing so under a fairly heavy weight of necessity, necessity of our own character. Most importantly, if I am a coward, then I will judge things as a coward judges them, and I will decide as a coward decides, within a fairly narrow range of choices, I think. So it is the gradual changes in our character that we maybe effect over the course of a lifetime, over the course of a long period of time. That's what's going to make the overall difference in our character. But we don't enjoy as much unlimited freedom as we like to think when we're sort of planning out our entire lives. These things happen by very slow degrees. And then, of course, it's only at the kind of the hinge points of our life, the end of a relationship, the change of job, the place where we see one part of our life coming to an end, or the whole of our life coming to an end, that we turn back like the traveler over the road that we have traveled, and then we see it as a unity. We may not be able to see it as a unity on the way because we are so focused upon the thing directly in front of us. Schopenhauer continues, when we are actually doing some great deed or creating some immortal work, we are not conscious of it as such. We think only of satisfying present aims, of fulfilling the intentions we happen to have at the time, of doing the right thing at the moment. It is only when we come to view our life as a connected whole that our character and capacities show themselves in their true light, and that we see how, in particular instances, some happy inspiration, as it were, led us to choose the only true path out of 1,000 which might have brought us to ruin. It was our genius that guided us, a force felt in the affairs of the intellect as in those of the world, and working by its defect just in the same way in regard to evil and disaster. Kind of interesting closing of this section. When we're doing a great deed, think of Michelangelo painting the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Right? He's not thinking of the great deed of the ceiling itself. When he's doing it, he's thinking of getting this particular arm exactly correct, or painting the next thing just right. That's what occupies his attention. It's only when we, in a sort of a philosophical mood or in a moment of reflection or at a hinge point in our life, look back upon our lives that we see the unity and the purpose of it. It's also then that we become aware of the kind of guiding spirit or genius that seemed to animate our personality, that seemed to bring us through the right choices or sometimes perhaps the wrong choices. That seems to be the kind of spiritual lesson and the moral lesson that Schopenhauer is giving us in this part. Anyway, that's the end of section 4 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll take a look at section 5 next. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 5 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims deals with the past, present, and future, and the attitude that the wise man should take towards each one of them. Let me share it with you. He writes, "Another important element in the wise conduct of life is to preserve a proper proportion between our thought for the present and our thought for the future, in order not to spoil the one by paying over great attention to the other. Many live too much in the present, frivolous people, I mean, others too much in the future, ever anxious and full of care. It is seldom that a man holds the right balance between the two extremes. Those who strive and hope and live only in the future, always looking ahead and impatiently anticipating what is coming, as something which will make them happy when they get it, are, in spite of their very clever airs, exactly like those donkeys one sees in Italy, whose pace may be hurried by fixing a stick on their heads with a wisp of hay at the end of it. This is always just in front of them, and they keep on trying to get it. Such people are in a constant state of illusion as to their whole existence. They go on living ad interim until at last they die." So obviously this is an error. This is a bad sort of life to live, where I'm always longing for the thing that's just out of reach, the thing that will make me happy when I get it, the thing in the future, that promotion, that completed project or relationship. And this is to live like a donkey. This is to live always sort of off balance, always moving forward until finally you die. This is not the proper balance between the present and the future. So Schopenhauer continues, "Instead, therefore, of always thinking about our plans and anxiously looking to the future, or of giving ourselves up to regret for the past, we should never forget that the present is the only reality, the only certainty. That the future almost always turns out contrary to our expectations. That the past, too, was very different from what we suppose it to have been." Right? There's an interesting kind of knowledge problem here, right? My memory is deceptive about the past. I remember it being better than it was, so I regret something that is not accurate. And my anticipations of the future are often faulty. So to the extent I project my desire and anxiety forward into the future, I'm also dealing with a kind of fuzzy, inaccurate picture. Right? What I possess right now in this moment with certainty, is the present and my attitude toward the present. And that's where my peace of mind and my comfort should lie. Okay, back to Schopenhauer. "Both the past and the future are, on the whole, of less consequence than we think. Distance, which makes objects look small to the outward eye, makes them look big to the eye of thought. The present alone is true and actual. It is the only time which possesses full reality, and our existence lies in it exclusively. Therefore, we should always be glad of it, and give it the welcome it deserves, and enjoy every hour that is bearable by its freedom from pain and annoyance, with a full consciousness of its value." Okay. This, in a sense, I think what Schopenhauer is trying to do here is to add some detail, to put some flesh on the skeleton of the old proverb or cliche, carpe diem, seize the day. What does it mean to seize the day? What attitude does it mean that we should take towards the regrets we have for the past and the hopes that we have for the future? Well, I think that's part of what this section is about. Okay, Schopenhauer again. We shall hardly be able to do this if we make a wry face over the failure of our hopes in the past or over our anxiety for the future. It is the height of folly to refuse the present hour of happiness, or wantonly to spoil it by vexation at bygones or uneasiness about what is to come. There is a time, of course, for forethought, nay, even for repentance, but when it is over, let us think of what is past as of something to which we have said farewell, of necessity subduing our hearts. And here he quotes 2 lines in Greek from Homer's Iliad, which A.T. Murray, I looked these up, A.T. Murray translates as, "Howbeit, these things will we let be as past and done, for all our pain, curbing the heart in our breasts, because we must." Samuel Butler renders these same lines, "Now, however, let it be, for it is over. If we have been angry, necessity has schooled our anger." Schopenhauer. "And of the future, as of that which lies beyond our power, in the lap of the gods." And here he quotes another line from the Iliad, meaning roughly, these things lie in the lap of the gods, in the hands of the gods. But in regard to the present, let us remember Seneca's advice, and live each day as if it were our whole life. Singulas dies, singulas vitas puta. Let us make it as agreeable as possible. It is the only real time we have. So some interesting reflections here on the nature of the past and the future. We should think about the past as necessity and as gone, no longer affecting our present. And we should think about the future as in the hands of powers beyond our control. Right? So I don't regret the past. I don't feel anxious for the future. That seems to be the ideal that Schopenhauer is sketching out. The next paragraph contains, I think, some controversial advice, and here it is. Only those evils which are sure to come at a definite date have any right to disturb us. And how few there are which fulfill this description. For evils are of 2 kinds. Either they are possible only, at most probable, or they are inevitable. And even in the case of evils which are sure to happen, the time at which they will happen is uncertain. A man who is always preparing for either class of evil will not have a moment of peace left him. So, if we are not to lose all comfort in life through the fear of evils, some of which are uncertain in themselves, and others in the time at which they will occur, we should look upon the one kind as never likely to happen, and the other as not likely to happen very soon. I've presented this to a couple of friends and family members, and they think it's bad advice, most of them. But it seems to me Schopenhauer here is sketching out 3 categories of evil. He says there's the one category that has a right to disturb you. Right? You're entirely justified in being anxious and worried and concerned about it and letting it disrupt your present happiness. But that is the kind that is certain to happen and at a definite date in the future. Right? So say I've been drafted and I know I have to report for basic training on May 1st. Well, as May 1st approaches, there's a definite thing that's going to happen that will be bad for me, I'm saying, and it's at a definite date. Right? There's no way of avoiding it, and the date is known as well. Well, Schopenhauer may say, you have my permission to be anxious about that. That's one of those rare evils which is both certain and fixed in time. But by contrast, then, we can note virtually every other problem we have in our life. It's either uncertain that it will happen, or if it's certain that it will happen, it's not certain when it will happen. And either one of those seems to give us an area in which we can postpone anxiety or ignore or minimize the anxiety. So treat them as though they won't happen or as though they won't happen very soon. And we'll see, I think, in the next paragraph, this makes some sense. I think not as a way of completely blinding yourself to the necessity to prepare for future evils, but as a way of not allowing future evils which have a kind of uncertainty about them to disrupt and to spoil your present peace of mind. Okay, there will be a time to confront them later when they are more imminent and when they are happening. that time is not right now when they are in a sort of an uncertain future at an uncertain time. Okay. Back to Schopenhauer. Now, the less our peace of mind is disturbed by fear, the more likely it is to be agitated by desire and expectation. This is the true meaning of that song of Goethe's, which is such a favorite with everyone. Ich hab mein Sack auf nix gestellt. And that's the first line of a poem by Goethe, meaning roughly, I have based my affair upon nothing, or my thoughts are on nothing fixed. It is only after a man has got rid of all pretension and taken refuge in mere unembellished existence that he is able to attain the peace of mind which is the foundation of human happiness. Peace of mind, that is something essential to any enjoyment of the present moment. And unless its separate moments are enjoyed, there is an end to life's happiness as a whole. We should always recollect that today comes only once and never returns. We fancy that it will come again tomorrow, but tomorrow is another day, which in turn comes once only. We are apt to forget that every day is an integral and therefore irreplaceable portion of life, and to look upon life as though it were a collective idea or a name which does not suffer if one of the individuals it covers is destroyed. So I think this paragraph, Schopenhauer is saying some things interesting, a little bit dangerous for us, maybe as 20th, 21st century Americans, to think of the song from Annie, the sun will come out tomorrow, tomorrow is another day. These are all cliches that have come up in American popular culture since Schopenhauer wrote. But I do think here there is some value at the very end of this paragraph, right? We forget that each day is an integral and valuable part of our life. We tend to think of the days of our life as though they were ants in an anthill, right? I have 1,000 of these, and if I waste 30 of them, it's not that big a deal. This is the opposite of the attitude we should be taking. We should be valuing each day with, as Seneca said, as though it were the entirety of our lives. So to treat them as though they were a heap, any number of which could be subtracted as long as it doesn't get too big, without losing anything, is to miss the point. In a sense, the loss of any particular day is a grievous loss for us and for our happiness. This also, he refers here to the peace of mind, which I think was the point of his advice about avoidable or uncertain evils in the previous paragraph. Don't allow worrying about those kind of evils to disturb your peace of mind. Back to Schopenhauer. We should be more likely to appreciate and enjoy the present if, in those good days when we are well and strong, we did not fail to reflect how, in sickness and sorrow, every past hour that was free from pain and privation seemed in our memory so infinitely to be envied, as it were a lost paradise, or someone who was only then seen to have acted as a friend. Okay, so what's the advice here? When you are well, think back to when you were sick, and how when you were sick, you looked back farther into the past at when you were well, and said, oh, if only I'd enjoyed those days of health as much as I would like to enjoy health right now when I'm sick. Okay, so to think back on your past in this way. But we live through our days of happiness without noticing them. It is only when evil comes upon us that we wish them back. 1,000 gay and pleasant hours are wasted in ill humor. We let them slip by unenjoyed and sigh for them in vain when the sky is overcast. I think here sometimes you may have friends who will tell you, call your mom, reconcile with your estranged brother, right? Tell your children you love them, because you may not be able to in the future, quite unexpectedly. And if something terrible happens, you may say to yourself, if only last Thursday I had called my dad, I had done whatever it was that I needed to do. We don't want to live with last Thursdays like that as a regret on us. And so from the perspective of today is a potential last Thursday. Do today what you will not regret then in the future. Those present moments that are bearable, be they never so trite and common, passed by in indifference, or it may be impatiently pushed away. Those are the moments we should honor, never failing to remember that the ebbing tide is even now hurrying them into the past, where memory will store them, transfigured and shining with an imperishable light, in some aftertime, and above all when our days are evil, to raise the veil and present them as the object of our fondest regret. Okay. That's a fantastic line. I'm going to read it again. I'm going to back up. He says, we should treasure the present moments that are bearable, even if they are trite and commonplace, never failing to remember that the ebbing tide is even now hurrying them into the past, where memory will store them, transfigured and shining with an imperishable light, in some aftertime, and above all when our days are evil, to raise the veil and present them as the object of our fondest regret. Okay, that's some great writing by Schopenhauer, I think. And the point here being that our memory will deceive us, right? We have moments today. We should honor even the ordinary pleasures of the present moment, provided it's free from pain. Remember Schopenhauer's insight about pain being the fundamental reality of life. If we are free from pain, we should enjoy and treasure this moment, because it is slipping away into the past. And the trick of memory is to take our ordinary moments, to wrap them up in this kind of gilded light so that they look wonderful, and then to bring them back to our minds when we are sick or ill or dying, so that we can then feel regret and our peace of mind be disturbed. So Schopenhauer's advice is to avoid that trick of memory by living in the present moment in this particular way. That's the end of section 5. We'll look at section 6 in the next video. Section 6 has a title. The title of section 6 is Limitation Always Makes for Happiness. We'll look at that next. Thanks for being with me reading through this book. I appreciate your watching today. Bye-bye. Section 6 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims has a title, Limitation Always Makes for Happiness. And here's what Schopenhauer writes. We are happy in proportion as our range of vision, our sphere of work, our points of contact with the world are restricted and circumscribed. We are more likely to feel worried and anxious if these limits are wide, for it means that our cares, desires, and terrors are increased and intensified. That is why the blind are not so unhappy as we might be inclined to suppose. Otherwise there would not be that gentle and almost serene expression of peace in their faces. Now, for the first paragraph, I'll leave aside the comment about the blind, I think just meant as illustration. Here we have a very Schopenhauerian theme, however. The more things we care about, the more sources of upset and misery there are in our lives. So, in general, in order to minimize misery and therefore maximize happiness, we should hold this number of things to the minimum level that we can. The more things we care about, the more we spread our mind out over the world, the more we extend ourself into the world, the more unhappy, the more miserable, and the more suffering we're going to be. Schopenhauer continues. Another reason why limitation makes for happiness is that the second half of life proves even more dreary than the first. As the years wear on, the horizon of our aims and our points of contact with the world become more extended. In childhood, our horizon is limited to the narrowest sphere about us. In the youth, there is already a very considerable widening of our view. In manhood, it comprises the whole range of our activity, often stretching out over a very distant sphere, the care, for instance, of a state or a nation. In old age, it embraces posterity. Second paragraph, another very Schopenhauerian theme, but this one kind of gloomy, especially for men my age. As we get older, our happiness decreases, our misery increases. Why? Because the scope of the things we care about necessarily increases as we mature. When you're a child, you really care about your toys, your games, a few friends. As you get older, You extend your care more into the world. By the time you're an adult, you're caring about something that may take in something as grand as politics and the fate of nations. By the time you're elderly, you're thinking about posterity. You're thinking about the world and generations that go beyond you. Your points of contact with the world are necessarily increased, suggesting here a sort of, again, Schopenhauerian theme that life, the longer life goes on, the more unhappy it is. He continues, but even in the affairs of the intellect, limitation is necessary if we are to be happy. For the less the will is excited, the less we suffer. We have seen that suffering is something positive and that happiness is only a negative condition. To limit the sphere of outward activity is to relieve the will of external stimulus. To limit the sphere of our intellectual effort is to relieve the will of internal sources of excitement. Okay, I'll pause there in the middle of the paragraph. A rather interesting suggestion, right? If we limit our activity and our connection with the world, then there are fewer objects outside of us to excite the will and therefore disturb our tranquility. If we govern our intellectual life and our mind and our thoughts and our reading and contemplation, we can similarly reduce internal demands upon the will. So he continues the same paragraph. This latter kind of limitation is attended by the disadvantage that it opens the door to boredom, which is a direct source of countless sufferings. For to banish boredom, a man will have recourse to any means that may be handy: dissipation, society, extravagance, gaming, and drinking, and the like, which in their turn bring mischief, ruin, and misery in their train. Difficilis in otio quies. It is difficult to keep quiet if you have nothing to do. So, again, pausing in this paragraph, limit your mind, but not at the cost of becoming bored, because boredom will then provoke you to grab onto whatever is near at hand. Might be interesting to connect this set of insights, this set of reflections, with Pascal's writing about diversion and about the phenomenon of boredom. Schopenhauer similarly sees it as a hazard, but not for the same reason. Schopenhauer continues, that limitation in this sphere of outward activity is conducive, nay, even necessary to human happiness, such as it is, may be seen in the fact that the only kind of poetry which depicts men in a happy state of life, idyllic poetry I mean, always aims as an intrinsic part of its treatment at representing them in very simple and restricted circumstances. It is this feeling, too, which is at the bottom of the pleasure we take in what are called genre pictures. And I'll just comment that by pictures here, he plainly does not mean motion pictures. He's thinking of paintings, engravings, and illustrations. But that when we wish to show people happy, we show them living simply, without many demands upon them. We don't show harried urbanites in art that's meant to calm our spirit. Final paragraph. Simplicity, therefore, as far as it can be attained, and even monotony in our manner of life, if it does not mean that we are bored, will contribute to happiness, just because, under such circumstances, life, and consequently the burden which is the essential concomitant of life, will be least felt. Our existence will glide on peacefully like a stream which no waves or whirlpools disturb. And perhaps that's the end of this section. It's perhaps worth commenting on this overall Schopenhauerian vision of life that is emerging, really, that life is no good, and the less of it we do, the better. Or perhaps being a little bit more generous to Schopenhauer, life is a constant source of hazard, of potential misery. And so we ought to act in such a way as to protect ourselves, to insulate ourselves from those sources of misery as much as we can. Or to use a metaphor, if it is frigid outside, I, of course, will minimize the surface area of my skin that's exposed to the cold. I will huddle up in my sleeping bag. I will pull my hood close over my face. And Schopenhauer is saying, life is frigid in just that way. So minimize your surface area. In action, to reduce external stimulation, and internally in your mind, in your cares, in order to reduce internal stimulation of the will. So that's it for section 6. Limitation always makes for happiness. Schopenhauer's discussion of simplicity of life. We'll take a look at section 7 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 7 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer writes, "Whether we are in a pleasant or painful state depends ultimately upon the kind of matter that pervades and engrosses our consciousness. In this respect, purely intellectual occupation, for the mind that is capable of it, will as a rule do much more in the way of happiness than any form of practical life. With its constant alternations of success and failure, and all the shocks and torments it produces." So I'll pause here in the middle of this short section to note that Schopenhauer is here discussing the contrast, we might say, between the contemplative and the active life. And he is saying that the contemplative life may be preferable, but not because it unites us to higher objects and gives us access to a sort of greater kind of intellectual pleasure. Rather, it's simply that it's less variable. Intellectual life is more steady. It doesn't have the shocks and the ups and downs, the successes and failures of practical life. And so it might be more comparable to having, say, a wage income that is steady month after month, week after week, rather than working on commission, where you have great months sometimes and terrible months other times, great highs and great lows, and a lot of anxiety about a long run of lows, for example. So perhaps Schopenhauer is suggesting that just as one might, the kind of person that might prefer a steady wage, a steady salary position, may also prefer the intellectual life because it's less varied and therefore less upsetting to the stability of the personality. Schopenhauer continues, "But it must be confessed that for such occupation a preeminent amount of intellectual capacity is necessary." Okay, you have to have certain intellectual gifts in order to pursue this kind of life. "And in this connection it may be noted that, just as a life devoted to outward activity will distract and divert a man from study, and also deprive him of that quiet concentration of mind which is necessary for such work, that is, intellectual work, so on the other hand, a long course of thought will make him more or less unfit for the noisy pursuits of real life. It is advisable, therefore, to suspend mental work for a while, if circumstances happen which demand any degree of energy in affairs of a practical nature." And that's the end of the section, with simply an observation that just as great devotion to the physical workings, the active life, may unfit a person for deep intellectual pursuits, excessive pursuit of the intellectual variety will deprive us of the kind of activity, energy, and skill that's needed for active life. And so we ought to govern ourselves accordingly if we know that our circumstances will be such in the future as to demand it. So that's the end of section 7 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. I hope you've enjoyed this video. We'll take a look at section 8 in the next video. Take care. Bye. Hi. In section 8 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer discusses the value of reflection and self-examination. He writes, "To live a life that shall be entirely prudent and discreet, and to draw from experience all the instruction it contains, it is requisite to be constantly thinking back, to make a kind of recapitulation of what we have done, of our impressions and sensations, and to compare our former with our present judgments, what we set before us and struggled to achieve with the actual result and satisfaction we have obtained. To do this is to get a repetition of the private lessons of experience, lessons which are given to everyone." So, first paragraph, a recommendation of recapitulation, thinking back over, examining on a regular basis the experiences we've had and the lessons that we learned from them. So where he spoke in a previous section about our life gliding along like a stream, he's talking here about the element of examining our memories and our past experiences in order to be deliberate about the way in which we live. Schopenhauer continues, experience of the world may be looked upon as a kind of text, to which reflection and knowledge form the commentary. Where there is a great deal of reflection and intellectual knowledge, and very little experience, the result is like those books which have on each page 2 lines of text to 40 lines of commentary. Okay, this would be the situation of people who do very little but reflect a lot upon what they do. And the suggestion may be here that this is not an advantageous situation. A great deal of experience with little reflection and scanty knowledge give us books like those of the Editio Bipontina, where there are no notes and much that is unintelligible. Okay, the suggestion here, the opposite problem. Much experience, no commentary, no reflection, no lessons learned. This also seems to be unsatisfactory. Next paragraph. The advice here given is on a par with a rule recommended by Pythagoras, to review every night before going to sleep what we have done during the day. To live at random in the hurly-burly of business or pleasure without ever reflecting upon the past, to go on, as it were, pulling cotton off the reel of life, is to have no clear idea of what we are about. And a man who lives in this state will have chaos in his emotions and certain confusion in his thoughts, as is soon manifest by the abrupt and fragmentary character of his conversation, which becomes a kind of mincemeat. A man will be all the more exposed to this fate in proportion as he lives a restless life in the world, amid a crowd of various impressions and with a correspondingly small amount of activity on the part of his own mind. So the problem here being that, the recommendation, going back to Pythagoras, one of the first philosophers, is to conduct a self-examination, an examination of conscience, a reflection upon one's activities and choices and events and emotions of the day. Why? In order to acquire a sort of minimal amount of self-possession. There are some people, Schopenhauer suggests here, who may go through life in the sort of busyness and hurly-burly of life, never pausing to do this, and so never possess anything more than a kind of fragmentary and temporary possession of themselves. Let's go on. And in this connection, it will be in place to observe that when events and circumstances which have influenced us pass away in the course of time, we are unable to bring back and renew the particular mood or state of feeling which they aroused in us. But we can remember what we were led to say and do in regard to them. And this forms, as it were, the result, expression, and measure of those events. We should therefore be careful to preserve the memory of our thoughts at important points in our life. And herein lies the great advantage of keeping a journal. And that's the end of this section. What is Schopenhauer telling us here? We ought to remember that we will never be able to relive the moment, to relive, he says, the mood, the state of feeling, the sort of subjective experience of a thing, but we can recollect and make a record of, for ourselves, our actions and our thoughts, we sort of put it to words, what we did, what we went through. And this is the great value of a journal, is it gives us access in later times to those effects, those sort of offshoots of the subjective experience that we lived through. We can't live it again, but we can reflect upon it with the help of a journal. So that's the end of section 8 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll take a look at the later sections in another video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 9 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims is about self-sufficiency. It's a very long section, so this is going to be a long video. Schopenhauer in this video talks about the relation between self-sufficiency and happiness, and why this requires solitude, withdrawal from society, especially for the person with great natural gifts. He talks about the difference between natural differences and social differences that are imposed upon us. He goes on at great length about the evils of society and the empty souls who inhabit it. He gives a very good metaphor in the middle of this section, comparing society to a symphony of horns and the exceptional individual to a soloist on the stage. That's very good. Watch for that. And he ends with some reflections upon the value of old age for self-sufficiency and solitude, and gives some advice to the young, to people who may feel the burden of society as he does, but don't yet have the consolation of old age to help them deal with it. So here's what Schopenhauer writes in section 9. To be self-sufficient, to be all in all to oneself, to want for nothing, to be able to say, omnia mea mecum porto, that is, I carry all my things with me, that is assuredly the chief qualification for happiness. Hence Aristotle's remark, hai eudaimonia ton autarkon esti, to be happy means to be self-sufficient, cannot be too often repeated. It is, at bottom, the same thought as is present in that very well-turned sentence from Champfort, which I have prefixed as a motto to this volume. Now that sentence isn't in this copy, but I have found it elsewhere. It's Le bonheur n'est pas chose aisée, il est très difficile de le trouver en nous et impossible de le trouver ailleurs. Or, happiness is not an easy thing. It is very difficult to find it within us and impossible to find it elsewhere. Schopenhauer continues. For while a man cannot reckon with certainty upon anyone but himself, the burdens and disadvantages, the dangers and annoyances which arise from having to do with others are not only countless, but unavoidable. There is no more mistaken path to happiness than worldliness, revelry, high life. For the whole object of it is to transform our miserable existence into a succession of joys, delights, and pleasures, a process which cannot fail to result in disappointment and delusion, on a par, in this respect, with its obligato accompaniment, the interchange of lies. Footnote. As our body is concealed by the clothes we wear, so our mind is veiled in lies. The veil is always there, and it is only through it that we can sometimes guess at what a man really thinks, just as from his clothes we arrive at the general shape of his body. I think this is fascinating that Schopenhauer associates society with lies. There's a kind of a clothing or a veil which stands between us and every other person, and the truth that this is high living, revelry, the pursuit of pleasure, and social living. All of this involves us in lies, which presumably we can escape from by remaining self-sufficient in ourselves, by remaining solitary. Schopenhauer continues, all society necessarily involves, as the first condition of its existence, mutual accommodation and restraint on the part of its members. This means that the larger it is, the more insipid will be its tone. A man can be himself only so long as he is alone, and if he does not love solitude, he will not love freedom, for it is only when he is alone that he is really free. Constraint is always present in society, like a companion of whom there is no riddance, and in proportion to the greatness of a man's individuality, it will be hard for him to bear the sacrifices which all intercourse with others demands. Solitude will be welcomed or endured or avoided according as a man's personal value is large or small. The wretch feeling when he is alone the whole burden of his misery, the great intellect delighting in its greatness, and everyone, in short, being just what he is. Fantastic paragraph there. Each person is most himself, most what he truly is, for good or for ill, when he is completely alone, when he doesn't lose himself in chatter, in social relation, and all of the lies that involves. Okay. We would expect then that the wretched would be much more sociable, much more inclined to be sociable as a relief from their misery than the great man, who would find going into society to be kind of a burden or a descent from the mountaintop, to use a kind of Zarathustrian term. So Schopenhauer continues. Further, if a man stands high in nature's lists, it is natural and inevitable that he should feel solitary. It will be an advantage to him if his surroundings do not interfere with this feeling. For if he has to see a great deal of other people who are not of like character with himself, they will exercise a disturbing influence upon him, adverse to his peace of mind. They will rob him, in fact, of himself, and give him nothing to compensate for the loss. But while nature sets very wide differences between man and man, in respect both of morality and of intellect, society disregards and effaces them, or rather, it sets up artificial differences in their stead, gradations of rank and position, which are very often diametrically opposed to those which nature establishes. The result of this arrangement is to elevate those whom nature has placed low, and to depress the few who stand high. These latter, then, usually withdraw from society, where, as soon as it is at all numerous, vulgarity reigns supreme. Okay. I can kind of see where Nietzsche got some of these ideas from in Schopenhauer, yes. What offends a great intellect in society is the equality of rights, leading to equality of pretensions, which everyone enjoys, while at the same time inequality of capacity means a corresponding disparity of social power. So-called good society recognizes every kind of claim but that of intellect, which is a contraband article, and people are expected to exhibit an unlimited amount of patience towards every form of folly and stupidity, perversity and dullness, whilst personal merit has to beg pardon, as it were, for being present, or else conceal itself altogether. Intellectual superiority offends by its very existence without any desire to do so. The worst of what is called good society is not only that it offers us the companionship of people who are unable to win either our praise or our affection, but that it does not allow of our being that which we naturally are. It compels us, for the sake of harmony, to shrivel up, or even alter our shape altogether. Intellectual conversation, whether grave or humorous, is only fit for intellectual society. It is downright abhorrent to ordinary people, to please whom it is absolutely necessary to be commonplace and dull. This demands an act of severe self-denial. We have to forfeit 3/4 of ourselves in order to become like other people. No doubt their company may be set down against our loss in this respect, but the more man is worth, the more he will find that what he gains does not cover what he loses, and that the balance is on the debit side of the account. For the people with whom he deals are generally bankrupt. That is to say, there is nothing to be got from their society which can compensate either for its boredom, annoyance, and disagreeableness, or for the self-denial which it renders necessary. Accordingly, most society is so constituted as to offer a good profit to anyone who will exchange it for solitude. That's a great paragraph, another great paragraph. I love the line, what was this? People who are unable to win either our praise or our affection. It's a nice turn of phrase. And the image of having to conduct commerce at a loss, losing 3/4 of ourselves by entering society, or getting the compensation of people's company, but at the sacrifice of a far greater good of our own peace of mind, so that we are the loser in every social interchange, which we lose money. The more we do, the more we lose. Okay, back to Schopenhauer. Nor is this all. By way of providing a substitute for real, I mean intellectual, superiority, which is seldom to be met with, and intolerable when it is found, society has capriciously adopted a false kind of superiority, conventional in its character, and resting upon arbitrary principles, a tradition, as it were, handed down in higher circles, and, like a password, subject to alteration. I refer to bon ton fashion. Whenever this kind of superiority comes into collision with the real kind, its weakness is manifest. Moreover, the presence of good tone means the absence of good sense. No man can be in perfect accord with anyone but himself, not even with a friend or the partner of his life. Differences of individuality and temperament are always bringing in some degree of discord, though it may be a very slight one. That genuine, profound peace of mind, that perfect tranquility of soul, which, next to health, is the highest blessing the earth can give, is to be attained only in solitude, and, as a permanent mood, only in complete retirement. And then, if there is anything great and rich in the man's own self, his way of life is the happiest that may be found in this wretched world. Let me speak plainly. So I love this Schopenhauer. Right? That's about as plain as we can possibly be. The best life is the solitary life. The best sort of overall station in life is to be completely retired from society and living by yourself. Then he says, let me speak plainly. To continue, let me speak plainly. However close the bond of friendship, love, marriage, a man ultimately looks to himself, to his own welfare alone. At most, to his child's too. The less necessity there is for you to come into contact with mankind in general, in the relations, whether of business or of personal intimacy, the better off you are. Loneliness and solitude have their evils, it is true. But if you cannot feel them all at once, you can at least see where they lie. On the other hand, society is insidious in this respect, as in offering you what appears to be the pastime of pleasing social intercourse, it works great and often irreparable mischief. The young should early be trained to bear being left alone, for it is a source of happiness and peace of mind. There's the comparison here. Loneliness and solitude have their evils. They are bad, but you can see just where and how they're bad. You can prepare for it. The difficulty, he says, of society is that it is insidious. It lies. It insinuates itself. It promises you one thing and then secretly takes away from you something much more important. I can't imagine raising children on Schopenhauerian principles, teaching them to be left alone. Perhaps it can be done. It follows from this that a man is best off if he be thrown upon his own resources and can be all in all to himself. And Cicero goes so far as to say that a man who is in this condition cannot fail to be very happy. Nemo potest non beatissimus esse, qui est totus aptus ex sesse, quique in se uno ponit omnia. Or, no one can be more blessed than he who is entirely suitable for him from himself, and who puts all things in himself. The more a man has in himself, the less others can be to him. That feeling of self-sufficiency, it is that which restrains those whose personal value is in itself great riches, from such considerable sacrifices as are demanded by intercourse with the world, let alone then from actually practicing self-denial by going out of their way to seek it. Ordinary people are sociable and complaisant just from the very opposite feeling. To bear others' company is easier for them than to bear their own. Moreover, respect is not paid in this world to that which has real merit. It is reserved for that which has none. So, retirement is at once a proof and a result of being distinguished by the possession of meritorious qualities. It will therefore show real wisdom on the part of anyone who is worth anything in himself to limit his requirements as may be necessary in order to preserve or extend his freedom, and, since a man must come into some relations with his fellow men, to admit them to his intimacy as little as possible. I have said that people are rendered sociable by their inability to endure solitude, that is to say, their own society. They become sick of themselves. It is this vacuity of soul which drives them to intercourse with others, to travels in foreign countries. Their mind is wanting in elasticity. It has no movement of its own, so that they try to give it some, by drink, for instance. How much drunkenness is due to this cause alone? They are always looking for some form of excitement, of the strongest kind they can bear, the excitement of being with people of like nature with themselves, and if they fail in this, their mind sinks by its own weight, and they fall into a grievous lethargy. Footnote. It is a well-known fact that we can more easily bear up under evils which fall upon a great many people besides ourselves. As boredom seems to be an evil of this kind, people band together to offer it a common resistance. The love of life is at bottom only the fear of death, and, in the same way, the social impulse does not rest directly upon the love of society, but upon the fear of solitude. It is not alone the charm of being in others' company that we seek, it is the dreary oppression of being alone, the monotony of their own consciousness that they would avoid. They will do anything to escape it, even tolerate bad companions, and put up with the feeling of constraint which all society involves. In this case, a very burdensome one. But if aversion to such society conquers the aversion to being alone, they become accustomed to solitude and hardened to its immediate effects. They no longer find solitude to be such a very bad thing, and settle down comfortably to it without any hankering after society. And this partly because it is only indirectly that they need others' company, and partly because they have become accustomed to the benefits of being alone. What a footnote, right? Boredom is one of those evils that falls on many people, so they band together to banish it, but the true way out is to just to become hardened to the burdens of solitude so that you can bear up under it easily and avoid having to tranquilize yourself with the hazards of society. Back to the main text. Such people, it may be said, possess only a small fraction of humanity in themselves, and it requires a great many of them put together to make up a fair amount of it. To attain any degree of consciousness as men, a man, in the full sense of the word, a man par excellence, does not represent a fraction, but a whole number. He is complete in himself. Ordinary society is, in this respect, very like the kind of music to be obtained from an orchestra composed solely of Russian horns. Each horn has only one note, and the music is produced by each note coming in just at the right moment. In the monotonous sound of a single horn, you have a precise illustration of the effect of most people's minds. How often there seems to be only one thought there, and no room for any other. It is easy to see why people are so bored, and also why they are so sociable, why they like to go about in crowds, why mankind is so gregarious. It is the monotony of his own nature that makes a man find solitude intolerable. Omnis stultitia laborat fastidio sui. Rather, all folly suffers from self-loathing. Folly is truly its own burden. Put a great many men together, and you will get some result, some music from your horns. A man of intellect is like an artist who gives a concert without any help from anyone else, playing on a single instrument, a piano, say, which is a little orchestra in itself. Such a man is a little world in himself, and the effect produced by various instruments together, he produces single-handed, in the unity of his own consciousness. Like the piano, he he has no place in a symphony. He is a soloist and performs by himself. In solitude it may be, or, if in company with other instruments, only as a principal, or for setting the tone, as in singing. However, those who are fond of society from time to time may profit by this simile, and lay it down as a general rule that deficiency of quality in those we meet may be to some extent compensated by an increase in quantity. One man's company may be quite enough if he is clever, but where you have only ordinary people to deal with, it is advisable to have a great many of them, so that some advantage may accrue by letting them all work together, on the analogy of the horns, and may heaven grant you patience for your task. That's the image I mentioned earlier of the symphony of Russian horns, each only playing a single note. The music only comes from a combination of many of them when they're disciplined and each play only at the right time. To listen to a single Russian horn would drive you almost crazy, and that's actually the experience of people with those kind of Russian horn minds. They have only one idea and one note. It's intolerable for them to spend any amount of time just thinking their single idea. They have to go out into society. And then the man of genius, Schopenhauer says, the man of exceptional quality, like a soloist who plays the piano, who produces the effect of the entire thing out of the unity of his own consciousness. A great image and a great simile to consider, and this suggestion that perhaps if you have to deal with ordinary people, maybe just have to do with a lot of them, and you don't have to listen to any single one of them so much that it would drive you crazy. Back to Schopenhauer. That mental vacuity and barrenness of soul to which I have alluded is responsible for another misfortune. When men of the better class form a society for promoting some noble or ideal aim, the result almost always is that the innumerable mob of humanity comes crowding in too, as it always does everywhere, like vermin, their object being to try and get rid of boredom or some other defect of their nature. And anything that will effect that they seize upon at once, without the slightest discrimination. Some of them will slip into that society or push themselves in, and then either soon destroy it altogether or alter it so much that in the end it comes to have a purpose the exact opposite of that which it had at first. Maybe here a kind of complaint about the inability to keep certain elite institutions and societies elite. Everybody comes pushing in, wanting to relieve their own boredom, their own intolerable burden of their minds by getting a piece of the action. And the suggestion here is that people of quality simply cannot keep these people out. They're like vermin, they crowd in. Okay. Schopenhauer continues. This is not the only point of view from which the social impulse may be regarded. On cold days, people manage to get some warmth by crowding together, and you can warm your mind in the same way, by bringing it into contact with others. But a man who has a great deal of intellectual warmth in himself will stand no need of such resources. I have written a little fable illustrating this. It may be found elsewhere. And this is Schopenhauer's well-known parable of the porcupines. Right? Porcupines are prickly, so they're cold, and so when they try to come together, they prick each other, so they move apart. They get cold again, and so they find that they have to stand just close enough together that they can warm each other with their body heat, but not so close that they stab each other with their prickles. And he says that's a metaphor for society among human beings. We are flinty and prickly, but we do need each other to some degree. This is the fable of the porcupines. Okay, back to Schopenhauer. As a general rule, it may be said that a man's sociability stands very nearly in inverse ratio to his intellectual value. To say that so-and-so is very unsociable is almost tantamount to saying that he is a man of great capacity. Solitude is doubly advantageous to such a man. Firstly, it allows him to be with himself, and secondly, it prevents him being with others. An advantage of great moment, for how much constraint, annoyance, and even danger there is in all intercourse with the world. Tout notre mal, says La Bruyère, vient de ne pouvoir être seul, or all our trouble comes from not being able to be alone. It is really a very risky, nay, a fatal thing to be sociable, because it means contact with natures, the great majority of which are bad morally, and dull or perverse intellectually. To be unsociable is not to care about such people, and to have enough in oneself to dispense with the necessity of their company is a great piece of good fortune, because almost all our sufferings spring from having to do with other people. And that destroys the peace of mind, which, as I have said, comes next after health in the elements of happiness. Very Schopenhauerian proverb there. All of our troubles come from having to do with other people. Yeah, sort of early version of Sartre's hell is other people, right? It's quite, this man's believing it and living it. It's his philosophy. Hell is other people. Peace of mind is impossible without a considerable amount of solitude. The Cynics renounced all private property in order to attain the bliss of having nothing to trouble them. And to renounce society with the same object is the wisest thing a man can do. Bernardine de Saint-Pierre has the very excellent and pertinent remark that to be sparing in regard to food is a means of health, in regard to society, a means of tranquility. La diète d'aliments nous rend blessante du corps, et celle de l'homme la tranquillité de l'âme. The diet of food restores the health of the body, and that of men, the tranquility of the soul. To be soon on friendly or even affectionate terms with solitude is like winning a gold mine. But this is not something which everybody can do. The prime reason for social intercourse is mutual need, and as soon as that is satisfied, boredom drives people together once more. If it were not for these two reasons, a man would probably elect to remain alone, if only because solitude is the sole condition of life which gives full play to that feeling of exclusive importance which every man has in his own eyes, as if he were the only person in the world. A feeling which, in the throng and press of real life, soon shrivels up to nothing, getting at every step a painful démenti, diminishment, denial. From this point of view, it may be said that solitude is the original and natural state of man, where, like another Adam, he is as happy as his nature will allow. It's an interesting suggestion that Adam, solitary Adam, prior to the creation of Eve, is the sort of ideal perfection of the human race. He goes on. But still, had Adam no father or mother? There is another sense in which solitude is not the natural state, for at his entrance into the world, a man finds himself with parents, brothers, sisters, that is to say, in society and not alone. Accordingly, it cannot be said that the love of solitude is an original characteristic of human nature. It is rather the result of experience and reflection, and these, in their turn, depend upon the development of intellectual power and increase with the years. Speaking generally, sociability stands in inverse ratio with age. A little child raises a piteous cry of fright if it is left alone for only a few minutes, and later on, to be shut up by itself is a great punishment. Young people soon get on very friendly terms with one another, and it is only the few among them of any nobility of mind who are glad now and then to be alone. But to spend the whole day thus would be disagreeable. A grown-up man can easily do it. It is little trouble to him to be much alone, and it becomes less and less trouble as he advances in years. An old man who has outlived all his friends, and is either indifferent or dead to the pleasures of life, is in his proper element in solitude. And in individual cases, the special tendency to retirement and seclusion will always be in direct proportion to intellectual capacity. So it seems like Schopenhauer is telling us here a couple of things are inversely proportional to our sociability, our age, and our intellectual capacity. Both our sociability goes down as each of those rises. For this tendency is not, as I have said, a purely natural one. It does not come into existence as a direct need of human nature. It is rather the effect of the experience we go through, the product of reflection, upon what our needs really are, proceeding more especially from the insight we attain into the wretched stuff of which most people are made. Whether you look at their morals or their intellects. The worst of it all is that in the individual, moral and intellectual shortcomings are closely connected and play into each other's hands, so that all manner of disagreeable results are obtained, which make intercourse with most people not only unpleasant, but intolerable. Hence, though the world contains many things which are thoroughly bad, the worst thing in it is society. Even Voltaire, that sociable Frenchman, was obliged to admit that there are everywhere crowds of people not worth talking to. La terre est couverte de gens qui ne méritent pas que l'on le parle. The earth is covered with people who don't deserve to be spoken to. And Petrarch gives a similar reason for wishing to be alone, that tender spirit so strong and constant in his love of seclusion. The streams, the plains, and woods know well, he says, how he has tried to escape the perverse and stupid people who have missed the way to heaven. Cercato o sempre solitaria vita, le rive, il sano e le campagna e I boschi, per fuggir quest ingegni storti e losci, che la strada del ciel hanno smarrita. That is, I have always sought a solitary life, the banks know it, and the countryside and the woods, to escape these crooked and shady minds that have lost the road to heaven. Schopenhauer continues. He pursues the same strain in that delightful book of his, De Vita Solitaria, which seems to have given Zimmermann the idea of his celebrated work On Solitude. It is the secondary and indirect character of the love of seclusion to which Chamfort alludes in the following passage, couched in his sarcastic vein. On dit quelquefois d'un homme qui vit seul et n'aime pas la société. C'est souvent comme si on disait d'un homme qu'il n'aimait pas la promenade, sous le prétexte qu'il ne se promenait pas volontiers le soir dans la forêt de Bondy. That is, it is sometimes said of a man who lives alone that he does not like society. It's often like saying of a man that he doesn't like walking under the pretext that he doesn't enjoy walking in the evening in the Bondy forest. Schopenhauer again. You will find a similar sentiment expressed by the Persian poet Sadi in his Garden of Roses. Since that time, he says, we have taken leave of society, preferring the path of seclusion, for there is safety in solitude. Angelus Silesius, a very gentle and Christian writer, confesses to the same feeling in his own mythical language. Herod, he says, is the common enemy, and when, as with Joseph, God warns us of danger, we fly from the world to solitude, Bethlehem to Egypt, or else suffering and death await us. Herodes ist ein Feind, der Joseph der Verstand, dem macht der Gott die Gefahr im Traum, in Geist bekannt, die Welt ist Bethlehem, Ägyptien Einsamkeit, floig meine Seele, floig, sonst stirbest du vor Leid. That's roughly, Herod is the enemy to Joseph's mind. To him, God made known the danger in a dream, in spirit. The world is Bethlehem, Egypt, solitude. Fly, my soul, fly, otherwise you will die of suffering. Schopenhauer again. Just a long list of examples here, obviously. Here's another one. Giordano Bruno also declares himself a friend of seclusion. Tanti uomini, he says, che in terra hanno voluto gustare vita celeste, dissero con una voce, ecce elongavi fugiens et mansi in solitudine. Many men who on earth wanted to taste heavenly life said with one voice, behold, I fled away and remained in the desert. Those who in this world have desired a foretaste of divine life have always proclaimed with one voice, "Lo, then would I wander far off, I would lodge in the wilderness." That's a quote from Psalms, from Psalm 55. And in the work from which I've already quoted, Sadi says to himself, "In disgust with my friends at Damascus, I withdrew into the desert about Jerusalem, to seek the society of the beasts of the field." In short, the same thing has been said by all whom Prometheus has formed out of better clay. What pleasure could they find in the company of people with whom their only common ground is just what is lowest and least noble in their own nature, the part of them that is commonplace, trivial, and vulgar? What do they want with people who cannot rise to a higher level, and for whom nothing remains but to drag others down to theirs? For this is what they aim at. It is an aristocratic feeling that is at the bottom of this propensity to seclusion and solitude. Rascals are always sociable. More's the pity. And the chief sign that a man has any nobility in his character is the little pleasure he takes in others' company. He prefers solitude more and more, and in the course of time comes to see that, with few exceptions, the world offers no choice beyond solitude on one side and vulgarity on the other. This may sound a hard thing to say, but even Angelus Silesius, with all his Christian feelings for gentleness and love, was obliged to admit the truth of it. However painful solitude may be, he says, be careful not to be vulgar, for then you may find a desert everywhere. Die Einsamkeit ist noch, doch sei nur nicht gemein, so kannst du überall in einer Wüste sein. That is, loneliness is necessary, just don't be mean, so you can be anywhere in a desert. In other words, to the cruel and vulgar, the desert is within them. It is natural for great minds, the true teachers of humanity, to care little about the constant company of others, just as little as the schoolmaster cares for enjoying the gambols of the noisy crowd of boys which surrounds him. The mission of these great minds is to guide mankind over the sea of error to the haven of truth, to draw it forth from the dark abysses of a barbarous vulgarity up into the light of culture and refinement. Men of great intellect live in the world without really belonging to it. And so, from their earliest years, they feel that there is a perceptible difference between them and other people. But it is only gradually, with the lapse of years, that they come to a clear understanding of their position. Their intellectual isolation is then reinforced by actual seclusion in their manner of life. They let no one approach who is not, in some degree, emancipated from the prevailing vulgarity. From what has been said, it is obvious that the love of solitude is not a direct, original impulse in human nature, but rather something secondary and of gradual growth. It is the more distinguishing feature of noble minds, developed not without some conquest of natural desires, and now and then in actual opposition to the promptings of Mephistopheles, bidding you exchange a morose and soul-destroying solitude for life amongst men, for society. Even the worst, he says, will give a sense of human fellowship. Hör auf mit deinem Gram zu spielen, der wie eine Geier dir am Leben frisst. Die schlechteste Gesellschaft lässt dich fühlen, dass du ein Mensch mit Menschen bist. That is, stop playing with your grief, who like a vulture eats your life. The worst company makes you feel that you are a person with people, a man among men. To be alone is the fate of all great minds, a fate deplored at times, but still always chosen as the less grievous of two evils. As the years increase, it always becomes easier to say, dare to be wise, sapere aude. And after 60, the inclination to be alone grows into a kind of real, natural instinct. For at that age, everything combines in favor of it. The strongest impulse, the love of a woman's society, has little or no effect. It is the sexless condition of old age which lays the foundation of a certain self-sufficiency, and that gradually absorbs all desire for others' company. 1,000 illusions and follies are overcome. The active years of life are in most cases gone. A man has no more expectations or plans or intentions. The generation to which he belonged has passed away, and a new race has sprung up which looks upon him as essentially outside its sphere of activity. And then the years pass more quickly as we become older, and we want to devote our remaining time to the intellectual rather than to the practical side of life. For, provided that the mind retains its faculties, the amount of knowledge and experience we have acquired, together with the facility we have gained in the use of our powers, makes it then, more than ever, easy and interesting to us to pursue the study of any subject. 1,000 things become clear which were formerly enveloped in obscurity, and results are obtained which give a feeling of difficulties overcome. From long experience of men, we cease to expect much from them. We find that, on the whole, people do not gain by a nearer acquaintance, and that, apart from a few rare and fortunate exceptions, we have come across none but defective specimens of human nature, which it is advisable to leave in peace. We are no more subject to the ordinary illusions of life, and as in individual instances we soon see what a man is made of, we seldom feel any inclination to come into closer relations with him. Finally, isolation, our own society, has become a habit, as it were a second nature with us, more especially if we have been on friendly terms with it from our youth up. The love of solitude, which was formerly indulged only at the expense of our desire for society, has now come to be the simple quality of our natural disposition, the element proper to our life, as water to a fish. This is why anyone who possesses a unique individuality, unlike others, and therefore necessarily isolated, feels that, as he becomes older, his position is no longer so burdensome as when he was young. Okay. Quite obviously here, a kind of self-portrait of Schopenhauer, right? All the advantages that come with old age, the diminution of the passions, the ease with which one can pick up new subjects, having sort of one's full powers and experience at one's disposal, with fewer demands upon one and kind of already alienated from and outside of young men's active society. He continues, "For, as a matter of fact, this very genuine privilege of old age is one which can be enjoyed only if a man is possessed of a certain amount of intellect. It will be appreciated most of all where there is real mental power, but in some degree by everyone. It is only people of very barren and vulgar nature who will be just as sociable in their old age as they were in their youth. But then they become troublesome to a society to which they are no longer suited, and, at most, manage to be tolerated, whereas they were formerly in great request. There is another aspect of this inverse proportion between age and sociability, the way in which it conduces to education. The younger people are, the more in every respect they have to learn. And it is just in youth that nature provides a system of mutual education, so that mere intercourse with others at that time of life carries instruction with it. Human society, from this point of view, resembles a huge academy of learning on the Bell and Lancaster system. Opposed to the system of education by means of books and schools as something artificial and contrary to the institutions of nature. It is therefore a very suitable arrangement that, in his young days, a man should be a very diligent student at the place of learning provided by nature herself. Now, I looked this up. The Bell and Lancaster method of schooling was a 19th century method for instructing children, especially the children of the poor. Children were grouped by ability, and it was encouraged that older children should help to supervise and help to educate the younger ones. And so Schopenhauer's suggestion here is that this is what society is for the young. The young interact with each other, and by that very means, they learn. So it's appropriate somehow that nature has made the young people sociable, old people not so much. So he goes on. We're near the end of the section now. Here we go. But there is nothing in life which has not some drawback. Nihil est ab omni parte beatum. Nothing is happy on every side. As Horace says, or in the words of an Indian proverb, no lotus without a stalk. Seclusion, which has so many advantages, also has its little annoyances and drawbacks, which are small, however, in comparison with those of society. Hence, anyone who is worth much in himself will get on better without other people than with them. But amongst the disadvantages of seclusion, there is one which is not so easy to see as the rest. It is this. When people remain indoors all day, they become physically very sensitive to atmospheric changes, so that every little draught is enough to make them ill. So with our temper. A long course of seclusion makes it so sensitive that the most trivial incidents, words, or even looks are sufficient to disturb or to vex and offend us, little things which are unnoticed by those who live in the turmoil of life. In other words, living alone has the disadvantage of making you sensitive. As you might become soft or sensitive to light in your body, you become sensitive to minor annoyances. You snap at people. You might find it very, very vexing what would be sort of an ordinary price of social interaction for people who are not solitary. So again, this seems to come directly from Schopenhauer's lived experience. He goes on. When you find human society disagreeable and feel yourself justified in flying to solitude, you may be so constituted as to be unable to bear the depression of it for any length of time, which will probably be the case if you are young. Let me advise you then to form the habit of taking some of your solitude with you into society, to learn to be, to some extent, alone, even though you are in company, not to say at once what you think, and, on the other hand, not to attach too precise a meaning to what others say. Rather, not to expect much of them, either morally or intellectually, and to strengthen yourself in the feeling of indifference to their opinion, which is the surest way of always practicing a praiseworthy toleration. If you do that, you will not live so much with other people, though you may appear to move amongst them. Your relation to them will be of a purely objective character. This precaution will keep you from too close contact with society, and therefore secure you against being contaminated or even outraged by it. Footnote. This restricted, or, as it were, entrenched kind of sociability has been dramatically illustrated in a play, well worth reading, of Moratin's, entitled El Café o sea la Comedia Nueva, the Café, or the New Comedy, chiefly by one of the characters, Don Pedro, and especially in the second and third scenes of the first act. Back to the main text. Society is, in this respect, like a fire. The wise man warming himself at a proper distance from it, not coming too close, like the fool, who, on getting scorched, runs away and shivers in solitude, loud in his complaint that the fire burns. That's the end of section 9. Really interesting set of reflections upon and maybe kind of autobiographical sketches, as well as life advice from Schopenhauer about self-sufficiency, solitude, its advantages, and ending there with some advice to the young. I hope that you enjoyed it. That is all for section 9. The next video will be about section 10. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 10 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims is about envy. Let's take a look. Envy is natural to man, and still it is at once a vice and a source of misery. Footnote. Envy shows how unhappy people are, and their constant attention to what others do and leave undone, and how much they are bored. Interesting connection here that one of the troubles with envy is that it illustrates unhappiness, it illustrates obsession with or interest in the activities of others, which we maybe could do without if we were self-sufficient, and it shows we're bored. If we were busy and occupied and not bored, we should be less envious, the suggestion is. Back to the text. We should treat it as the enemy of our happiness and stifle it like an evil thought, envy that is. This is the advice given by Seneca. As he well puts it, we shall be pleased with what we have if we avoid the self-torture of comparing our own lot with some other and happier one. Nostra no sine comparatione delectent, nunquam erit felix quem torquebit felicior. I make that roughly, that says in Latin roughly what Schopenhauer just said. Our own pleases us if we do not compare it with the lot of another. No one is happy to whom the happier person is torture. Okay, back to the text. And again, quum ad sperexis quod te antecedant cogita quod sequantur. If a great many people appear to be better off than yourself, think how many there are in a worse position. In the Latin, when you look at how many are ahead, think also of how many are behind. It is a fact that if a real calamity comes upon us, the most effective consolation, though it springs from the same source as envy, is just the thought of greater misfortunes than ours. And the next best is the society of those who are in the same ill luck as we, the partners of our sorrows. So, an interesting observation here, and perhaps indicative of the practical nature of this work, that Schopenhauer says, even though it really amounts to doing somewhat of the same thing, we ought to avoid envying those above us by looking at the people below us, people who might envy us. This will neutralize our tendency to envy. He says that only the second best solution is to think of the solidarity we have with our companions in suffering. It seems interesting to me that he advises us first here to look down and then to look side to side. I might have suspected him to do it the other way around. So back to the text. So much for the envy which we may feel towards others. As regards the envy which we may excite in them, it should always be remembered that no form of hatred is so implacable as the hatred that comes from envy. And therefore we should always carefully refrain from doing anything to rouse it. Nay, as with many another form of vice, it is better altogether to renounce any pleasure there may be in it because of the serious nature of its consequences. So part of the lesson here, I think, as regards envy, we want to avoid at all costs being the object of envy in others. It doesn't give us any practical advice for avoiding it, but indicates that we ought to seek to avoid it in our relations with others. The second half of this section is about aristocracy, and Schopenhauer has some interesting things. The second half of this section is about aristocracy, and Schopenhauer has some interesting things to say about it. Here we go. Aristocracies are of three kinds: 1, of birth and rank; 2, of wealth; and 3, of intellect. The last is really the most distinguished of the three, and its claim to occupy the first position comes to be recognized if it is only allowed time to work. So eminent a king as Frederick the Great admitted it. Les âmes privilégiées rangent à l'égal des souverains, as he said to his chamberlain, when the latter expressed his surprise that Voltaire should have a seat at the table reserved for kings and princes, whilst ministers and generals were relegated to the chamberlain's table. Okay, so the French privileged souls rank equal to sovereigns, the reply of the king, when indicating that an intellectual like Voltaire belongs with royalty, seated at the banquet, while generals and government ministers, men of action, belong at a lower table. They don't deserve as much honor, illustrating Schopenhauer's point here that the hierarchy of intellect will eventually be recognized given enough time. Every one of these aristocracies is surrounded by a host of envious persons. If you belong to one of them, they will be secretly embittered against you, and unless they are restrained by fear, they will always be anxious to let you understand that you are no better than they. Okay. Interesting. Every aristocracy subject to envy. Envy is only restrained by fear. It is by their anxiety to let you know this that they betray how greatly they are conscious that the opposite is the truth. Okay. So the envy connected here with lying and with both self-deception and the sort of enforcement of lies against one's betters, moving in kind of a direction that we picked up by Nietzsche here as well later on. The line of conduct to be pursued if you are exposed to envy is to keep the envious persons at a distance, and as far as possible, avoid all contact with them, so that there may be as a wide gulf fixed between you and them, and if this cannot be done, to bear their attacks with the greatest composure. In the latter case, the very thing that provokes the attack will also neutralize it. This is what appears to be generally done. Okay, so how does one react to envy and the attacks provoked by envy? By continuing to be better than the sniping souls that attack you. The same thing that provokes the attack will also neutralize it by continuing to be above it all, perhaps. The members of one of these aristocracies usually get on very well with those of another, and there is no call for envy between them, because their special privileges effect an equipoise. Okay, that's the end of the section. And an interesting note, perhaps going in a direction also that might be picked up by Nietzsche later in his philosophy, that there is a kind of natural sympathy between members of different aristocracies, that they recognize and respect each other as men of quality, whether it's an aristocracy of wealth, of birth and rank, or of intellect, suggesting there's a kind of harmony of the superior that will against the envious and the sniping and the low. So those are Schopenhauer's thoughts on envy and aristocracy from section 10 of his Counsels and Maxims. We'll look at section 11 next. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 11 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims deals with how we should make plans and how we should react to the failure of our plans. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Give mature and repeated consideration to any plan before you proceed to carry it out. And even after you have thoroughly turned it over in your mind, make some concession to the incompetency of human judgment. For it may always happen that circumstances which cannot be investigated or foreseen will come in and upset the whole of your calculation. This is a reflection that will always influence the negative side of any balance, a kind of warning to refrain from unnecessary action in matters of importance. Quietat non movere. So the first lesson here seems to be that all of our plans may be upset by chance, by unforeseen circumstances, and we should take this into account in our planning, including our planning for the most important things. Schopenhauer continues, but having once made up your mind and begun your work, you must let it run its course and abide the result, not worry yourself by fresh reflections on what is already accomplished, or by a renewal of your scruples on the score of possible danger. Free your mind from the subject altogether and refuse to go into it again, secure in the thought that you gave it mature attention at the proper time. This is the same advice given by an Italian proverb, legala bene e poi lasciala andare, which Goethe has translated thus, see well to your girths and then ride on boldly. Okay, the Italian I make out to be something like, tie it up well and then let it go. In other words, don't second guess yourself. You engage in planning and calculation at the appropriate time, and then proceed with the plan when the time for action comes. And don't get caught up in a whirlpool of self-doubt and second guessing. And if, notwithstanding that, you fail, it is because all human affairs are the sport of chance and error. Socrates, the wisest of men, needed the warning voice of his good genius, or daimonion, to enable him to do what was right in regard to his own personal affairs, or at any rate to avoid mistakes, which argues that the human intellect is incompetent for the purpose. Okay. Interesting observation, right? Socrates relied upon a divine advisor to secure his correct behavior, to avoid grievous mistakes, which suggests that Socrates' unaided reason would be completely unable to do so. And we can take that as a lesson. If the wisest man requires divine help to do well, we can't expect to, on our own power, achieve great success and wisdom. There is a saying, which is reported to have originated with one of the popes, that when misfortune happens to us, the blame of it, or at least to some degree, attaches to ourselves. If this is not true absolutely and in every instance, it is certainly true in the great majority of cases. It even looks as if this truth had a great deal to do with the effort people make, as far as possible, to conceal their misfortunes and to put the best face they can upon them, for fear lest their misfortunes may show how much they are to blame. So, in this final passage, it looks like Schopenhauer is telling us that, with this anonymous quote allegedly from a pope, that when things do go wrong for us, we bear at least part of the blame, and that this is somewhat testified to by the fact that people try to avoid letting other people know that they are suffering and in misfortune. This is a kind of odd advice from a 21st century perspective. It strikes me as something we might not hear with great pleasure, although thinking about it now, I think to the degree it advises us to avoid completely externalizing the causes of our misery and our misfortune and our unhappiness, it certainly helps us to avoid complete loss of agency and blaming others, which I think is an external directed kind of reaction, which is very unhealthy and which leads to further unhappiness of a different kind. So that is Schopenhauer's thoughts on planning and reaction to failure from section 11 of Counsels and Maxims. We'll look at section 12 next. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 12 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer advises us on how to deal with misfortunes that have already passed. It's just 2 paragraphs long. Here's the first one. In the case of a misfortune which has already happened and therefore cannot be altered, you should not allow yourself to think that it might have been otherwise, still less that it might have been avoided by such and such means, for reflections of this kind will only add to your distress and make it intolerable, so that you will become a tormentor of yourself. And here he cites a long Greek word that I'm not going to try to pronounce. No doubt it means self-deprecator or self-tormentor. It is better to follow the example of King David, who, as long as his son lay on the bed of sickness, assailed Jehovah with unceasing supplications and entreaties for his recovery, but when he was dead, snapped his fingers and thought no more of it. If you are not light-hearted enough for that, you can take refuge in fatalism and have the great truth revealed to you that everything which happens is the result of necessity and therefore inevitable. So Schopenhauer is telling us here, obviously, this sounds like actually like very good dad advice, right? The kind of advice your father might give you. If it's in the past, it's a misfortune, it can't be changed. Don't waste your time thinking about alternate worlds where it's not the case. Don't beat yourself up for what you might have done to avoid it. Like King David, if you're strong enough, like King David, try to change things for as long as you can. Once the misfortune is set in stone, accept it and move on. If you're not strong enough, the fallback position is to think of determinism and necessity. Take comfort in the fact that things could not have been other than the way that they are, and you've already moved past a bit of the regret and beating yourself up over it to the position where you can begin to think about how to accept it and move forward. Here's the second paragraph. However good this advice might be, it is one-sided and partial. In relieving and quieting us for the moment, it is no doubt effective enough. But when our misfortunes have resulted, as is usually the case, from our own carelessness or folly, or at any rate partly by our own fault, it is a good thing to consider how they might have been avoided, and to consider it often, in spite of its being a tender subject, a salutary form of self-discipline which will make us wiser and better men in the future. If we have made obvious mistakes, we should not try, as we generally do, to gloss them over or to find something to excuse or extenuate them. We should admit to ourselves that we have committed faults, and open our eyes wide to all their enormity, in order that we may firmly resolve to avoid them in time to come. To be sure, that means a great deal of self-inflicted pain, in the shape of discontent, but it should be remembered that to spare the rod is to spoil the child. And here he quotes a Greek proverb from Menander that I've not been able to translate, but doubtless means the same thing. So that's the end of section 12. What is he telling us in this second paragraph? As good as it is to be able to be indifferent to misfortunes that you can't change and to ignore the alternate paths that you might beat yourself up for not having taken, if there is an error of yours that has contributed to the misfortune, it is worthwhile to cause yourself fairly significant psychological pain, dwelling upon your contribution to it in order to impress upon yourself all the more deeply the need not to make that mistake again in the future. It seems to me good advice, and again, it's a kind of Schopenhauer in full dad mode here, giving advice to people who might govern their minds poorly. So we use this kind of self-discipline to impress upon ourselves our own contribution to our misfortune so that we might avoid making such contributions in the future. This reminds me in a slight way of Simone Weil's observation in her essay on school studies, that we ought to contemplate our own wretchedness and impress upon ourselves our own inadequacy when we go over, say, a school exercise and realize that we've done it poorly. Weil has in mind a kind of spiritual benefit that I don't think Schopenhauer is thinking of, but I just thought I'd mention the connection. So that's it for section 12. We'll look at section 13 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 13 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer gives us some advice for the governing of the imagination. This chapter is about 3.5 pages long, and Schopenhauer's writing is so clear here, I think I'll simply offer it to you with very little commentary. Schopenhauer writes, "In all matters affecting our weal and or woe, we should be careful not to let our imagination run away with us, and build no castles in the air. In the first place, they are expensive to build, because we have to pull them down again immediately, and that is a source of grief. We should be still more on our guard against distressing our hearts by depicting possible misfortunes. If these were misfortunes of a purely imaginary kind, or very remote and unlikely, we should at once see, on awaking from our dream, that the whole thing was mere illusion. We should rejoice all the more in a reality better than our dreams, or at most be warned against misfortunes which, although very remote, were still possible. These, however, are not the sort of playthings in which imagination delights. It is only in idle hours that we build castles in the air, and they are always of a pleasing description. The matter which goes to form gloomy dreams are mischances, which to some extent really threaten us, though it be from some distance. Imagination makes them look larger and nearer and more terrible than they are in reality. This is a kind of dream which cannot be so readily shaken off on awaking as a pleasant one. For a pleasant dream is soon dispelled by reality, leaving at most a feeble hope lying in the lap of possibility. When we have abandoned ourselves to a fit of the blues, visions are conjured up which do not so easily vanish again, for it is always just possible that the visions may be realized. But we are not always able to estimate the exact degree of possibility. Possibility may easily pass into probability, and thus we deliver ourselves up to torture. Therefore, we should be careful not to be over-anxious on any matter affecting our weal or our woe, not to carry our anxiety to unreasonable or injudicious limits, but coolly and dispassionately to deliberate upon the matter, as though it were an abstract question which did not touch us in particular. We should give no play to imagination here, for imagination is not judgment. It only conjures up visions, inducing an unprofitable and often very painful mood. I'll pause here for a brief comment. Schopenhauer is advising us not to let our fantasies run away with us in either the positive or the negative direction. We shouldn't build castles in the air because they are so unrealistic. We'll find ourselves brought back to reality. But perhaps more importantly, we shouldn't let our imagination of negative things which might happen run away with us, either if they are extremely unlikely or even if they are remotely unlikely, but still possible. These things haunt us. We conjure these up, and then they are very difficult for us to get rid of. Better for us to leave them entirely out of our mental life. And as he says, to look on all of these possibilities from a completely abstract point of view, as though they were somebody else's fate that we were imagining. In this way, we avoid tormenting ourselves with imagined faults and imagined problems that may come up in the future. Schopenhauer continues. The rule on which I am here insisting should be most carefully observed towards evening. For as darkness makes us timid and apt to see terrifying shapes everywhere, there is something similar in the effect of indistinct thoughts. And uncertainty always brings with it a sense of danger. Hence, towards evening, when our powers of thought and judgment are relaxed, at the hour, as it were, of subjective darkness, the intellect becomes tired, easily confused, and unable to get at the bottom of things. And if in that state we meditate on matters of personal interest to ourselves, they soon assume a dangerous and terrifying aspect. This is mostly the case at night when we are in bed, for then the mind is fully relaxed, and the power of judgment quite unequal to its duties. But imagination is still awake. Night gives a black look to everything, whatever it may be. This is why our thoughts, just before we go to sleep, or as we lie awake through the hours of the night, are usually such confusions and perversions of facts as dreams themselves. And when our thoughts at that time are concentrated upon our own concerns, they are generally as black and monstrous as possible. In the morning, all such nightmares vanish like dreams. As the Spanish proverb has it, noche tinta, blanco el día. The night is colored, the day is white. But even towards nightfall, as soon as the candles are lit, the mind, like the eye, no longer sees things so clearly as by day. It is a time unsuited to serious meditation, especially on unpleasant subjects. The morning is the proper time for that, as indeed for all efforts without exception, whether mental or bodily. For the morning is the youth of the day, when everything is bright, fresh, and easy of attainment. We feel strong then, and all our faculties are completely at our disposal. Do not shorten the morning by getting up late, or waste it in unworthy occupations or in talk. Look upon it as the quintessence of life, as to a certain extent sacred. Evening is like old age. We are languid, talkative, silly. Each day is a little life, every waking and rising a little birth, every fresh morning a little youth, every going to rest and sleep a little death. We see here Schopenhauer, obviously a morning person, and recommending, on grounds that seem good to me, saving our serious thoughts and our serious work for the early hours of the morning when our powers of the mind are strongest, and especially avoiding this brooding over our problems when we lie awake in bed at night. That seems to track my experience pretty well. It seems like very good advice. Schopenhauer continues. But condition of health, sleep, nourishment, temperature, weather, surroundings, and much else that is purely external have in general an important influence upon our mood, and therefore upon our thoughts. Hence, both our view of any matter and our capacity for any work are very much subject to time and place. So it is best to profit by a good mood, for how seldom it comes. Nimmt die gute Stimmung wahr, denn sie kommt so selten. He quotes Goethe here, meaning, enjoy the good mood, enjoy your good moods, for they come so seldom. We are not always able to form new ideas about our surroundings, or to command original thoughts. They come if they will, and when they will. So too, we cannot always succeed in completely considering some personal matter at the precise time at which we have determined beforehand to consider it, and just when we set ourselves to do so. For the peculiar train of thought which is favorable to it may suddenly become active without any special call being made upon it, and we may then follow it up with keen interest. In this way, reflection, too, chooses its own time. This reining in of imagination which I am recommending will also forbid us to summon up the memory of past misfortune, to paint a dark picture of the injustice or harm that has been done us, the losses we have sustained, the insults, slights, and annoyances to which we have been exposed. For to do that is to rouse into fresh life all those hateful passions long laid asleep, the anger and resentment which disturb and pollute our nature. In an excellent parable, Proclus the Neoplatonist points out how in every town the mob dwells side by side with those who are rich and distinguished. So too, in every man, be he never so noble and dignified, there is in the depths of his nature a mob of low and vulgar desires which constitute him an animal. It will not do to let this mob revolt, or even so much as peep forth from its hiding place. It is hideous of mien, and its rebel leaders are those flights of imagination which I have been describing. The smallest annoyance, whether it comes from our fellow men or from the things around us, may swell up into a monster of dreadful aspect, putting us at our wits' end, and all because we go on brooding over our troubles and painting them in the most glaring colors and on the largest scale. It is much better to take a very calm and prosaic view of what is disagreeable, for that is the easiest way of bearing it. If you hold small objects close to your eyes, you limit your field of vision and shut out the world. And in the same way, the people or the things which stand nearest, even though they are of the very smallest consequence, are apt to claim an amount of attention much beyond their due, occupying us disagreeably and leaving no room for serious thoughts and affairs of importance. We ought to work against this tendency. So that's the end of section 13 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. I think it contains some excellent advice about governing our imagination, especially about avoiding, important for Schopenhauer, a pessimist, avoiding brooding over our misfortunes, painting them larger than life and allowing them to disturb our present equanimity. I think there's a lot that's quite good in here. The idea that these flights of imagination are like the rebel leaders of the mob within us is, I think, a fantastic image and a very memorable one. I hope you've enjoyed this look at this part of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll take a look at section 14 in another video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 14 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer gives us some advice on how to govern our minds in order to avoid disappointment. Here's what he writes. The sight of things which do not belong to us is very apt to raise the thought, "Ah, if only that were mine," making us sensible of our privation. Instead of that, we should do better by more frequently putting to ourselves the opposite case. "Ah, if that were not mine." What I mean is that we should sometimes try to look upon our possessions in the light in which they would appear if we had lost them. Whatever they may be, property, health, friends, a wife or child or someone else we love, our horse or our dog. It is usually only when we have lost them that we begin to find out their value. But if we come to look at things the way I recommend, we shall be doubly the gainers. We shall at once get more pleasure out of them than we did before, and we shall do everything in our power to prevent the loss of them. For instance, by not risking our property, or angering our friends, or exposing our wives to temptation, or being careless about our children's health, and so on. So I'll pause here for a comment. This is an interesting observation that Schopenhauer makes. He's noting that if we fantasize about having more than we have, if I have what I have and I think about what I don't have, I'm directing myself to a kind of illusory better world, which I'm contrasting with the world that I live in. What I ought to do is to reverse the order. To better appreciate what I have, I should speculate and think about what I don't have. I should think about the loss of what I have. What would I do if my wife were dead, if I lost my job? In doing this, he says, we will gain both in the sense that we will get more pleasure out of what we have, we'll be more grateful, and we will also sort of reinforce in ourselves the necessity of careful action to hold on to what we have because the loss of it is something we've just recently brought to mind. Schopenhauer continues, "We often try to banish the gloom and despondency of the present by speculating upon our chances of success in the future, a process which leads us to invent a great many chimerical hopes. Every one of them contains the germ of illusion, and disappointment is inevitable when our hopes are shattered by the hard facts of life." Again, Schopenhauer is telling us, don't fantasize about a better world, fantasize or imagine a worse world than the one you live in, and you will avoid disappointment. And as we'll see in the next paragraph, you'll have additional pleasures besides. Schopenhauer finishes this section by writing, "It is less hurtful to take the chances of misfortune as a theme for speculation, because in doing so, we provide ourselves at once with measures of precaution against it." I might say that by imagining what the loss of my wife and child or my job would be, I'm already thinking about how I would react and what steps I would take to prevent that loss. "And a pleasant surprise when it fails to make its appearance." Okay, this is the meaning behind the quip that the pessimist has only pleasant surprises. When things don't turn out as badly as he expects, he is pleasantly surprised because the situation is better. "Is it not a fact that we always feel a marked improvement in our spirits when we begin to get over a period of anxiety? I may go further and say that there is some use in occasionally looking upon terrible misfortunes, such as might happen to us, as though they had actually happened. For then, the trivial reverses, which subsequently come in reality, are much easier to bear." So against the backdrop of the calamity that I've imagined and prepared myself for and steeled myself against, the minor reversals, the first world problems that I genuinely face in reality, are much easier for me to accept. "It is a source of consolation to look back upon those great misfortunes which never happened. But in following out this rule, care must be taken not to neglect what I have said in the preceding section, that is, in section 13, about the proper governance of the imagination." So overall here in section 14, some good advice from Schopenhauer about the right way to handle our imagination, our fantasy life, so to speak. There's a bit of old proverbs that come to mind in thinking about this. I cried because I had no shoes until I met a man who had no feet. Thinking about the loss of what we have is going to be mentally healthier for us in appreciating what we have than being envious or speculating or fantasizing about what we might have. So that's a look at section 14 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 15 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer discusses how we should organize our thoughts and our attention, and the kind of freedom that we will achieve by practicing self-control. Here's what he writes. "The things which engage our attention, whether they are matters of business or ordinary events, are of such diverse kinds that, taken quite separately and in no fixed order or relation, they present a medley of the most glaring contrasts with nothing in common, except that they one and all affect us in particular. There must be a corresponding abruptness in the thoughts and anxieties which these various matters arouse in us, if our thoughts are to be in keeping with their various subjects." I think what Schopenhauer is saying here is that the matters that occupy us in our daily life from moment to moment are quite various, and if we allow our thoughts to track each one as it comes up, we'll be jumping around from issue to issue without sufficient attention. This will be hazardous to our happiness and peace of mind. He continues, "Therefore, in setting about anything, the first step is to withdraw our attention from everything else. This will enable us to attend to each matter at its own time, and to enjoy or put up with it, quite apart from any thought of our remaining interests. Our thoughts must be arranged, as it were, in little drawers so that we may open one without disturbing any of the others. He's recommending here a kind of mental compartmentalization. He goes on. In this way, we can keep the heavy burden of anxiety from weighing upon us so much as to spoil the little pleasures of the present, or from robbing us of our rest. Otherwise, the consideration of one matter will interfere with every other, and attention to some important business may lead us to neglect many affairs which happen to be of less moment. It is most important for anyone who is capable of higher and nobler thoughts to keep his mind from being so completely engrossed with private affairs and vulgar troubles as to let them take up all his attention and crowd out worthier matter. For that is, in a very real sense, to lose sight of the true end of life. Propter vitam vivendi perdere causas. And that's a quote from Juvenal. That means roughly to live in a way that destroys the reasons for living, to squander your life and merely to remain alive for a longer period of time. Of course, for this, as for so much else, self-control is necessary. Without it, we cannot manage ourselves in the way I have described. And self-control may not appear so very difficult if we consider that every man has to submit to a great deal of very severe control on the part of his surroundings, and that without it, no form of existence is possible. Further, a little self-control at the right moment may prevent much subsequent compulsion at the hands of others, just as a very small section of a circle close to the center may correspond to a part near the circumference 100 times as large. Nothing will protect us from external compulsions so much as the control of ourselves. And as Seneca says, to submit yourself to reason is the way to make everything else submit to you. Si tibi vis omnia subjicere, te subjice ratione. If you want to subject all things to yourself, first subject yourself to reason. Self-control, too, is something which we have in our own power. And if the worst comes to the worst, and it touches us in a very sensitive part, we can always relax its severity. But other people will pay no regard to our feelings if they have to use compulsion, and we shall be treated without pity or mercy. Therefore, it will be prudent to anticipate compulsion by self-control. That's the end of the section. What Schopenhauer here seems to be recommending is a kind of Stoic principle of rational self-control. We are going to be limited and controlled and directed by others, but to the extent that we can head this off and minimize it by exercising some rational self-control early on, we are grasping the circle, so to speak, closer to the center, where a smaller restriction on our freedom by ourselves can prevent a much larger coercive action against us by others and by our circumstances. This by way of also sort of preserving our peace of mind and our equanimity as we try to go through the inevitable sufferings of life. So that's my commentary on section 15 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll look at section 16 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 16 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims is very short. Here it is. We must set limits to our wishes, curb our desires, moderate our anger, always remembering that an individual can attain only an infinitesimal share in anything that is worth having, and that, on the other hand, everyone must incur many of the ills of life. In a word, we must bear and forbear, abstinere et sustinere, and if we fail to observe this rule, no position of wealth or power will prevent us from feeling wretched. This is what Horace means when he recommends us to study carefully and inquire diligently what will best promote a tranquil life, not to be always agitated by fruitless desires and fears and hopes for things which, after all, are not worth very much. And here Schopenhauer concludes by quoting 4 lines from a poem by Horace, the Roman poet, And I've brought it up here in the Loeb translation. Here it is. It means, amidst all this, you must read and question the wise, how you may be able to pass your days in tranquility. Is greed ever penniless to drive and harass you, or fears and hopes about things that profit little? Interesting advice here. Schopenhauer recommends to us never to forget that even the best of our life will always be an infinitesimal share of the good and of pleasure, and that we will always have to bear with a certain amount of suffering, a certain amount of travail in our life. If we forget this, if we begin thinking that the good in our life will be tremendous, large, and overwhelming, if we think that it will continue to increase, if we have this sort of aspiration to achieve a great amount of good in our life and happiness and pleasure, we're setting ourselves up for misery. And we will forget that the pain and sadness in life will always be there, even in the best of lives. And he says, no amount of wealth or power will make you anything other than wretched if you've forgotten that one truth. And so his practical advice here is very Schopenhauerian: set limits to your wishes, curb your desires, moderate your anger. We might say, don't aim at living a happy life, a pleasant life. Aim at living a tranquil life. Aim at living a life in such a frame of mind that you can enjoy the pleasures that come, that you can take what good is there for you, that you can endure what you must without being upset and wretched by your sort of subjective expectations of what you hope to acquire. This may be the way in which philosophy is a gateway to peace for Schopenhauer. That's my commentary on section 16 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll look at section 17 next. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Section 17 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims talks about the importance of making things, of overcoming resistance, of doing things, of being active for human happiness. In making these practical points, Schopenhauer touches on a couple of themes that I think would connect up with Pascal, looking backwards, and Nietzsche, looking forwards. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Life consists in movement, says Aristotle, and he is obviously right. We exist physically because our organism is the seat of constant motion, and if we are to exist intellectually, it can only be by means of continual occupation. No matter with what, so long as it is some form of practical or mental activity. You may see that this is so by the way in which people who have no work or nothing to think about immediately begin to beat the devil's tattoo with their knuckles, or a stick, or anything that comes handy. The truth is that our nature is essentially restless in its character. We very soon get tired of having nothing to do. It is intolerable boredom. Okay, think here of what Pascal calls diversion. This impulse to activity should be regulated and some sort of method introduced into it, which of itself will enhance the satisfaction we obtain. Activity, doing something, if possible, creating something, at any rate, learning something. How fortunate it is that men cannot exist without that. A man wants to use his strength to see, if he can, what effect it will produce, and he will get the most complete satisfaction of this desire if he can make or construct something, be it a book or a basket. There is a direct pleasure in seeing work grow under one's hands day by day, until at last it is finished. This is the pleasure attaching to a work of art, or manuscript, or even mere manual labor. And of course, the higher the work, the greater the pleasure it will give. I think here in this connection of an observation Aquinas makes somewhere about the value of making, of actually creating something, creating music, creating some tangible object as an important element of happiness, of engaging with the real world and not getting locked up inside your mind. We can also see a connection here to Nietzsche in talking about the use of strength to overcome resistance as being part of what human nature is about. We are restless. We want to see, we want to exercise our will against the world that resists us and to see something emerge gradually out of the activity of our will, that itself is a great pleasure. That's magnified by the order and method that we bring to it by our philosophical reflection and our planning and our psychological self-discipline. Schopenhauer continues. From this point of view, those are happiest of all who are conscious of the power to produce great works animated by some significant purpose. It gives a higher kind of interest, a sort of rare flavor, to the whole of their life, which, by its absence from the life of the ordinary man, makes it, in comparison, something very insipid. Okay, getting definite Nietzsche vibes here. For richly endowed natures, life and the world have a special interest beyond the mere everyday personal interest which so many others share, and something higher than that, a formal interest. It is from life and the world that they get the material for their works, and as soon as they are freed from the pressure of personal needs, it is to the diligent collection of material that they devote their whole existence. So with their intellect, it is to some extent a twofold character, and devoted partly to the ordinary affairs of every day, those matters of will which are common to them and the rest of mankind, and partly to their peculiar work, the pure and objective contemplation of existence. And while, on the stage of the world, most men play their little part and then pass away, the genius lives a double life, at once actor and spectator. Fascinating image here of the kind of elitism that Schopenhauer is imagining, the idea of the great man set apart from the ordinary run of men with whom he shares common daily needs, set apart by his awareness that he can do great deeds. He has this ability which he needs to cultivate, and which he devotes his life to collecting the materials for cultivating and doing. Almost we've got the beginning of what Nietzsche will later call the pathos of distance that characterizes greatness in culture and in individuals, the kind of awareness of greater ability. And then Schopenhauer says here, this kind of double life of the philosopher, the one who both acts in life, but then also is the spectator upon life, who engages, because he's able to, engages in this higher and objective contemplation of existence, who seeks not just to survive and to live and to thrive in a material and biological sense, but to know the world as it truly is at a spiritual level. So something of the spiritual elitism that characterizes the Nietzschean overman somewhat later. Let's continue with Schopenhauer then. Let everyone then do something according to the measure of his capacities. To have no regular work, no set sphere of activity, what a miserable thing it is. How often long travels, undertaken for pleasure, make a man downright unhappy, because the absence of anything that can be called occupation forces him, as it were, out of his right element. We might call that the misery of undirected leisure. Effort, struggles with difficulties, that is as natural to a man as grubbing in the ground is to a mole. To have all his wants satisfied is something intolerable, the feeling of stagnation which comes from pleasures that last too long. To overcome difficulties is to experience the full delight of existence, no matter where the obstacles are encountered, whether in the affairs of life, in commerce or business, or in mental effort, the spirit of inquiry that tries to master its subject. There is always something pleasurable in the struggle and the victory. And if a man has no opportunity to excite himself, he will do what he can to create one, and according to his individual bent, he will hunt or play cup and ball, or, led on by this unsuspected element in his nature, he will pick a quarrel with someone, or hatch a plot or intrigue, or take to swindling or rascally courses generally, all to put an end to a state of repose which is intolerable. As I have remarked, difficilis in otio quies, it is difficult to keep quiet if you have nothing to do. So that's the end of section 17. An interesting reflection here, both on the need to overcome difficulties. The full delight of existence, of being alive, is in overcoming difficulty. It's not in having all your desires satisfied. Happiness is not a kind of resting state that we achieve where we just sort of float on the pool with all of our needs met. Happiness, sort of the happiness of life, of living, is a matter of doing, of achieving, of overcoming. And that's the case both in the intellectual life and spiritual life and in the material and physical life. It's always a matter of making, of creating, of overcoming resistance, of overcoming entropy, we might say. So maybe shades here also, we can connect this with an observation of Aristotle's that we might ask of any man: with what activity does he fill his leisure hours? To be at leisure, we know this from Joseph Pieper, to be at leisure is to engage in a certain kind of activity, a certain kind of valuable activity. It's not simply to be idle, as Schopenhauer suggests here, sort of as an early psychologist. This would be misery to anyone, and most especially to the kind of man who knows he has greatness in him, who could do more, who was driven to collect materials from life for the creation of, the realization of some grand project. So that's chapter 17, section 17 from chapter 2 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. I hope you found my comments on it rewarding. We'll look at at section 18 next. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 18 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer warns us against the dangers of the misuse of the imagination. Here's what he writes. A man should avoid being led on by the phantoms of his imagination. This is not the same thing as to submit to the guidance of ideas clearly thought out. And yet, these are rules of life which most people pervert. If you examine closely into the circumstances which, in any deliberation, ultimately turn the scale in favor of some particular course, you will generally find the decision is influenced not by any clear arrangement of ideas leading to a formal judgment, but by some fanciful picture which seems to stand for one of the alternatives in question. I think part of what Schopenhauer is saying here is that our will is moved by imagination, by pictures, by desirable things, not by abstractions, by principles, by thoughts alone. So he'll elaborate in what follows. He continues. In one of Voltaire's or Diderot's romances, I forget the precise reference, the hero, standing like a young Hercules at the parting of the ways, can see no other representation of virtue than his old tutor holding a snuff-box in his left hand, from which he takes a pinch and moralizes, whilst vice appears in the shape of his mother's chambermaid. It is in youth more especially that the goal of our efforts comes to be a fanciful picture of happiness, which continues to hover before our eyes, sometimes for half and even for the whole of our life, a sort of mocking spirit. For when we think our dream is to be realized, the picture fades away, leaving us the knowledge that nothing of what it promised is actually accomplished. How often this is so with the visions of domesticity, the detailed picture of what our home will be like, or of life among our fellow citizens and in society, or again, of living in the country, the kind of house we shall have, its surroundings, the marks of honor and respect that will be paid to us, and so on, whatever our hobby may be. Chaque fois sa mère. I think a French proverb meaning roughly, to each his own, or it takes all sorts to make a world. It is often the same, too, with our dreams about one we love. And this is all quite natural, for the visions we conjure up affect us directly, as though they were real objects, and so they exercise a more immediate influence upon our will than an abstract idea, which gives merely a vague, general outline devoid of details. And the details are just the real part of it. We can be only indirectly affected by an abstract idea, and yet it is the abstract idea alone which will do as much as it promises. And it is the function of education to teach us to put our trust in it. Of course, the abstract idea must be occasionally explained, paraphrased as it were, by the aid of pictures, but discreetly, cum grano salis, that is, with a grain of salt. That's the end of the section. An interesting reflection here from Schopenhauer on the hazards of the imagination. Right? We face a danger in youth especially, but perhaps for some of us our whole life long, of chasing after the phantom of the beautiful life, which we imagine in such vivid detail that it just draws us towards it. Right? I'll have this kind of relationship, this kind of pleasant experiences, this kind of house. And those details, although they are imaginary, because they are so these vivid sensual details, they're real as dirt. They will draw us directly to it, where the idea, as a pure idea, requires a great deal of education and training to get us to understand and to move our will towards. The great example he cites from the book about the man whose virtue is represented by the old tutor, right? Not an attractive image, right? An old man taking snuff and sort of pontificating about virtue. Whereas what's vice look like? Vice, she's beautiful, right? She's very sensual. She's a particular woman that perhaps he's had this desire for. So it's not it's not difficult to see just where the weight of the will come down when faced with those levels of details. The last thing I might add here, just by way of comment, is his remark that this is in fact natural, that we are moved by details and less so by principles until we have acquired a great deal of education and effort. I think of this of an observation that somebody made to me a while ago about the nature of political rhetoric. The strategy of political rhetoric is, at election time, is to render all of the benefits of my favored policy in terms of very vivid, concrete details. This person who's just like you will have this much money to do this thing if we implement my policy. And it's to render the benefits of my opponent's policy, the policy that I oppose, in broad generalities, right? Well, they just want to respect, to pay off the rich, or to respect such and such, to achieve some goal, some good, which I suppose, while it's good, will be represented by me in terms of some sort of vague general abstraction, which doesn't really move the will, doesn't draw you towards it. If I had to give a picture of it at all, I'd give a picture of the old tutor with the snuff box, not of the sensuous chambermaid as an object of desire. So that's section 18 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll look at section 19 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 19 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer generalizes the rule that he articulated in section 18. Here's what he writes. The preceding rule may be taken as a special case of the more general maxim that a man should never let himself be mastered by the impressions of the moment, or indeed by outward appearances at all, which are incomparably more powerful in their effects than the mere play of thought or a train of ideas, not because these momentary impressions are rich in virtue of the data they supply, it is often just the contrary, but because they are something palpable to the senses and direct in their working. They forcibly invade our mind, disturbing our repose and shattering our resolutions. It is easy to understand that the thing which lies before our very eyes will produce the whole of its effect at once, but that time and leisure are necessary for the working of thought and the appreciation of argument, as it is impossible to think of everything at one and the same moment. This is why we are so allured by pleasure, in spite of all our determination to resist it, or so much annoyed by a criticism, even though we know that its author is totally incompetent to judge, or so irritated by an insult, though it comes from some very contemptible quarter. In the same way, to mention no other instances, 10 reasons for thinking that there is no danger may be outweighed by one mistaken notion that is actually at hand. All this shows the radical unreason of human nature. Women frequently succumb altogether to this predominating influence of present impressions, and there are few men so overweighted with reason as to escape suffering from a similar fate. That's the first half of section 19. Schopenhauer continuing this distinction between the influence of the senses and of the concrete immediate thing in front of us, the chambermaid from the previous section, and the work of thought. And the indication here is that by our very nature, we are irrational. We have a strong draw and preference towards what is concrete, what is sensible, what is in front of us, because it offers all of its good at one moment. We can see all the benefit, all the effect of it right there in front of us. The working of thought requires time to understand and time to grasp. It is going to be the work of a much more mature and civilized and well-governed self. So there's the sort of nature that's built in. Schopenhauer continues. If it is impossible to resist the effects of some external influence by the mere play of thought, the best thing to do is to neutralize it by some contrary influence. For example, the effect of an insult may be overcome by seeking the society of those who have a good opinion of us. And the unpleasant sensation of imminent danger may be avoided by fixing our attention on the means of warding it off. Leibniz tells of an Italian who managed to bear up under the tortures of the rack by never for a moment ceasing to think of the gallows which would have awaited him had he revealed his secret. He kept crying out, "I see it! I see it!" afterwards explaining that this was part of his plan. It is from some such reason as this that we find it so difficult to stand alone in a matter of opinion, not to be made irresolute by the fact that everyone else disagrees with us and acts accordingly, even though we are quite sure that they are in the wrong. Take the case of a fugitive king who is trying to avoid capture. How much consolation he must find in the ceremonious and submissive attitude of a faithful follower, exhibited secretly so as not to betray his master's strict incognito. It must be almost necessary to prevent him doubting his own existence. That's the end of section 19. Two really interesting points here, I think, in these final paragraphs. First, that essentially, given that we recognize the irrationality of our nature and our inclination to overvalue the immediate and the sensible and the pleasant over the work of the hard work of thought and discipline and philosophy, we ought to try to beat the senses at their own game. If we know that we will take offense at an insult, no matter how ungrounded, we should then try to surround ourselves with people who will pull our nature in the contrary direction. And then this last paragraph, really fascinating to me in an era of social media, he says this explains why we find it so difficult, even when we're certain we are right, to bear up under the social pressure of everyone else thinking otherwise. It's because of this irrational natural inclination we have to overvalue what is immediate, what is concrete, what is right in front of us, which here would be the opposition of the masses, and to undervalue, relative to its true worth, the value of thought and of truth and of our reasoned conclusions. So the image of the fugitive king, who requires, really kind of psychologically in order to function, requires the secretly given, hidden honors given to him by the one retainer traveling with him who knows his royal status. Very, very interesting, I think, and powerful image to carry forward for the lessons of section 19. So that's the end of section 19. Section 20 is the last section of chapter 2. We'll look at that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Bye. Section 20 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims is the final section of chapter 2 on our relation to ourselves. I think you'll find that it starts out a little bit odd with a discussion of physical exercise, but it finishes strong. I think you'll really enjoy it. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. In the first part of this work, I have insisted upon the great value of health as the chief and most important element in happiness. Let me emphasize and confirm what I have there said by giving a few general rules as to its preservation. The way to harden the body is to impose a great deal of labor and effort upon it in the days of good health, to exercise it both as a whole and in its several parts, and to habituate it to withstand all kinds of noxious influences. But on the appearance of any illness or disorder, either in the body as a whole or in any of its parts, a contrary course should be taken, and every means used to nurse the body, or the part of it which is affected, and to spare it any effort, for what is ailing and debilitated cannot be hardened. The muscles may be strengthened by a vigorous use of them, but not so the nerves. They are weakened by it. Therefore, while exercising the muscles in every way that is suitable, care should be taken to spare the nerves as much as possible. The eyes, for instance, should be protected from too strong a light, especially when it is reflected light, from any straining of them in the dark, and from the long-continued examination of minute objects, and the ears from too loud sounds. Above all, the brain should never be forced or used too much or at the wrong time. Let it have a rest during digestion, for then the same vital energy which forms thoughts in the brain has a great deal of work to do elsewhere. I mean, in the digestive organs, where it prepares chyme and chyle. For similar reasons, the brain should never be used during or immediately after violent muscular exercise. For the motor nerves are, in this respect, on a par with the sensory nerves. The pain felt when a limb is wounded has its seat in the brain. And in the same way, it is not really our legs and arms which work and move. It is the brain, or more strictly, that part of it which, through the medium of the spine, excites the nerves in the limbs and sets them in motion. Accordingly, when our arms and legs feel tired, the true seat of this feeling is in the brain. This is why it is only in connection with those muscles which are set in motion consciously and voluntarily, in other words, depend for their action upon the brain, that any feeling of fatigue can arise. This is not the case with those muscles which work involuntarily, like the heart. It is obvious then that injury is done to the brain if violent muscular exercise and intellectual exertion are forced upon it at the same moment, or at very short intervals. I'll pause here about halfway through section 20 to just post a little bit of incredulity. I'm not certain that this advice holds up, although it is very revealing of Schopenhauer's attitude towards a practical philosophy, something that unites an account of the body, the brain, the mind, as we'll see in what follows. Back to Schopenhauer. What I say stands in no contradiction with the fact that at the beginning of a walk, or at any period of a short stroll, there often comes a feeling of enhanced intellectual vigor. The parts of the brain that come into play have had no time to become tired, and besides, slight muscular exercise conduces to activity of the respiratory organs and causes a purer and more oxidated supply of arterial blood to mount to the brain. It is most important to allow the brain the full measure of sleep which is necessary to restore it. For sleep is to a man's whole nature what winding up is to a clock. This measure will vary directly with the development and activity of the brain. To overstep the measure is mere waste of time, because if that is done, sleep gains only so much in length as it loses in depth. And here Schopenhauer adds an interesting footnote, which I'll read to you. Here's the footnote. Sleep is a morsel of death borrowed to keep up and renew the part of life which is exhausted by the day. Le sommeil est un emprunt fait à la mort. Or it might be said that sleep is the interest we have to pay on the capital which is called in at death. And the higher the rate of interest, and the more regularly it is paid, the further the date of redemption is postponed. Okay, I have to say, I love that footnote, the image of sleep as interest we pay on the capital of our lives. The more we pay as we go along, the more we sleep, the longer we can postpone the redemption date of our death. Contrariwise, the less we sleep, the more we economize on sleep here, the less interest we're paying, the sooner the loan will be called in, that our death arrives more quickly. I think that's a great image, regardless whether we agree with the practical advice or not. Back to the main text of Schopenhauer. It should be clearly understood that thought is nothing but the organic function of the brain, and it has to obey the same laws in regard to exertion and repose as any other organic function. The brain can be ruined by overstrain, just like the eyes. As the function of the stomach is to digest, so it is that of the brain to think. The notion of a soul as something elementary and immaterial, merely lodging in the brain and needing nothing at all for the performance of its essential function, which consists in always and unweariedly thinking, has undoubtedly driven many people to foolish practices, leading to a deadening of the intellectual powers. Frederick the Great even once tried to form the habit of doing without sleep altogether. It would be well if professors of philosophy refrained from giving currency to a notion which is attended by practical results of a pernicious character. But then this is just what professorial philosophy does, in its old womanish endeavor to keep on good terms with the catechism. A man should accustom himself to view his intellectual capacities in no other light than that of physiological functions, and to manage them accordingly, nursing or exercising them as the case may be, remembering that every kind of physical suffering, malady, or disorder, in whatever part of the body it occurs, has its effect upon the mind. The best advice I know on this subject is given by Cabanis in his Rapport du physique et du moral de l'homme. Through neglect of this rule, many men of genius and great scholars have become weak-minded and childish, or even gone quite mad as they grew old. To take no other instances, there can be no doubt that the celebrated English poets of the early part of this century, Scott, Wordsworth, Southey, became intellectually dull and incapable towards the end of their days, nay, soon after passing their 60th year, and that their imbecility can be traced to the fact that, at that period of life, they were all led on by the promise of high pay to treat literature as a trade and to write for money. This seduced them into an unnatural abuse of their intellectual powers. And a man who puts his Pegasus into harness and urges on his muse with the whip will have to pay a penalty similar to that which is exacted by the abuse of other kinds of power. And even in the case of Kant, I suspect that the second childhood of his last 4 years was due to overwork in later life, and after he had succeeded in becoming a famous man. Every month of the year has its own peculiar and direct influence upon health and bodily condition generally, nay, even upon the state of the mind. It is an influence dependent upon the weather. That's the end of section 20 and the end of chapter 2 of Counsels and Maxims. I think some real Schopenhauerian style here, first with the condemnation of the sort of Cartesian idea of the ghost in the machine, the soul that somehow is not physiological and so doesn't depend upon the body. Schopenhauer insisting, here I think correctly, that everything in the body affects the mind, and the brain certainly requires a certain amount of care as a bodily organ. And then this fantastic snarling at the professors of philosophy, encouraging a notion which is attended by practical results of a pernicious character. Okay, we would please beg the philosophers of our time to stop ruining people's lives, Schopenhauer says. So I think this has been an interesting conclusion to this chapter on our relation to ourselves. We'll break into section 21 and the next chapter on our relation to others in another video. Thanks very much for watching. Goodbye. Chapter 3 of Counsels and Maxims is titled Our Relation to Others. It is a little bit shorter than the previous section on our relation to ourselves, and Schopenhauer begins it in section 21 with a discussion of toleration, of how to put up with people who annoy us, how we should conduct ourselves, conduct our minds, in order not to lose our equanimity. A good deal of Schopenhauer's thought in this section, I think, flows from his determinism, as we'll see. Here's the text. In making his way through life, a man will find it useful to be ready and able to do two things: to look ahead and to overlook. The one will protect him from loss and injury, the other from disputes and squabbles. No one who has to live amongst men should absolutely discard any person who has his due place in the order of nature, even though he is very wicked or contemptible or ridiculous. He must accept him as an unalterable fact, unalterable because the necessary outcome of an eternal fundamental principle. And in bad cases, he should remember the words of Mephistopheles, Es muss auch solche Käuze geben. There must be fools and rogues in the world. That's a quote from Goethe's Faust. If he acts otherwise, he will be committing an injustice and giving a challenge of life and death to the man he discards. No one can alter his own peculiar individuality, his moral character, his intellectual capacity, his temperament or physique. And if we go so far as to condemn a man from every point of view, there will be nothing left him but to engage us in deadly conflict, for we are practically allowing him the right to exist only on condition that he becomes another man, which is impossible. His nature forbids it. I think Schopenhauer is giving us here some good advice about toleration, and it's summed up in something somebody said to me once, that we ought to remember for any person who bothers us that given the kind of person he is, the kind of character he has, his own behavior follows from that. Right? If he is a coward, he will behave as a coward behaves. To expect a coward to behave courageously is simply a fundamental mistake. So the error here is in your expectations. I think that Schopenhauer is saying something similar here. One with the regard to no one should discard, by here I mean he thinks reject utterly any human being. Why? Because if you declare yourself against him in every respect, you can expect nothing but hostility in return to him. You are telling him that he may exist or be part of your life only if he becomes a totally different man. This no one can do. As I said, I think this follows from Schopenhauer's determinism. Since no one can change his character, his intellectual capacity, etc., to relate to people only on condition that they do change those things is to make enemies, more enemies than you need. How should we deal with people then? How should we behave? Schopenhauer speaks to that next. Here's what he says. So if you have to live amongst men, you must allow everyone the right to exist in accordance with the character he has, whatever it turns out to be. And all you should strive to do is to make use of this character in such a way as its kind of nature permits, rather than to hope for any alteration in it, or to condemn it offhand for what it is. It's valuable advice, I think, that how should you relate to people? Well, let them be what they are, make use of their character, rather than trying to change it or condemn it. Okay? Don't try to change them because you can't change them. Don't condemn them because they can't change themselves. Rather, try to find a place for them in your life, in your happiness. Try to make use of their character in the overall scheme of things in your life. That's the intelligent way to react to other people, especially people of a difficult character. Schopenhauer continues, "This is the true sense of the maxim, live and let live." That, however, is a task which is difficult in proportion as it is right. And he is a happy man who can, once and for all, avoid having to do with a great many of his fellow creatures. Okay. As we'd expect from Schopenhauer, solitude should be the rule, engagement with as few people as possible, so we have to put up with as few people as possible. We have to find a use for the characters, the unpleasant characters, of as few people as possible. How do we deal with people? Schopenhauer speaks to that next. Here's what he says. The art of putting up with people may be learned by practicing patience on inanimate objects, which, in virtue of some mechanical or general physical necessity, oppose a stubborn resistance to our freedom of action, a form of patience which is required every day. The patience thus gained may be applied to our dealings with men, by accustoming ourselves to regard their opposition, wherever we encounter it, as the inevitable outcome of their nature, which sets itself up against us in virtue of the same rigid law of necessity as governs the resistance of inanimate objects. To become indignant at their conduct is as foolish as to be angry with a stone because it rolls into your path. And with many people, the wisest thing you can do is to resolve to make use of those whom you cannot alter. And that's the end of the section. And I think an interesting suggestion here, practically, that we can learn patience by practicing on inanimate objects. I treat the bolt that I can't turn in my workshop or the lawnmower that I can't start as an important training for me in learning to deal with material objects, physical objects, which, not willfully or maliciously, resist my will. I want them to do something, they won't do it. So I have to figure out how to make use of them. I have to figure out a way around them. This prepares me for when I confront, a coworker who's incompetent or a cop who's aggressive towards me. I can't change these people. The best I can do is make use of them and find a place for them in my overall scheme of things. If I get angry at them for being the way they are, I'm not able to live happily. That's just the wrong way to approach it. I should treat them like the rusted bolt in my workshop, a thing that I can deal with. When I can't change it, I should make use of it as it is, rather than raging against it internally and losing my peace of mind. So that's section 21 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll look at section 22 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 22 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer discusses how similarity and difference of character affects our social habits. At the end of the section, he says a bit about mood and the way that memory affects our interaction with people and events. Here's what he writes. Let's see. It is astonishing how easily and how quickly similarity or difference of mind and disposition makes itself felt between one man and another as soon as they begin to talk. Every little trifle shows it. When two people of totally different natures are conversing, almost everything said by the one will, in a greater or less degree, displease the other, and in many cases produce positive annoyance, even though the conversation turn upon the most out-of-the-way subject, or one in which neither of the parties has any real interest. People of similar nature, on the other hand, immediately come to a kind of general agreement, and if they are cast very much in the same mold, complete harmony, or even unison, will flow from their intercourse. This explains two circumstances. First of all, it shows why it is that common, ordinary people are so sociable and find good company wherever they go. Ah, those good, dear, brave people. It is just the contrary with those who are not of the common run, and the less they are so, the more unsociable they become, so that if, in their isolation, they chance to come across someone in whose nature they can find even a single sympathetic chord, be it ever so minute, they show extraordinary pleasure in his society. For one man can be to another only so much as the other is to him. Great minds are like eagles, and build their nests in some lofty solitude. I think it's a brilliant bit of observation from Schopenhauer, with himself perhaps in mind, why it is that common people can be so friendly and so easily sociable, and why it is that the exceptional people, perhaps the German philosophers, find it very difficult to be friendly, to find people with whom they can have a real fellow feeling, and and for that reason they are so taciturn and unsocial, antisocial. So Schopenhauer continues. Secondly, we are enabled to understand how it is that people of like disposition so quickly get on with one another, as though they were drawn together by magnetic force, kindred souls greeting each other from afar. Of course, the most frequent opportunity of observing this is afforded by people of vulgar tastes and inferior intellect, but only because their name is legion, while those who are better off in this respect and of a rarer nature are not often to be met with. They are called rare because you seldom find them. Take the case of a large number of people who have formed themselves into a league for the purpose of carrying out some practical object. If there be two rascals among them, they will recognize each other as rapidly as if they bore a similar badge, and will at once conspire for some misfeasance or treachery. In the same way, if you can imagine, per is impossible, a large company of very intelligent and clever people, amongst whom there are only two blockheads, these two will be sure to be drawn together by a feeling of sympathy, and each of them will very soon secretly rejoice at having found at least one intelligent person in the whole company. It is really quite curious to see how two such men, especially if they are morally and intellectually of an inferior type, will recognize each other at first sight. With what zeal they will strive to become intimate, how affably and cheerily they will run to greet each other just as though they were old friends. It is also striking that one is tempted to embrace the Buddhist doctrine of metempsychosis and presume that they were on familiar terms in some former state of existence. Here again we'll see perhaps that the vulgar, the common, the low quality have a certain kind of advantage over the exceptional, the brilliant, and the morally superior, simply in terms of being more people whom they might recognize and associate with. Schopenhauer continues. Still, in spite of all this general agreement, men are kept apart who might come together, or in some cases, a passing discord springs up between them. This is due to diversity of mood. You will hardly ever see two people exactly in the same frame of mind, for that is something which varies with their condition of life, their occupation, surroundings, health, the train of thought they are in at the moment, and so on. These differences give rise to a discord between persons of the most harmonious disposition. Since moods can separate people who are by mind and disposition inclined to be sympathetic. To correct the balance properly, so as to remove the disturbance, to introduce, as it were, a uniform temperature, is a work demanding a very high degree of culture. The extent to which uniformity of mood is productive of good fellowship may be measured by its effects upon a large company. When, for instance, a great many people are gathered together and presented with some objective interest which works upon all alike and influences them in a similar way, no matter what it may be, a common danger or hope, some great news, a spectacle, a play, a piece of music, or anything of that kind, you will find them roused to a mutual expression of thought and a display of sincere interest. There will be a general feeling of pleasure amongst them, for that which attracts their attention produces a unity of mood by overpowering all private and personal interests. People who are old enough might remember, of course, the effect that the 9/11 attacks had upon Americans and the general sympathy that obtained for several days afterwards. I think that's the kind of thing Schopenhauer is speaking of here. He continues. And in default of some objective interest of the kind I have mentioned, recourse is usually had to something subjective. A bottle of wine is not an uncommon means of introducing a mutual feeling of fellowship, and even tea and coffee are used for a like end. The discord which so easily finds its way into all society as an effect of the different moods in which people happen to be at the moment also in part explains why it is that memory always idealizes and sometimes almost transfigures the attitude we have taken up at any period of the past, a change due to our inability to remember all the fleeting influences which disturbed us on any given occasion. Memory is in this respect like the lens of a camera obscura. It contracts everything within its range and so produces a much finer picture than the actual landscape affords. And in the case of a man, absence always goes some way towards securing this advantageous light. For though the idealizing tendency of the memory requires time to complete its work, it begins it at once. Hence, it is a prudent thing to see your friends and acquaintances only at considerable intervals of time, and on meeting them again, you will observe that memory has been at work. That's the end of the section. An interesting, again, kind of Schopenhauerian, acerbic observation that our memory aids in our friendships by by helping us to forget the details that annoy us. So we're best advised to see our friends only occasionally. When we see them again, he suggests, we will be annoyed by all those little details that the camera obscura of memory omitted from our direct attention during the interval. So there's Schopenhauer's discussion of mood and temperament and how it affects our social relations. We'll look at section 23 next. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 23 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer continues his discussion of the social penalty that the intellectually superior have to bear. Here's how he puts it. No man can see over his own height. Let me explain what I mean. You cannot see in another man any more than you have in yourself, and your own intelligence strictly determines the extent to which he comes within your grasp. If your intelligence is of a very low order, mental qualities in another, even though they be of the highest kind, will have no effect at all upon you. You will see nothing in their possessor except the meanest side of his individuality. In other words, just those parts of his character and disposition which are weak and defective. Your whole estimate of the man will be confined to his defects, and his higher mental qualities will no more exist for you than colors exist for those who cannot see. Intellect is invisible to the man who has none. In any attempt to criticize another's work, the range of knowledge possessed by the critic is as essential a part of his verdict as the claims of the work itself. Now, I'm reminded here of a statement that a film critic I know makes, that no writer can write a character who's more intelligent than himself. That is, that the movie characters and fiction characters are limited by the widest expanse of the intelligence of their creator. They can't be brighter or cleverer than the person behind them. Something similar seems to be going on here. Schopenhauer is telling us that you can't appreciate qualities that are above your head. Whatever your limit is, that's the limit of your possible engagement with other people. And as we'll see in a moment, this has consequences for a person of high intellect when he tries to relate to other people. Schopenhauer continues. Hence, intercourse with others involves a process of leveling down. The qualities which are present in one man and absent in another cannot come into play when they meet, and the self-sacrifice which this entails upon one of the parties calls forth no recognition from the other. In other words, people must meet at the lowest common denominator, or the highest common denominator, and that means that this is going to be asymmetrical in some cases. One person's going to have to give up much more to come down to a level at which they have something in common and can speak to the other person. This will not be recognized or acknowledged by the person who hasn't had to come down, Schopenhauer says. He continues, consider how sordid, how stupid, in a word, how vulgar most men are. And you will see that it is impossible to talk to them without becoming vulgar yourself for the time being. Vulgarity is in this respect like electricity. It is easily distributed. You will then fully appreciate the truth and propriety of the expression to make yourself cheap. And you will be glad to avoid the society of people whose only possible point of contact with you is just that part of your nature of which you have the least reason to be proud. Don't become more common by associating with the common, seems to be the rule. So you will see that in dealing with fools and blockheads, there is only one way of showing your intelligence, by having nothing to do with them. That means, of course, that when you go into society, you may now and then feel like a good dancer who gets an invitation to a ball and on arriving finds that everyone is lame. With whom is he to dance? That's the end of section 23 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. Some very witty reflections upon the burden to be borne, Schopenhauer says, by the intellectually superior, perhaps having himself and his own experience in mind. We'll take a look at section 24 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 24 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims is very short, and here it is. I feel respect for the man, and he is 1 in 100, who, when he is waiting or sitting unoccupied, refrains from rattling or beating time with anything that happens to be handy, his stick, or a knife and fork, or whatever else it may be. The probability is that he is thinking of something. With a large number of people, it is quite evident that their power of sight completely dominates over their power of thought. They seem to be conscious of existence only when they are making a noise, unless indeed they happen to be smoking, for this serves a similar end. It is for the same reason that they never fail to be all eyes and ears for what is going on around them. That's the end of the section. I said it was short. What do we have here? We have a complaint, a pair of complaints. First, about fidgeters, about people who are always tapping and making a noise, right? Tapping their fingers. Or maybe making noises under their breath as they're just sitting idly in a place waiting for a doctor or something. Dum 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 bum 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 bum. I can imagine Schopenhauer just going crazy here, listening to these people. What are these people doing? These are non-thinkers who are disrupting the thought process of that 1 man in 100 who would like to actually think. And this seems like a sort of a piece with Schopenhauer's complaints in this part about people with whom one must socialize. If one is a thinker, a philosopher, a person of quality, he thinks. His second complaint is related. It is about people whose power of sight, or whose senses generally, dominates over their power of thought. And so they're always looking about themselves. They seem to be, it's a great line here, they seem to be conscious of their own existence only when they're making a noise, only when they're drawing attention to themselves, only when they're disturbing other people. Maybe another element of this easy sociability of the ordinary common person, the vulgar, and the way it interferes with the attempts of the non-vulgar, the superior man, the scholar perhaps, in Schopenhauer's model, to try to actually think and to use his mind and to be something more than a sensual being. unless they're also smoking. Smoking, he thinks, at least in his time, the 1840s, 1850s, seems to serve a similar sort of end. It's the kind of fidgeting of the restless mind. A very Pascalian point here about people's inability to sit still with their own thoughts. I think that's being brought up into Schopenhauer's practical philosophy here as a related point. And the final suggestion is such people are also nosy and gossipy. They're always interested in what's going on around them. They're always overhearing conversations. They're peering around corners, getting curious about what's happening. Why? Because their minds are so wired into their senses that this is all that they know. Right? If they're forced to sit idle waiting for something, they're making noise. If they're not, they're active, not thinking, not introspecting, but looking around for things to listen to, things to hear, things to see. They're pests, Schopenhauer seems to say. So that is section 24 of Counsels and Maxims, part of this chapter on our relation to others. Section 25 is also short. We'll talk about that one in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 25 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer takes up the question of the difference between being loved and being revered or venerated by other people. Here's what he writes. La Rochefoucauld makes the striking remark that it is difficult to feel deep veneration and great affection for one and the same person. If this is so, we shall have to choose whether it is veneration or love that we want from our fellow man. Their love is always selfish, though in very different ways, and the means used to gain it are not always of a kind to make us proud. A man is loved by others mainly in the degree in which he moderates his claim on their good feeling and intelligence. But he must act genuinely in the matter, and without dissimulation, not merely out of forbearance, which is at bottom a kind of contempt. This calls to mind a very true observation of Helvetius. The amount of intellect necessary to please us is a most accurate measure of the amount of intellect we have ourselves. With these remarks as premises, it is easy to draw the conclusion. And I think, for the sake of people following along, the conclusion must be that in order to be loved by the people, we must moderate our claim on their feeling and their intellect. In other words, we must lower ourselves to their intellectual level and not ask too much of them. That is to say, that to be loved is precisely to have sacrificed some of your intellectual integrity and power. Schopenhauer continues. Now, with veneration, the case is just the opposite. It is wrung from men reluctantly, and for that very reason, mostly concealed. Hence, as compared with love, veneration gives more real satisfaction, for it is connected with personal value, and the same is not directly true of love, which is subjective in its nature, whilst veneration is objective. To be sure, it is more useful to be loved than to be venerated. That's the end of the section. This interesting set of contrasts here. There is a very Nietzschean point, I think, here about the value of inspiring a certain kind of admiration by other people through the quality and strength of your inner character and your intellect, but that this kind of admiration is wrung from people like a sponge, almost unwillingly. They have to concede that you are exceptional, that they do revere you, but for this very reason, this is concealed. They don't openly express this attitude. That seems like an observation that Nietzsche, the psychologist, could do a great deal with. Love, on the other hand, he says, the people's love is selfish. So to have affection for you, this requires that you not demand too much of them in terms of their feeling, in terms of their intellect, that you, as I said before, lower yourself to their level. Obviously here, between veneration and love, Schopenhauer is suggesting to prefer the harder path of being venerated, of being a person of true quality, whose quality will call forth this reverence on the part of the people, but not necessarily their affection and their love. Another helpful contrast here, an obvious contrast, would be with Machiavelli and his observation about being feared and being loved. Both Schopenhauer and Machiavelli both seem to be leaning upon the premise that the vast majority of people are just bad, and this badness will drive their behavior and their love, but the wise person needs to understand this and adjust his expectations accordingly. So very, very good reflection, I think, on this observation by La Rochefoucauld that veneration and affection are not normally attached to the same person. So we should be mindful of the difference between them and the difference between the conditions that inspire them and their utility. So that's the end of section 25 of Counsels and Maxims. We'll look at section 26 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 26 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer discusses some of the social consequences of the common run of people being rather shallow and self-centered. Since they are incapable of taking an objective view of things, they filter all conversations and all interactions through the lens of their own subjective interests. Here's what he writes. Most men are so thoroughly subjective that nothing really interests them but themselves. They always think of their own case as soon as ever any remark is made, and their whole attention is engrossed and absorbed by the merest chance reference to anything which affects them personally, be it never so remote, with the result that they have no power left for forming an objective view of things. Should the conversation take that turn, neither can they admit any validity in arguments which tell against their interest or their vanity. Hence their attention is easily distracted. They are so readily offended, insulted, and annoyed that in discussing any impersonal matter with them, no care is too great to avoid letting your remarks bear the slightest possible reference to the very worthy and sensitive individuals whom you have before you. For anything you may say will perhaps hurt their feelings. People really care about nothing that does not affect them personally. True and striking observations, fine, subtle, and witty things are lost upon them. They cannot understand or feel them. But anything that disturbs their petty vanity in the most remote and indirect way, or reflects prejudicially upon their exceedingly precious selves, to that they are most tenderly sensitive. In this respect, they are like the little dog whose toes you are so apt to tread upon inadvertently. You know it by the shrill bark it sets up. Or again, they resemble a sick man covered with sores and boils, with whom the greatest care must be taken to avoid unnecessary handling. And in some people, this feeling reaches such a pass that, if they are talking with anyone, and he exhibits, or does not sufficiently conceal, his intelligence and discernment, they look upon it as a downright insult, although for the moment they hide their ill will, and the unsuspecting author of it afterward ruminates in vain upon their conduct, and racks his brains to discover what in the world he could have done to excite their malice and hatred. But it is just as easy to flatter and win them over. And this is why their judgment is usually corrupt, and why their opinions are swayed, not by what is really true and right, but by the favor of the party or class to which they belong. And the ultimate reason of it all is that in such people, force of will greatly predominates over knowledge, and hence their meager intellect is wholly given up to the service of the will, and can never free itself from that service for a moment. Astrology furnishes a magnificent proof of this miserable subjective tendency in men, which leads them to see everything only as bearing upon themselves, and to think of nothing that is not straightway made into a personal matter. The aim of astrology is to bring the motions of these celestial bodies into relation with the wretched ego, and to establish a connection between a comet in the sky and squabbles and rascalities here on Earth. That's the end of section 26. An interesting set of observations, I think, about subjectivity and objectivity. People self-centered and shallow, incapable of objective thinking. The person who does think that way, the philosopher, perhaps the Schopenhauerian, needs to take warning that such people will take offense at anything that seems to reflect poorly upon themselves. They're very, very sensitive, being so thoroughly, how shall I say this, so thoroughly embedded in their own personal affairs. They can't see anything as being impersonal or non-personal. So one ought to be careful how one speaks about them. On the other hand, says Schopenhauer, they're very easy to manipulate because they don't take account of the truth of things. They take account of party advantage or vanity and petty concerns like that. I think one more interesting thing about this section is the way that Schopenhauer identifies the common, the petty, the vulgar, the self-centered and shallow with strength of will, just the opposite of what we would expect from Nietzsche, coming sometime later and under some influence from Schopenhauer. Here, being allied to the will dominating over the intellect, is a bad thing for Schopenhauer. For Nietzsche, the will, something much more creative in terms of will to power. And we can recall that Nietzsche defines his will to power in contrast to what he says in Schopenhauer is the will to nothingness, the will to the annihilation of the self. So here, the ego is taken as being, the focus on the ego is taken to being a feature of the worst sort of people. In Nietzsche, it seems like it may be an element of a better sort of person. So an interesting contrast there. But still, Schopenhauer, I think, still witty throughout his comparison of these type of people to a little dog which barks when you step on its toes, or, rather more disgustingly, a man covered with boils whom you have to be very delicate with so that you don't move him more than you need to and get any of that stuff on you. So that's section 26 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll talk about section 27 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 27 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer gives us some brief advice about what to do when people are just wrong. So here's what he writes. When any wrong statement is made, whether in public or in society or in books, and well received, or at any rate not refuted, that is no reason why you should despair or think that there the matter will rest. You should comfort yourself with the reflection that the question will be afterwards gradually subjected to examination. Light will be thrown upon it. It will be thought over, considered, discussed, and generally, in the end, the correct view will be reached. So that after a time, the length of which will depend upon the difficulty of the subject, everyone will come to understand that which a clear head saw at once. In the meantime, of course, you must have patience. He who can see truly in the midst of general infatuation is like a man whose watch keeps good time when all the clocks in the town in which he lives, are wrong. He alone knows the right time, but what use is that to him? For everyone goes by the clocks which speak false, not even excepting those who know that his watch is the only one that is right. That's the end of the section. It's an interesting observation here. Almost feels like a kind of atypical optimism from Schopenhauer, noting that if there's a wrong opinion that achieves popular acceptance, don't despair. It will, generally and for the most part, work itself out. It may take years and years, but eventually, most of the time, people will come to see what the truth of the matter is, which maybe your clear head and clear eyes saw immediately. In the meantime, don't despair, don't give up your equanimity, your peace of mind, and have patience. Okay? And the great metaphor here, sort of similar to the metaphor at the end of section 23, about a man invited to a ball who finds he's the only good dancer, right? Who can he dance with? Here is the situation of a man whose watch keeps good time, but it's no use to him because everybody else goes by the wrong clocks in the town. And here's what's important. Even people who know that you are right, that your watch is the correct one, well, they have to conform themselves, they feel, to the time that everybody else observes. So you are, as it were, the man with the one correct time in a world of people who conform themselves to popular opinion. I think Schopenhauer is suggesting that this is simply the way it's going to be sometimes with respect to popular opinion and truth. Your possession of the truth is not going to give you some sort of magical persuasive power over people. A lot of times you're just going to have to wait. You're going to have to be willing to endure the folly of this sort of popular superstition of people following these wrong clocks, with maybe some consolation that, in general, people will eventually come around, right? Slowly, painfully, after a great deal of effort, to the view that you yourself began with. I think the key point here is the sort of stoical point. Don't sacrifice your own peace of mind by choosing fury instead of patience. Simply be patient. That's what you will have to endure if you're right when everybody else is wrong. That's section 27 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll take a look at section 28 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 28 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer advises us not to overindulge our friends and not to depend too much on them, or especially not to let them know that we depend on them. Here's what he writes. Men are like children in that if you spoil them, they become naughty. Therefore, it is well not to be too indulgent or charitable with anyone. You may take it as a general rule that you will not lose a friend by refusing him a loan, but that you are very likely to do so by granting it. And for similar reasons, you will not readily alienate people by being somewhat proud and careless in your behavior. But if you are very kind and complaisant towards them, you will often make them arrogant and intolerable, and so a breach will ensue. There is one thing that, more than any other, throws people absolutely off their balance: the thought that you are dependent upon them. This is sure to produce an insolent and domineering manner towards you. There are some people, indeed, who become rude if you enter into any kind of relation with them. For instance, if you have occasion to converse with them frequently upon confidential matters, they soon come to fancy that they can take liberties with you, and so they try to transgress the laws of politeness. This is why there are so few with whom you care to become more intimate, and why you should avoid familiarity with vulgar people. If a man comes to think that I am more dependent upon him than he is upon me, he at once feels as though I had stolen something from him, and his endeavor will be to have his vengeance and get it back. The only way to attain superiority in dealing with men is to let it be seen that you are independent of them. And in this view, it is advisable to let every one of your acquaintance, whether man or woman, feel now and then that you could very well dispense with their company. This will consolidate friendship. Nay, with most people there will be no harm in occasionally mixing a grain of disdain with your treatment of them. This will make them value your friendship all the more. Che non istima bien stimato, as the subtle Italian proverb has it. To disregard is to win regard. But if we really think very highly of a person, we should conceal it from him like a crime. This is not a very gratifying thing to do, but it is right. Why, a dog will not bear being treated too kindly, let alone a man. Some interesting advice from Schopenhauer here. First, about not overindulging our friends, not making them feel that we are universally and without exception kind and compliant with them. If we let them treat us like a doormat, they will come to despise us, he suggests. And he suggests also that the feeling of dependence, if people know that we depend upon them, instead of becoming more gracious and caring for us, they will come to resent us. And this seems to reflect a certain view of human nature, that people don't like being depended upon. It seems to put them under an obligation which they resent. This advice that even with your friends and acquaintances, be disdainful a little bit. Let them know, yeah, I could walk away from this friendship. I don't need you. If you do this, interestingly, his conclusion is this will consolidate your friendship. This will make them value your acquaintance all the more if they know that they have to earn it and be worthy of it, rather than feeling that it's simply something that they are entitled to. So it's a little bit of advice perhaps to estimate yourself and your friendship highly as something that other people have access to. To be willing to disregard them is to win their regard, is to win their attachment as they work to remain your friend. And then this final advice that if we think very highly of a person, don't let him know so. This would also, he suggests, undermine your relationship with him. So it's interesting advice, I think, overall, this idea that mix a grain of disdain, like salt in the broth perhaps, in your relationships with others, even people with whom you are very fond. Don't be uniformly 100% positive and complacent in your relationships with your friends. So that's section 28 of Counsels and Maxims. We'll talk about section 29 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 29 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer does a couple of things. He tells us why men of noble character tend to be less practically wise than people of low character. He discusses how nature will conceal people's true character from us and how we have to make a significant effort to uncover that character, and how one of the most important ways we can discover somebody's true character is by observing how he behaves in trivial matters, in unguarded moments. He also insists that character is the only sure guide for predicting somebody's behavior in the future. We should not prefer any other method of prediction to knowing somebody's character. And he discusses the ways in which literature can be a good guide for instructing us on the types of behavior and the types of character we should expect from our fellow man. Here's what he writes. It is often the case that people of noble character and great mental gifts betray a strange lack of worldly wisdom and a deficiency in the knowledge of men, more especially when they are young, with the result that it is easy to deceive or mislead them. And that, on the other hand, natures of the commoner sort are more ready and successful in making their way in the world. The reason for this is that when a man has little or no experience, he must judge by his own antecedent notions. And in matters demanding judgment, an antecedent notion is never on the same level as experience. For with the commoner sort of people, an antecedent notion means just their own selfish point of view. This is not the case with those whose mind and character are above the ordinary, for it is precisely in this respect, their unselfishness, that they differ from the rest of mankind. And as they judge other people's thoughts and actions by their own high standard, the result does not always tally with their calculation. I think part of what Schopenhauer is saying here is that the exceptional person, having only his own self to judge by, judges other people and calculates his expectations for other people according to what he would expect himself to do in those circumstances. And precisely because he's out of the ordinary, he makes wrong judgment calls. This is especially the case when he's young and does not have enough experience of the way in which the rest of the world differs from him. Schopenhauer continues. But if, in the end, a man of noble character comes to see, as the effect of his own experience, or by the lessons he learns from others, what it is that may be expected of men in general, namely that 5/6 of them are morally and intellectually so constituted that if circumstances do not place you in relation with them, you had better get out of their way and keep as far as possible from having anything to do with them. Still, he will scarcely ever attain an adequate notion of their wretchedly mean and shabby nature. All his life long he will have to be extending and adding to the inferior estimate he forms of them, and in the meantime he will commit a great many mistakes and do himself harm. Bit of humor here. It seems that in the process of going from being a young exceptional person to an old exceptional person, you will inevitably be, bit by bit, lowering your estimation of what you can expect from your fellow human beings. This sounds like Schopenhauer reporting his own experience. We go on. Then again, after he has really taken to heart the lessons that have been taught him, it will occasionally happen that when he is in the society of people whom he does not know, he will be surprised to find how thoroughly reasonable they all appear to be, both in their conversation and in their demeanor. In fact, quite honest, sincere, virtuous, and trustworthy people, and at the same time shrewd and clever. But that ought not to perplex him. Nature is not like those bad poets who, in setting a fool or a knave before us, do their work so clumsily and with such evident design that you might almost fancy you saw the poet standing behind each of his characters and continually disavowing their sentiments and telling you in a tone of warning, "This is a knave, that is a fool, do not mind what he says." But nature goes to work like Shakespeare or Goethe, poets who make every one of their characters, even if it is the devil himself, appear to be quite in the right for the moment that they come before us in their several parts. The characters are described so objectively that they excite our interest and compel us to sympathize with their point of view. For, like the works of nature, every one of these characters is evolved as a result of some hidden law or principle, which makes all they say and do appear natural and therefore necessary. And you will always be the prey or the plaything of the devils and fools in this world if you expect to see them going about with horns or jangling their bells. Interesting. Here, of course, Schopenhauer says the nature of things is such that nature conceals the true character of knaves from us. We should not get used to the kind of, how shall I put it, obvious cliches, right? The devil character with devil horns, the bad guy who's obviously malevolent and a bad guy. Nature is like Shakespeare. Nature conceals, or I should say Shakespeare is like nature. It conceals from us the true character of people. Don't expect your devils to wear horns, we might say. Schopenhauer continues, and it should be borne in mind that, in their intercourse with others, people are like the moon, or like hunchbacks. They show you only one of their sides. Every man has an innate talent for mimicry, for making a mask out of his physiognomy, so that he can always look as if he really were what he pretends to be. And since he makes his calculations always within the lines of his individual nature, the appearance he puts on suits him to a nicety, and its effect is extremely deceptive. He dons his mask whenever his object is to flatter himself into someone's good opinion, and you may pay just as much attention to it as if it were made of wax or cardboard, never forgetting that excellent Italian proverb, "Non è si tristo cane che non meni la coda." There is no dog so bad but that he will wag his tail. In any case, it is well to take care not to form a highly favorable opinion of a person whose acquaintance you have only recently made, for otherwise you are very likely to be disappointed, and then you will be ashamed of yourself and perhaps even suffer some injury. So, observation here that human beings by their nature, every one of them, excellent at mimicry and flattery, you would be foolish to take them at face value. So some discernment is in the order of the day. Schopenhauer goes on. And while I am on this subject, there is another fact that deserves mention. It is this: a man shows his character just in the way in which he deals with trifles, for then he is off his guard. This will often afford a good opportunity of observing the boundless egoism of a man's nature and his total lack of consideration for others. And if these defects show themselves in small things, or merely in his general demeanor, you will find that they also underlie his action in matters of importance, although he may disguise the fact. This is an opportunity which should not be missed. If in the little affairs of every day, the trifles of life, those matters to which the rule de minimis non applies, a man is inconsiderate and seeks only what is advantageous or convenient to himself, to the prejudice of others' rights, if he appropriates to himself that which belongs to all alike, you may be sure there is no justice in his heart, and that he would be a scoundrel on a wholesale scale, only that law and compulsion bind his hands. Do not trust him beyond your door. He who is not afraid to break the laws of his own private circle will break those of the state when he can do so with impunity. This reminds me of a common saying that you judge a man's character not by how he treats the interviewer, but by how he treats the secretary, by how he treats the help, people whom he thinks can have no possible benefit to him. It's in dealing with just those sorts of things. Or you might say if somebody snaps at people in a casual setting where there's nothing at stake, that's showing you kind of what he truly is inside. And as Schopenhauer is going to say, this governs people's behavior absolutely. We go on. If the average man were so constituted that the good in him outweighed the bad, it would be more advisable to rely upon his sense of justice, fairness, gratitude, fidelity, love, or compassion, than to work upon his fears. But as the contrary is the case, it is the bad that outweighs the good, the opposite course is the more prudent one. And simply to map that out, to play upon people's fears then is better and more advisable than to rely upon their sense of justice, fairness, gratitude. Why? Because the average man is more bad than good. Continuing. If any person with whom we are associated or have to do exhibits unpleasantness or annoying qualities, we have only to ask ourselves whether or not this person is of so much value to us that we can put up with frequent and repeated exhibitions of the same qualities in a somewhat aggravated form. Schopenhauer's footnote: to forgive and forget means to throw away dearly bought experience. Back to the main text. In case of an affirmative answer to this question, there will not be much to be said, because talking is very little use. We must let the matter pass, with or without some notice, but we should nevertheless remember that we are thereby exposing ourselves to a repetition of the offense. In other words, if the person is more valuable to us than so valuable to us that we would have to put up with this repetition of their annoying behavior, we should expect that they will continue to annoy us and with greater and greater frequency. If the answer is in the negative, we must break with our worthy friend at once and forever. Or, in the case of a servant, dismiss him. For he will inevitably repeat the offense, even though for the moment he is deep and sincere in his assurances of the contrary. There is nothing, absolutely nothing that a man cannot forget, but not himself, his own character. For character is incorrigible, because all a man's actions emanate from an inward principle, in virtue of which he must always do the same thing under like circumstances, and he cannot do otherwise. Let me refer to my prize essay on the so-called freedom of the will, the perusal of which will dissipate any delusions the reader may have on this subject. To become reconciled to a friend with whom you have broken is a form of weakness, and you pay the penalty of it when he takes the first opportunity of doing precisely the very thing which brought about the breach. Nay, he does it the more boldly because he is secretly conscious that you cannot get on without him. This is also applicable to servants whom you have dismissed and then taken into your service again. It seems to me this may also be applicable to romantic partners whom you've dismissed, discarded, and then taken back. Okay? If the lesson is not impressed upon them the first time, Schopenhauer seems to be saying all of the contrition in the world, all of the resolution to reform is not going to be effective if this is really a question of character, of who somebody is deep down. Schopenhauer continues, for the same reason, you should just as little expect people to continue to act in a similar way under altered circumstances. The truth is that men alter their demeanor and sentiments just as fast as their interest changes. And their design in this respect is a bill drawn for such short payment that the man must be still more short-sighted who accepts that bill without protesting it. Accordingly, suppose you want to know how a man will behave in an office into which you think of putting him. You should not build upon expectations, on his promises or assurances, for even allowing that he is quite sincere, he is speaking about a matter of which he has no knowledge. The only way to calculate how he will behave is to consider the circumstances in which he will be placed and the extent to which they will conflict with his character. Schopenhauer's point here, I think, being that if you're thinking of elevating somebody to an office of trust, don't listen to his promises, to his vows of fidelity, or his expectations, because honestly, he's speaking about what he knows not. He's casting a prediction just as much as you would be. The thing to do is to consider the circumstances, consider his character, and say, can a man of this character function well under these changed circumstances? Everything else is just window dressing. Going back to Schopenhauer now. If you wish to get a clear and profound insight, and it is very needful, into the true but melancholy elements of which most men are made, you will find it a very instructive thing to take the way they behave in the pages of literature as a commentary to their doings in practical life, and vice versa. The experience thus gained will be very useful in avoiding wrong ideas, whether about yourself or about others. But if you come across any special trait of meanness or stupidity, in life or in literature, you must be careful not to let it annoy or distress you, but to look upon it merely as an addition to your knowledge, a new fact to be considered in studying the character of humanity. Your attitude towards it will be that of the mineralogist who stumbles upon a very characteristic specimen of a mineral. There's kind of a stoic point here about not letting your equanimity and peace of mind be disturbed by the wickedness and laziness and vice that you observe in men. You simply add it to your collection. Say, another example of human beings being rather terrible. Okay? Don't let yourself, either in life or in literature, let the observations that you make ruin you or throw you into a tailspin. Of course, there are some facts which are very exceptional, and it is difficult to understand how they arise, and how it is that there come to be such enormous differences between man and man. But in general, what was said long ago is quite true, and the world is in a very bad way. In savage countries, they eat one another. In civilized countries, they deceive one another. And that is what people call the way of the world. What are states and all the elaborate systems of political machinery, and the rule of force, whether in home or in foreign affairs, what are they but barriers against the boundless iniquity of mankind? But does not all history show that whenever a king is firmly planted on the throne and his people reach some degree of prosperity, he uses it to lead his army like a band of robbers against adjoining countries? Are not almost all wars ultimately undertaken for purposes of plunder? In the most remote antiquity, and to some extent also in the Middle Ages, the conquered became slaves. In other words, they had to work for those who conquered them. And where is the difference between that and paying war taxes, which represent the product of previous work? All war, says Voltaire, is a matter of robbery, and the Germans should take that as a warning. That's the end of section 29 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims, reflection upon the nature of politics. Typically Schopenhauerian. The man seems to have a great deal of his outlook to share with us. I thought there were some very interesting observations in there about the nature of character and how to spot somebody's character, especially in their unguarded moments, dealing with trifles. I hope you found this interesting. We'll take a look at section 30 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 30 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer discusses the relation between nature and abstract rules of conduct and the role of practice in affecting our behavior and changing our habits. He also warns against affectation and phoniness in social conduct. Here's what he writes. No man is so formed that he can be left entirely to himself to go his own ways. Everyone needs to be guided by a preconceived plan and to follow certain general rules. But if this is carried too far, and a man tries to take on a character which is not natural or innate in him, but is artificially acquired and evolved merely by a process of reasoning, he will very soon discover that nature cannot be forced, and that if you drive it out, it will return despite your efforts. Naturam expellis furca tamen usque recurret. This is a well-known Latin proverb. Expel nature with a pitchfork, and always she returns. To understand a rule governing conduct towards others, even to discover it for oneself and to express it neatly, is easy enough. And still, very soon afterwards, the rule may be broken in practice. But that is no reason for despair, and you need not fancy that it is impossible to regulate your life in accordance with abstract ideals and maxims, and that it is better to live just as you please. Here, as in all theoretical instruction that aims at a practical result, the first thing to do is to understand the rule. The second thing is to learn the practice of it. The theory may be understood at once by an effort of reason, and yet the practice of it acquired only in course of time. A pupil may learn the various notes of an instrument, of music, or the different positions in fencing, and when he makes a mistake, as he is sure to do, however hard he tries, he is apt to think it will be impossible to observe the rules when he is set to read music at sight or challenged to a furious duel. But for all that, gradual practice makes him perfect, through a long series of slips, blunders, and fresh efforts. It is just the same with other things. In learning to write and speak Latin, a man will forget the grammatical rules. It is only by long practice that a blockhead turns into a courtier, that a passionate man becomes shrewd and worldly wise, or a frank person reserved, or a noble person ironical. But though self-discipline of this kind is the result of long habit, it always works by a sort of external compulsion, which nature never ceases to resist, and sometimes unexpectedly overcomes. The difference between action in accordance with abstract principles and action as the result of original innate tendency is the same as that between a work of art, say a watch, where form and movement are impressed upon shapeless and inert matter, and a living organism, where form and matter are one, and each is inseparable from the other. Let me run over that really quickly again. The comparison he's making is that action in accordance with abstract principles, where you're just following the rules because you know that's the rule, he compares this to some artificial product like a watch, form impressed upon inert matter. In terms of your character, this is what you're doing when you're following the rules. But, on the other hand, action, the result of an original innate tendency, is like a living organism. So Schopenhauer seems to be here arguing for the sort of the ultimate priority of what our character is like, what our inner nature is like in determining our actions. He continues. There is a maxim attributed to the Emperor Napoleon, which expresses this relation between acquired and innate character, and confirms what I have said. Everything that is unnatural is imperfect. A rule of universal application, whether in the physical or in the moral sphere. The only exception I can think of to this rule is aventurine, a substance known to mineralogists, which in its natural state cannot compare with the artificial preparation of it. Again, in this connection, let me utter a word of protest against any and every form of affectation. It always arouses contempt. In the first place, because it argues deception, and the deception is cowardly, for it is based on fear. And secondly, it argues self-condemnation, because it means that a man is trying to appear what he is not, and therefore something which he thinks is better than he actually is. To affect a quality and to plume yourself upon it is just to confess that you have not got it. Whether it is courage, or learning, or intellect, or wit, or success with women, or riches, or social position, or whatever else it may be that a man boasts of, you may conclude by his boasting about it that that is precisely the direction in which he is rather weak. For if a man really possesses any faculty to the full, it will not occur to him to make a great show of affecting it. He is quite content to know that he has it. That is the application of the Spanish proverb, herradura que chocolatea clava la falta. A clattering hoof means a nail gone. In other words, if somebody's making noise about how courageous or good with women they are, it's the perfect indication that they're not. It's phony, it's a false front. The people who have those qualities don't boast about them, they just have them. To be sure, as I said at first, no man ought to let the reins go quite loose and show himself just as he is, for there are many evil and bestial sides to our nature which require to be hidden away out of sight, and this justifies the negative attitude of dissimulation, but it does not justify a positive feigning of qualities which are not there. See, conceal what you are somewhat, but don't pretend to be what you are not. That is affectation. It should also be remembered that affectation is recognized at once, even before it is clear what it is that is being affected. And finally, affectation cannot last very long, and one day the mask will fall off. Nemo potest personam diufere fictam, says Seneca, fictacito in naturam suam recidunt. No one can preserve long in a fictitious character, for nature will soon reassert itself. That's the end of section 30. So what we have here, I think especially good advice about affectation, seems to fit our social media culture as well. The person making the most noise about his qualities is the person who does not have them, since to have them is not to need to boast of them. And then, of course, the final warnings as well, that affectation is recognized instantly. People can sniff out a phony, and the mask will eventually fall off, and you shall be humiliated. Back to our original point at the start of the section, that nature will ultimately return and have its way. Despite that, however, it's not worthless to try to practice over a long period of time to acquire better habits and better character than we already have. So that's section 30 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll talk about section 31 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 31 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims is about tolerance. Here's what the old man has to say. A man bears the weight of his own body without knowing it, but he soon feels the weight of any other if he tries to move it. In the same way, a man can see other people's shortcomings and vices, but is blind to his own. This arrangement has one advantage. It turns other people into a kind of mirror, in which a man can clearly see everything that is vicious, faulty, ill-bred, and loathsome in his own nature. Only it is generally the old story of the dog barking at its own image. It is himself that he sees, and not another dog as he fancies. He who criticizes others works at the reformation of himself. Those who form the secret habit of scrutinizing other people's general behavior and passing severe judgment upon what they do and leave undone, thereby improve themselves and work out their own perfection, for they will have sufficient sense of justice, or at any rate enough pride and vanity, to avoid in their own case that which they condemn so harshly elsewhere. But tolerant people are just the opposite, and claim for themselves the same indulgence that they extend to others. Hanc veniam damus petimusque vicissim. I think roughly we give pardon and ask pardon in return. It is all very well for the Bible to talk about the mote in another's eye and the beam in one's own. The nature of the eye is to look not at itself but at other things, and therefore to observe and blame faults in another is a very suitable way of becoming conscious of one's own. We require a looking glass for the due dressing of our morals. The same rule applies in the case of style and fine writing. If, instead of condemning, you applaud some new folly in these matters, you will imitate it. That is just why literary follies have such vogue in Germany. The Germans are a very tolerant people. Everybody can see that. Their maxim is, hanc veniam damus petimusque vicissim, to give pardon and to ask pardon in return. That's the end of the section. Schopenhauer here advising us against tolerating the faults of others and noting that we observe the faults of others more readily than those of ourselves, and that this is a ironical, we might say, mode of self-improvement. To observe and to blame silently, judging other people, is a good way of making us aware of follies of our own which we would not otherwise notice in the ordinary course of things. So he compares this to a looking glass, to a mirror, suggesting that tolerance leads to personal vice and corruption, or tolerance of one's own faults, that the best way is to be, silently at least, very intolerant and judgmental about other people's general behavior. An interesting mode of self-improvement, advice from Arthur Schopenhauer here in Counsels and Maxims. That's section 31. We'll look at section 32 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 32 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer writes about the way in which a young man of noble character will inevitably learn that this world and the social world in which he lives is in fact ruled by material causes, not by the ideals that he values so much. Here's what he writes. When he is young, a man of noble character fancies that the relations prevailing among mankind and the alliances to which these relations lead are, at bottom and essentially, ideal in their nature. That is to say, that they rest upon similarity of disposition or sentiment, or taste, or intellectual power, and so on. But later on, he finds out that it is a real foundation which underlies these alliances, that they are based upon some material interest. This is the true foundation of almost all alliances. Nay, most men have no notion of an alliance resting upon any other basis. Accordingly, we find that a man is always measured by the office he holds, or by his occupation, nationality, or family relations. In a word, by the position and character which have been assigned him in the conventional arrangements of life, where he is ticketed and treated as so much goods. Reference to what he is in himself as a man, to the measure of his own personal qualities, is never made, unless for convenience sake. And so, that view of a man is something exceptional, to be set aside and ignored, the moment that anyone finds it disagreeable. And this is what usually happens. But the more of personal worth a man has, the less pleasure he will take in these conventional arrangements, and he will try to withdraw from the sphere in which they apply. The reason why these arrangements exist at all is simply that in this world of ours, misery and need are the chief features. Therefore, it is everywhere the essential and paramount business of life to devise the means of alleviating them. That's the end of the section. And it's somewhat sad, it seems to me, here. This advice seems to fit with Schopenhauer's general pessimism and misanthropy, but his account of a young man of noble character, expecting to be judged and valued socially according to what he truly is, his qualities, his interior qualities, and then learning, to his sorrow perhaps, that the world assigns value according to real material interests. And by alliances here, I don't wonder that perhaps he means marriages and friendships as well as employment and the like, that alliances are assigned based upon real material factors in the world and not upon the ideals of the intellectual and the noble person, that the higher his moral and intellectual quality is, the more he'll be disgusted by the way the world actually works. The world works the way it does because of the misery and want that is the chief characteristic of life. And so the pattern here, as perhaps the pattern for Schopenhauer in his personal affairs, is to withdraw as much as possible from that world. So Schopenhauer's advice in section 32 of Counsels and Maxims. We'll take a look at section 33 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 33 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer discusses friendship. He advises you that you probably have far fewer real friends than you think you have, and he gives us some advice for how to test our friendships and also how to make peace with this rather sad fact about the world that most people are not genuine. Here's what he writes. As paper money circulates in the world instead of real coin, in the place of true esteem and genuine friendship, you have the outward appearance of it. A mimic show made to look as much like the real thing as possible. On the other hand, it may be asked whether there are any people who really deserve the true coin. For my own part, I should certainly pay more respect to an honest dog wagging his tail than to 100 such demonstrations of regard. True and genuine friendship presupposes a strong sympathy with the weal and woe of another, purely objective in its character and quite disinterested. And this, in its turn, means an absolute identification of self with the object of friendship. The egoism of human nature is so strongly antagonistic to any such sympathy that true friendship belongs to that class of things, the sea serpent, for instance, with regard to which no one knows whether they are fabulous or really exist somewhere or other. So, first couple of paragraphs, Schopenhauer is telling us, first, he would prefer an honest dog to a fake human friend, to 100 such friends, that those are quite common. That seems par for the course with Schopenhauer, disdain for social convention and for fakery. And also that real genuine friendship has this objective character, but it requires such an absolute identification of the self with the other, with the friend, right, to will the other's good, as Aristotle says, that it is almost like a fantastical beast, a sea serpent. Very, very rare that maybe any two humans might have such a sincere, objective connection. He goes on. Still, in many cases, there is a grain of true and genuine friendship in the relations of man to man, though generally, of course, some secret personal interest is at the bottom of them, some one among the many forms that selfishness can take. But in a world where all is imperfect, this grain of true feeling is such an ennobling influence that it gives some warrant for calling those relations by the name of friendship, for they stand far above the ordinary friendships that prevail among mankind. The latter are so constituted that, were you to hear how your dear friends speak of you behind your back, you would never say another word to them. So Schopenhauer may be giving us back a little bit of what he's taken away by saying that maybe there's a little spark of friendship, a tiny particle of genuineness in some relationships. We can call those friendship, even though they fall far short of the true objective ideal of friendship. And that's because in this world, everything is wrecked anyway. So they stand so far above the ordinary course of things. We'll give them the title to friendship, although they're not really the real thing. Going on with Schopenhauer. Apart from the case where it would be a real help to you if your friend were to make some considerable sacrifice to serve you, there is no better means of testing the genuineness of his feeling than the way in which he receives the news of a misfortune that has just happened to you. At that moment, the expression of his features will either show you that his one thought is that of true and sincere sympathy for you, or else the absolute composure of his countenance, or the passing trace of something other than sympathy, will confirm the well-known maxim of La Rochefoucauld: Dans l'adversité de nos meilleurs amis, nous trouvons toujours quelque chose qui ne nous déplaît pas. Roughly, in the sufferings or adversities of our best friends, of our greatest friends, we always find something that does not entirely displease us. Indeed, at such a moment, the ordinary so-called friend will find it hard to suppress the signs of a slight smile of pleasure. There are few ways by which you can make more certain of putting people into a good humor than by telling them of some trouble that has recently befallen you, or by unreservedly disclosing some personal weakness of yours. How characteristic this is of humanity. So there's the test. Well, first, if there's an opportunity to ask for some considerable sacrifice on your friend's part to aid you, that's a test of friendship. But apart from that, watch his face, his features, his eyes, his face very closely when you reveal some terrible misfortune. Either he's instantly sympathy, which indicates he's a true friend, or there's something else going on there behind the mask. Even it slips slightly, there's a little bit of a smile. And well, in that case, Rochefoucauld was right. In the sufferings of our friends, we always find a little bit of a something to console us, to comfort us. And that's the way it is with such people. Going on with Schopenhauer now. Distance and long absence are always prejudicial to friendship, however disinclined a man may be to admit it. Our regard for people whom we do not see, even though they be our dearest friends, gradually dries up in the course of years, and they become abstract notions, so that our interest in them grows to be more and more intellectual. Nay, it is kept up only as a kind of tradition, whilst we retain a lively and deep interest in those who are constantly before our eyes, even if they be only pet animals. This shows how much men are limited by their senses, and how true is the remark that Goethe makes in Tasso about the dominant influence of the present moment. Die Gegenwart ist eine mächtige Göttin. The present is a powerful goddess. Friends of the house are very rightly so called, because they are friends of the house rather than of its master. In other words, they are more like cats than dogs. I think, by the way, that's a great sort of Schopenhauerian observation. Certain type of friend is a friend of the house. He comes to this place, not necessarily for you, you understand, rather more like a pet cat who's around and tolerates you, than like a dog, which is all devotion and wagging its tail. As he said before, I'd rather a sincere dog than 100 insincere human friends. Their friends of the house are more like cats than like dogs. I like that very much. Your friends will tell you that they are sincere. Your enemies are really so. Okay, that's another great quip from Schopenhauer. Your friends and your enemies both claim to be sincere, but your enemies are telling the truth. Ouch. Right? Ouch. Let your enemy's censure be like a bitter medicine to be used as a means of self-knowledge. A friend in need, as the saying goes, is rare. Nay, it is just the contrary. No sooner have you made a friend than he is in need and asks you for a loan. That's the end of section 33. Roughly what we've come to expect from Schopenhauer by this point in the book. Some very cynical observations. All the same, a certain kind of concession to human weakness. The fact that we have to live in this fallen and imperfect world means that we should just get used to the fact that this is the way friendship is with most people, and we would be wrong and we'd really be upsetting ourselves to expect more of them. So a couple of interesting turns of phrase, which I noted. I rather like some of those and may try to find ways of working them into conversation myself over time. That's the end of section 33 of Counsels and Maxims about friendship, true and false. We'll look at section 34 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 34 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer gives us an account of why it is that intelligence is met with derision and shunning in the social sphere, and why, for a similar reason, people of low intelligence tend to be very socially successful. He also does a little bit of amateur psychologizing, analyzing the sort of deep, unconscious causes of this social fact about intelligence and stupidity. And he makes, towards the end, some perhaps controversial remarks about women and beauty and the ways in which women judge each other in a social sphere. So here's what he writes. A man must be still a greenhorn in the ways of the world if he imagines that he can make himself popular in society by exhibiting intelligence and discernment. With the immense majority of people, such qualities excite hatred and resentment, which are rendered all the harder to bear by the fact that people are obliged to suppress, even from themselves, the real reason of their anger. What actually takes place is this. A man feels and perceives that the person with whom he is conversing is intellectually very much his superior. He thereupon secretly and half unconsciously concludes that his interlocutor must form a proportionately low and limited estimate of his abilities. That is a method of reasoning, an enthymeme, which rouses the bitterest feelings of sullen and rancorous hatred. Schopenhauer's footnote. Compare World as Will and Representation, Book 2, page 256, where I quote from Dr. Johnson and from Merck, the friend of Goethe's youth. The former says, "There is nothing by which a man exasperates most people more than by displaying a superior ability of brilliancy in conversation. They seem pleased at the time, but their envy makes them curse him at their hearts." Reference Boswell's Life of Johnson, 74. So I'll pause there at the end of Schopenhauer's footnote. He's given us here an account of why it is that intelligent people, he says, are unpopular. It is because, half unconsciously, people recognize the distance between them and assume that just as they can see the superiority, the other person is conscious and mindful of their inferiority, and unable to admit this to themselves, they feel a kind of resentment thereby, a sullen and rancorous hatred at this, we might borrow a term from Nietzsche and call it this pathos of distance between them. This is a kind of subterranean, unconscious driver of hatred and rancor that the inferior feel for the superior. So very Nietzschean themes coming out here. Schopenhauer continues. And so Gracian is quite right in saying that the only way to win affection from people is to show the most animal-like simplicity of demeanor. Para ser bien quisto, el único medio vestirse la piel de las más simple de los brutos. In Spanish, in order to be well liked, the only way is to wear the skin of the simplest of animals, simplest of beasts. The translator's note notes that this is a reference to Baltasar Gracian, an early 17th century Spanish prose writer whose work Schopenhauer had translated into German. He's very highly thought of for a kind of worldly philosophy, rather like this one, Observations about Life. Back to Schopenhauer's text. To show your intelligence and discernment is only an indirect way of reproaching other people for being dull and incapable. Okay, that is to say, your intelligence will be received by people as an insult. They will think that you are, offending them by your very existence. By being intelligent in their presence, you're calling to their attention the fact that they are inferior in this regard. And this is an indirect reproach. This is a sort of standing insult that every stupid person feels in the presence of every intelligent person, so to speak. Schopenhauer now. And besides, it is natural for a vulgar man to be violently agitated by the sight of opposition in any form. And in this case, envy comes in as the secret cause of his hostility. For it is a matter of daily observation that people take the greatest pleasure in that which satisfies their vanity. And vanity cannot be satisfied without comparison with others. I might note here in passing that it might be the superior person, because of his estimation of his own value, who is least subject to envy and therefore least needs to compare himself to others. I don't know if Schopenhauer says that later on, but perhaps that's an idea that he'll pursue. Now, there is nothing of which a man is prouder than of intellectual ability, for it is this that gives him his commanding place in the animal world. It is an exceedingly rash thing to let anyone see that you are decidedly superior to him in this respect, and to let other people see it too, because he will then thirst for vengeance, and generally look about for an opportunity of taking it by means of insult, because this is to pass from the sphere of intellect to that of will, and there all are on equal footing as regards the feeling of hostility. So, a bit more psychology from Schopenhauer, an interesting observation that the reason that people turn to insult is because insults bring the dispute, the conflict, into the realm of will, where they have at least a fighting chance of being your equal, where they feel inferior in the realm of the intellect. So a sort of a turn to violence away from reason, social violence, violence in words, because then it's a contest of wills and not of minds. So back to Schopenhauer now. Hence, while rank and riches may always reckon upon deferential treatment in society, that is something which intellectual ability can never expect. To be ignored is the greatest favor shown to it, and if people notice it at all, it is because they regard it as a piece of impertinence, or else as something to which its possessor has no legitimate right, and upon which he dares to pride himself. And in retaliation and revenge for his conduct, people secretly try and humiliate him in some other way. And if they wait to do this, it is only for a fitting opportunity. Okay. Again, a lot packed into a single passage of Schopenhauer. Right? Rank and riches are socially respectable, but intellectual ability is not, for the reasons previously given. The best you can hope for is that your intellectual superiority will be ignored in a social setting. If people do notice it, they either regard it as impertinence or as something that doesn't really belong to you. I'm reminded here of something from John Rawls, the treatment of intellectual gifts as being a thing that doesn't really belong to you. You don't, in a sense, from Rawls' theory of justice, you're not really morally entitled to the benefits that your intellectual gifts would bring you. They are, in a sense, the common property of all mankind because you didn't do anything to achieve them. What you think is yours is not genuinely yours. I don't think that Schopenhauer would have much use for Rawls in that respect. Back to the text. A man may be as humble as possible in his demeanor, and yet hardly ever get people to overlook his crime in standing intellectually above them. In The Garden of Roses, Sadi makes the remark, "You should know that foolish people are 100-fold more averse to meeting the wise than the wise are indisposed for the company of the foolish." Okay, there's something, being around the wise makes the foolish deeply angry in ways that perhaps they're not fully aware of themselves. On the other hand, it is a real recommendation to be stupid. For just as warmth is agreeable to the body, so it does the mind good to feel its superiority, and a man will seek company likely to give him this feeling, as instinctively as he will approach the fireplace or walk in the sun if he wants to get warm. We might adapt the old joke about if you want to look thinner, stand around with fat people who are fatter than yourself. Something similar here, right? If you want to enjoy your feeling of superiority, you associate with people who are your intellectual inferiors. Certainly not the opposite way. You don't try to be around constantly people who are intellectually superior to you. Schopenhauer is saying, again, this is just the work of pure instinct, as people approaching warmth when they're cold, approaching the fire when they're cold. This is the way that society works. Back to the text. But this means that he will be disliked on account of his superiority. And if a man is to be liked, he must really be inferior in point of intellect. And the same thing holds good of a woman in point of beauty. To give proof of real and unfeigned inferiority to some of the people you meet, that is a very difficult business indeed. We might say, following W.C. Fields, right? If you can fake that, you've got it made. Consider how kindly and heartily a girl who is passably pretty will welcome one who is downright ugly. Physical advantages are not thought of so much in the case of man, though I suppose you would rather a little man sat next to you than one who was bigger than yourself. Okay. I won't enter into the height discourse regarding the dating market, but I'll just say, there it is. Schopenhauer said it. This is why amongst men it is the dull and ignorant, and amongst women the ugly, who are always popular and in request. It is likely to be said of such people that they are extremely good-natured, because everyone wants to find a pretext for caring about them, a pretext which will blind both himself and other people to the real reason why he likes them. Again, there's a lot of psychologizing going on here, looking at the forces, the sort of sub-rational forces that are driving social acceptance and social harmony. This is also why mental superiority of any sort always tends to isolate its possessor. People run away from him out of pure hatred and say all manner of bad things about him by way of justifying their action. Schopenhauer's footnote. If you desire to get on in the world, friends and acquaintances are by far the best passport to fortune. The possession of a great deal of ability makes a man proud, and therefore not apt to flatter those who have very little, and from whom on that account the possession of great ability should be carefully concealed. The consciousness of small intellectual power has just the opposite effect, and is very compatible with a humble, affable, and companionable nature, and with respect for what is mean and wretched. This is why an inferior sort of man has so many people to befriend and encourage him. These remarks are applicable not only to advancement in political life, but to all competition for places of honor and dignity, nay, even for reputation in the world of science, literature, and art. In learned societies, for example, mediocrity,
that very acceptable quality, is always to the fore, whilst merit meets with tardy recognition, or with none at all. So it is in everything. And that might be the most Schopenhauerian footnote we've come across yet. Plainly autobiographical, if you know a little bit about Schopenhauer's life, living much of the first part of it anyway, in the shadow of Hegel's fame, thinking Hegel to be a charlatan himself, Schopenhauer achieving maybe only very late in his life the kind of recognition that I think he felt he deserved for his intellectual merit. So there's a long footnote about the way society works, right? It helps to have friends and acquaintances to get on in the world, but people of superior intellect are, by their very nature, disinclined to flatter people and to be friendly. We find just the inverse is the case with people of low intellectual ability. Because they have more to gain by associating with other people, they are much more naturally affable and friendly, and therefore, we expect to find all social institutions dominated by mediocrity as this sort of natural fact about human sociability works its way out. Okay, so the genius will necessarily be isolated, unpopular, unsociable, and we might also say kind of acerbic and cynical, as the man himself here is. So back to the main text. Beauty, in the case of women, has a similar effect. Very pretty girls have no friends of their own sex, and they even find it hard to get another girl to keep them company. A handsome woman should always avoid applying for a position as companion, because the moment she enters the room, her prospective mistress will scowl at her beauty as a piece of folly with which, both for her own and for her daughter's sake, she can very well dispense. But if the girl has advantages of rank, the case is very different, because rank, unlike personal qualities which work by the force of mere contrast, produces its effect by a process of reflection, much in the same way as the particular hue of a person's complexion depends upon the prevailing tone of his immediate surroundings. That's the end of this section. Schopenhauer here, last remark about beauty. Beauty in the case of women has an effect. Beautiful girls are shunned by other women. Why? Because everybody naturally seeks somebody inferior to them in this crucial quality, whether it's intellect or beauty. And so women will shun a prettier woman, he says. But interestingly, not the case necessarily if she is a woman of rank. Why is this? Because reputation, we might say fame or nobility, rather than operating by contrast, where we're seeing a pretty girl next to a prettier girl, we think we are drawn more to the superior one. Here, rank is a quality that he says kind of has a sort of reflective glow. So that to be around a famous person, we might say in our time, is to acquire a certain kind of social benefit from being near them. Whereas to be around a prettier person or a more intellectual person is to suffer by the comparison. So that's the end of section 34 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer's continued practical advice about how to conduct yourself in the world, especially if you are a person of moral and intellectual superior quality. We'll take a look at section 35 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 35 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer discusses trust. It's very short. I'll take it in two parts. Here's the first. Our trust in other people often consists, in great measure, of pure laziness, selfishness, and vanity on our own part. I say laziness because instead of making inquiries ourselves and exercising an active care, we prefer to trust others. Selfishness because we are led to confide in people by the pressure of our own affairs. And vanity, when we ask confidence for a matter on which we rather pride ourselves. And yet, for all that, we expect people to be true to the trust we repose in them. So, first part of this section about our trusting other people, generally, he says, for base motives. Quite often, we are motivated by laziness. We'd rather not do the work ourselves. We'd prefer to ask somebody else and just take their word for it. Or selfishness. Our own affairs are quite busy and pressing, and so we need the help of other people. Rather than relying upon ourselves, we will reach out and ask them for help and trust them. Or vanity. When we confide in them, we tell a secret we want them to keep, but it's a secret that we are ourselves secretly rather proud for them to know, right? Isn't it great that you know this unknown thing about me? So, a rather cynical take on trust as a social institution from Schopenhauer here, that we quite often engage in it from base motives. And yet, for all that, we take a sort of noble attitude towards it. We expect people to be worthy of our trust somehow, even though we're trusting them for these low and selfish motives. Second part. But we ought not to become angry if people put no trust in us, because that really means that they pay honesty the sincere compliment of regarding it as a very rare thing. So rare indeed as to leave us in doubt whether its existence is not merely fabulous. That's the end of the section. So, when people fail to trust us, Schopenhauer suggests we ought not to be offended. Rather, we recognize that perhaps they lack the base motives that move us to trust other people sometimes, or that they simply have the accurate view that honesty is quite a rare thing in this world. If they don't trust us, it's because it's generally a bad idea to trust anybody. Good for them, we might think. And it seems again that honesty and a person worthy of trust is another one of these fantastic beasts of the social world, rather like a mermaid or a unicorn, something like what Schopenhauer said about the true and sincere friend a few sections previously. We might whisper about it, talk about them ourselves, but then we sort of speculate, is there really such a thing out there, or do we just talk like this sometimes about human institutions and human practices? So that is section 35 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims about trust. We'll look at section 36 about politeness in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 36 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer discusses politeness. And if you expect that he will tell us that politeness is a kind of insincere social institution designed to conceal from us the true horror and unpleasantness of our social life together, but that it's nevertheless useful for this purpose and therefore should be practiced by everyone, you'd be exactly correct. Here's what he writes. Politeness, which the Chinese hold to be a cardinal virtue, is based upon two considerations of policy. I have explained one of these considerations in my Ethics. Footnote. Translator's footnote. In the passage referred to in the Grundlage der Moral, Schopenhauer explains politeness as a conventional and systematic attempt to mask the egoism of human nature in the small affairs of life. An egoism so repulsive that some such device is necessary for the purpose of concealing its ugliness. The relation which politeness bears to the true love of one's neighbor is analogous to that existing between justice as an affair of legality and justice as the real integrity of the heart. So, first consideration of policy, just included here by reference, that recommends politeness is that human nature is so truly awful that politeness is a kind of mask that we wear to ourselves to conceal the ugliness of our own selfishness and egoism, to allow us to still function without drawing attention to it within our own minds. We'll get to the second consideration in a moment. Since we got interrupted by that footnote, I'm going to go back to the start of the section. So section 36 again from the top. Politeness, which the Chinese hold to be a cardinal virtue, is based upon two considerations of policy. I have explained one of these considerations in my Ethics. The other is as follows. Politeness is a tacit agreement that people's miserable defects, whether moral or intellectual, shall on either side be ignored and not made the subject of reproach. And since these defects are thus rendered somewhat less obtrusive, the result is mutually advantageous. So, second policy reason for being polite is that it amounts to a kind of truce between each of us in society. I agree not to call attention to your defects and reproach you for them, and you do the same with me. And while each of us is still just as defective as before, we're no longer calling attention to these defects. It becomes easier for us to ignore them or to transact business between us without regard for them. So it amounts to a kind of a conspiracy, sort of a public conspiracy to ignore the worst elements of each other's character and moral being. Schopenhauer continues. It is a wise thing to be polite. Consequently, it is a stupid thing to be rude. To make enemies by unnecessary and willful incivility is just as insane a proceeding as to set your house on fire. That's a very pungent metaphor. For politeness is like a counter, an avowedly false coin with which it is foolish to be stingy. A sensible man will be generous in the use of it. It is customary in every country to end a letter with the words, "Your most obedient servant," "Votre très humble serviteur," "Suo devotissimo servo." The Germans are the only people who suppress the word servant, Diener, because of course it is not true. However, to carry politeness to such an extent as to damage your prospects is like giving money where only counters are expected. So here Schopenhauer has compared the politeness, the sort of small acts and vocabulary of polite speech and behavior, to a kind of false coin. You've inherited a bunch of counterfeit money. Well, why not spread it around? It would be ridiculous to be stingy, to try to hoard it. It's valueless in itself. Politeness and the small acts of politeness are just like that. For a person to withhold them and not to make free use of them where they're expected and useful is, as he says at the beginning of this paragraph, like setting your own house on fire. It's ridiculous. It's stupid to be rude when you are harmed by rudeness. One doesn't want to be excessive with politeness to damage one's own prospects, but this is the nature of politeness and its utility for us. Schopenhauer goes on. Wax, a substance naturally hard and brittle, can be made soft by the application of a little warmth, so that it will take any shape you please. In the same way, by being polite and friendly, you can make people pliable and obliging, even though they are apt to be crabbed and malevolent. Hence politeness is to human nature what warmth is to wax. Of course, it is no easy matter to be polite. Insofar, I mean, as it requires us to show great respect for everybody, whereas most people deserve none at all. And again, insofar as it demands that we should feign the most lively interest in people when we must be very glad that we have nothing to do with them. To combine politeness with pride is a masterpiece of wisdom. And so it seems there's a difficulty about being polite, is that you have to treat people with politeness who plainly don't deserve it. You have to continue to associate with people who are not worth associating with. You must pretend to be pleased to be in their presence when in reality you find them utterly repulsive, Schopenhauer seems to suggest here. So to be both proud and polite is something of an achievement, perhaps an ambition for a certain kind of misanthrope like Schopenhauer. Continuing. We should be much less ready to lose our temper over an insult, which, in the strict sense of the word, means that we have not been treated with respect, if on the one hand we had not such an exaggerated estimate of our value and dignity. That is to say, if we were not so immensely proud of ourselves. And on the other hand, if we had arrived at any clear notion of the judgment which, in his heart, one man generally passes upon another. So I take this long sentence to mean that we would disregard insults directed at our person if either we had overcome our own exaggerated self-estimation and realized our own worth perhaps lower than we pretend it is, or if we understood what people generally think of each other deep in their hearts. We would perhaps no longer expect that people would not insult us. Continuing with Schopenhauer now. If most people resent the slightest hint that any blame attaches to them, you may imagine their feelings if they were to overhear what their acquaintances say about them. You should never lose sight of the fact that ordinary politeness is only a grinning mask. If it shifts its place a little, or is removed for a moment, there is no use raising a hue and a cry. When a man is downright rude, it is as though he has taken off all his clothes, and stood before you in puris naturalibus. Like most men in this condition, he does not present a very attractive appearance. It's the end of the section. A bit of a shocking image. To be deliberately rude, he says, we should not mind if the mask of politeness slips sometime, not worth getting terribly upset about, because it merely shows the ugliness that politeness is meant to conceal. And the idea, first, the deliberately rude man is like a man who has set his own house on fire, and then here, perhaps even more absurdly, like a man who is completely stripped naked and stands in front of us. He's not improved his appearance or his our estimation of him by doing so. And so, as Schopenhauer has said at the beginning of this section, it's a stupid thing to be rude if that damages your social prospects. So that's advice to keep in mind, both the true place of politeness in respect of human nature and the ugliness of human nature, and the advisability and utility of being polite. There's generally no advantage to be gained by being deliberately rude, so don't do it. So that's the end of section 36 of Counsels and Maxims. We'll take a look at section 37 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 37 of Counsels and Maxims deals with originality and role models. Here's what Schopenhauer tells us. You ought never to take any man as a model for what you should do or leave undone, because position and circumstances are in no two cases alike, and difference of character gives a peculiar individual tone to what a man does. Hence, duo cum faciunt idem non est idem. When two do the same thing, it is not the same thing. Two persons may do the same thing with a different result. A man should act in accordance with his own character, as soon as he has carefully deliberated on what he is about to do. The outcome of this is that originality cannot be dispensed with in practical matters. Otherwise, what a man does will not accord with what he is. That's the end of section 37. And Schopenhauer here kind of putting us right on the question of role models. If we wish to model our behavior on someone, we should keep in mind the inescapable factor of originality, difference of character and circumstance. So however much Caesar might wish to model himself on Alexander, or Napoleon model himself upon Caesar, the circumstances that each faces, as well as the individual character that he bears and uses in making his action, are different enough that it's not possible to follow directly in the footsteps of anyone else, however admirable he is to us, so much so that the old Roman proverb, the old Latin proverb, right, that when two do the same thing, they don't actually do the same thing because they are two different people. And so two important points I think here at the end worth remembering, perhaps even memorizing, that a man should act in accordance with his own character after deliberating about what the circumstances require of him, and what a man does should be in accord with what he is. That is, you should know yourself and your own character well enough to be able to act decisively and correctly in the circumstances that you face. That does mean sometimes being original rather than following a model, as I mentioned, Caesar following Alexander, or Napoleon Caesar. So that is the brief section 37 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll take a look at section 38 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Section 38 of Counsels and Maxims really just consists of 4 quick aphorisms. Here are the first 2. Schopenhauer writes, "Never combat any man's opinion, for though you reached the age of Methuselah, you would never have done setting him right upon all the absurd things that he believes." It is also well to avoid correcting people's mistakes in conversation, however good your intentions may be, for it is easy to offend people, and difficult, if not impossible, to mend them. So, these first 2 aphorisms, as I'm calling them, are about correcting people. Don't attempt to correct people's opinions. It is the very definition of an impossible task. It is like trying to empty the ocean with a spoon. You will never succeed. Good advice, perhaps, for us in the age of the internet. And even in face-to-face conversation, where you might think that greater friendship and intimacy gives you a chance to improve somebody's somebody's opinion and mistake by pointing out to them as gently as possible that they are wrong. In general, you should avoid this as well, says Schopenhauer, because it is much easier than you think to give offense and much harder than you would wish to make up the offense once it's been given. So, in general, this is not correcting people's opinions and mistakes is not something that you should make a regular habit of. Schopenhauer goes on. If you feel irritated by the absurd remarks of 2 people whose conversation you happen to overhear, you should imagine that you are listening to the dialogue of 2 fools in a comedy. Probatum est. The man who comes into the world with the notion that he is really going to instruct it in matters of the highest importance may thank his stars if he escapes with a whole skin. That's the end of section 38. These latter 2 aphorisms inviting us to, as a survival technique, we might say, when you overhear 2 fools talking, imagine them quite literally as fools in a Shakespeare comedy, exchanging absurd remarks for your entertainment. There go those fools, you say to yourself, rather than becoming angry at their errors or their folly. And then lastly, just a reminder here that if moral improvers are going to be hated and killed by this world, you might think of Socrates in this regard. If you imagine that you are going to be the one who teaches the world the truth about matters of highest importance, you'll be lucky to live as long as Socrates did. You'll be lucky to reach age 70. This is not the way the world works. And I think what unites all of these 4 bits of advice in section 38 is that our social life together is not an arena where we should think of ourselves as pursuing or advancing truth. Rather, it is the kind of thing we have to tolerate and put up with. And that third piece of advice. Just when you encounter fools, say, there go those fools. Think of them as being characters in a stage play. Why? Because you can't improve them, you can't correct them. It is impossible to actually correct all of somebody's false opinions, and you're as likely as not to do damage to personal relationships that you depend upon by trying to correct even your closest friends. So it seems Schopenhauer here seems to advise a good deal of caution when we bring our truth-seeking and our sort of rationality-seeking into the public arena, into the social realm of speaking with others. We're unlikely to be successful, and we're much more likely to do harm. So a certain amount of caution is in order. So that's all of section 38. Section 39, the next section, has some interesting advice about how to be persuasive, and we'll look at that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Here's what Schopenhauer has to say about persuasion in section 39 of Counsels and Maxims. If you want your judgment to be accepted, express it coolly and without passion. All violence has its seat in the will, and so, if your judgment is expressed with vehemence, people will consider it an effort of will, and not the outcome of knowledge, which is in its nature cold and unimpassioned. Since the will is the primary and radical element in human nature, and intellect merely supervenes as something secondary, people are much more likely to believe that the opinion you express with so much vehemence is due to the excited state of your will, rather than that the excitement of the will comes only from the ardent nature of your opinion. That's the end of the section. And a fascinating connection here with Schopenhauer's main metaphysical work on the world as will and representation. If you wish to be persuasive, if you wish for people to adopt your opinion as their own, try not to express it with vehemence, because vehemence, people will connect quite naturally enough with an effort of will rather than of knowledge. They will assume that the reason that you assert yourself so violently, the reason that you express yourself so forcefully, is because you are trying hard, not because you have this sort of cool, detached, above it all intellect, which gives you access to the truth and to knowledge. So it seems for Schopenhauer, the very nature of a philosopher is to have this kind of stoical, above it all character that would be expressed even in his speech. He would share the truth, but the truth by its very nature is dispassionate and separates you somewhat from the willfulness that we associate with this more primary, sort of primal element in humanity, this desire, this striving. So the intellect doesn't strive, knowledge doesn't strive, wisdom doesn't strive, Schopenhauer seems to be telling us here. I think there may also be here a kind of coded advice to each of us. It's not just in the matter of persuading others that vehemence should be an indication that your will is in charge and not your intellect, but even within yourself, something you believe passionately, something that really gets you agitated and excited and sort of internally vehement. I think Schopenhauer maybe here has a kind of coded warning that that itself may be an effort of the will within you and not of your intellect, not of knowledge or wisdom and philosophy. That's it for section 39. Section 40 is about self-praise, the circumstances under which we might or might not be justified in singing our own praises to other people. We'll take a look at that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 40 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer gives us his advice about whether or not we should praise ourselves in the company of others. Here's what he writes. Even when you are fully justified in praising yourself, you should never be seduced into doing so. For vanity is so very common, and merit so very uncommon, that even if a man appears to be praising himself, though very indirectly, people will be ready to lay 100 to 1 that he is talking out of pure vanity, and that he has not sense enough to see what a fool he is making of himself. Still, for all that, there may be some truth in Bacon's remark that, as in the case of calumny, if you throw enough dirt, some of it will stick, so it is also in regard to self-praise, with the conclusion that self-praise in small doses is to be recommended. So that's the end of section 40, and Schopenhauer's advice about self-praise seems to be, one, don't do it, not because you don't deserve it or can't pull it off, but because even your deserved praise of yourself, pointing out your own virtues accurately, will be swallowed up in the great sea of vanity and falsehood that is the social world. So people will simply mistake you for a fool who doesn't realize how much of a fool he's obviously making of himself. Your quality will not be recognized even when you point it out, perhaps especially because you point it out. So it's as likely to damage your prospects and standing as it is to improve it. And then there's this curious citation of a proverb of Francis Bacon. Just as in the case of throwing mud, of calumny and insult, if you throw enough dirt at somebody, most of it will be discarded as meritless, but some people will believe some of it. We see this, of course, every election season in our time. But maybe it's also the same way, Schopenhauer and Bacon suggest, with regard to self-praise. If you say enough good things about yourself, even if the general lot of people disregard 80% of it, they're going to believe 20% of it, and that's to your benefit. I don't quite myself understand Schopenhauer's conclusion that self-praise in small doses is to be recommended, because the logic of Bacon's statement seems to be that it's only the very large doses of self-praise that will actually have the desired effect of people believing some of what you say. Perhaps there's something lost in the translation or my understanding either of Schopenhauer or Bacon and the points that they're making. But Schopenhauer does seem to give an answer that consists of mostly not, perhaps a little bit occasionally, in regard to self-praise. So that's section 40 of Counsels and Maxims. Section 41 is Schopenhauer's advice on how to deal with liars, how to react to people who you think are trying to conceal something from you or push a falsehood on you. We'll take a look at that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 41 of Counsels and Maxims is Schopenhauer's advice about dealing with liars. Here's what he says. If you have reason to suspect that a person is telling you a lie, look as though you believed every word he said. This will give him courage to go on. He will become more vehement in his assertions, and in the end betray himself. Again, if you perceive that a person is trying to conceal something from you, but with only partial success, look as though you did not believe him. This opposition on your part will provoke him into leading out his reserve of truth and bringing the whole force of it to bear upon your incredulity. That's the whole section. Two bits of advice about dealing with dishonest people. First, if somebody is lying to you, a bit of reverse psychology, look as though you are completely convinced, and this will goad him on to lie to you more and more outrageously. In the end, he will betray himself. That is, you can, by your false front, trick him into revealing his own dishonest nature and his lie. And the second, if somebody is trying to conceal something from you, they have a truth and they've let a little bit of it slip out, the way to get the rest of it, Schopenhauer says, is to look completely incredulous. I don't even believe the true thing that you've let slip out, you say. And this will anger him, and he will then draw out more and more of the truth that he was initially trying to conceal, because simply the fact of your opposing him, of your refusing to believe the truth that he let slip out, will make him angry and will cause him to reveal more of it, simply in order to get the better of you. In both cases here, I think we have some advice from Schopenhauer that amounts to using the peculiarities of human social nature, our desire to be believed or to overcome opposition and incredulity in people we're lying to or concealing things from. This can be used to your advantage to obtain the truth, where people would rather that you didn't have it. We also have a reference here going backwards a couple of sections to vehemence, right? If you can provoke this liar to become increasingly vehement in his assertions, this is in the end going to betray him, right? This is again a feature of a person who's not risen to a certain kind of wisdom and self-control and peace of mind. That's goes along with the idea of the cool and the coolness and passionlessness of truth and wisdom. So that's Schopenhauer's advice on dealing with liars and concealers of the truth. Take the opposite tack and provoke them into giving you the truth that they would rather you didn't have. We'll take a look at section 42 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Section 42 of Counsels and Maxims is Schopenhauer's advice about secrecy and silence. Here's what he says. You should regard all your private affairs as secrets, and in respect of them treat your acquaintances, even though you are on good terms with them, as perfect strangers, letting them know nothing more than they can see for themselves. For in course of time, and under altered circumstances, you may find it a disadvantage that they know even the most harmless things about you. So, this first paragraph, advice to not over disclose even the most innocuous details about yourself. He says not to friends, but to acquaintances, to people you know casually, that you know mildly. You may find it in the future, especially under, he says, altered circumstances, when they have an incentive to try to hurt you, that even the smallest detail about the town you were born in or the place you went on vacation 2 years ago may turn out to be something that may be used against you. So, recommending here secrecy and silence in regard to personal details in the realm of speech with mere acquaintances. This is being written, of course, centuries before the internet, but one can see the applicability of that kind of advice today. He goes on. And as a general rule, it is more advisable to show your intelligence by saying nothing than by speaking out, for silence is a matter of prudence, whilst speech has something in it of vanity. The opportunities for displaying the one or the other quality occur equally often, but the fleeting satisfaction afforded by speech is often preferred to the permanent advantage secured by silence. So, once again, silence preferable to speech. If opportunities occur equally often, we ought to think of speaking as bearing short-term results and benefits, and silence securing a permanent advantage. I can say from my own experience, I've found many more occasions to regret speaking out than I have found occasions to regret being silent. But of course, your mileage may vary. Schopenhauer goes on. The feeling of relief which lively people experience in speaking aloud when no one is listening should not be indulged, lest it grow into a habit. For in this way thought establishes such very friendly terms with speech that conversation is apt to become a process of thinking aloud. Prudence exacts that a wide gulf should be fixed between what we think and what we say. Recommending here to avoid getting into the habit, appropriate to lively people, we might say extroverts, of speaking aloud to yourself when no one is around. This brings your thought and your speech in too much of a habitual association, so that you may begin thinking out loud and revealing things you ought to conceal, even in casual conversation. This is to be avoided. The law of prudence is that what we think and what we say should be kept far apart and connected only deliberately by us. Schopenhauer goes on. At times we fancy that people are utterly unable to believe in the truth of some statement affecting us personally, whereas it never occurs to them to doubt it. But if we give them the slightest opportunity of doubting it, they find it absolutely impossible to believe it any more. The grammar of that sentence is a little bit complex, so I want to pause over it before going on to the rest of the paragraph. At times we imagine that people don't believe something true that we've told them out of our own experience, but in reality, they never even thought of doubting it. So here's a mismatch between we've said something true, we expect that people don't believe it, we find it impossible that they should believe it, and yet they do. It's never occurred to them to doubt it. Okay, so there's a one circumstance. And the other, if we give them the opportunity of doubting it, if we raise in their minds the possibility that it might be false, suddenly they can't believe it at all. They go from completely accepting it with no thought of doubt to completely doubting it with no possibility of being able to believe it at all. It's merely the directing their minds to the possibility that it could be doubted that seems to make all the difference. It's a bit like perhaps when you do some small injury to your hand and it doesn't hurt until you look at it, and then suddenly seeing it, it pains you tremendously. Some people's belief and doubt seems to be just that way. Okay, so he goes on in the same vein. We often betray ourselves into revealing something simply because we suppose that other people cannot help noticing it. Just as a man will throw himself down from a great height because he loses his head. In other words, because he fancies that he cannot retain a firm footing any longer, the torment of his position is so great that he thinks it better to put an end to it at once. This is the kind of insanity which is called acrophobia, fear of heights. Thinking here of the kind of reaction, sort of mad reaction to vertigo, where one looks down, being on a plank that's no wider than it needs to be. Pascal has an image like this. I might look down and see that I'm safe, but feel that I am unsafe because of the perception of the height and the narrowness of the ledge upon which I stand. Well, some people will simply throw themselves to their death rather than tolerate this kind of mismatch between what they perceive and what is the true reality. This sometimes happens in the realm of truth-telling and secret-keeping. We often betray ourselves into revealing something because we cannot imagine that people don't notice it. So we ourselves call attention to it, causing them to notice it for the first time. So a bit of advice, again, of some practical import, avoiding a kind of acrophobia of credulity. Schopenhauer goes on. But it should not be forgotten how clever people are in regard to affairs that do not concern them, even though they show no particular sign of acuteness in other matters. In other words, people are nosy. This is a kind of algebra in which people are very proficient. Give them a single fact to go upon, and they will solve the most complicated problems. So if you wish to relate some event that happened long ago, without mentioning any names, or otherwise indicating the persons to whom you refer, you should be very careful not to introduce into your narrative anything which might point, however distantly, to some definite fact, whether it is a particular locality, or a date, or the name of someone who was only to a small extent implicated, or anything else that was even remotely connected with the event. For that at once gives people something positive to go upon, and by the aid of their talent for this sort of algebra, they will discover all the rest. Their curiosity in these matters becomes a kind of enthusiasm. Their will spurs on their intellect and drives it forward to the attainment of the most remote results. For however unsusceptible and indifferent people may be to general and universal truths, they are very ardent in the matter of particular details. A long paragraph reminding us that people are nosy, but they're nosiest not about general truths or universal truths or philosophical truths. They want to know the specific details of who did what when. So if you wish to tell somebody a story about something far in the past or something remote, if you include any details of an identifiable person, they will grab that to go upon and eventually try to discover the whole truth. And this seems to be an insight that is an observation that is even more magnified in the area of the internet, when the whole Reddit "he will not divide us" flag affair of some years ago, or really just anything that happens when you find a group of people on the internet get determined and can identify a person's exact location from a flagpole or a restaurant that was in the background of a particular photo that they posted. We know to be cautious about this, and Schopenhauer seems to be giving us a kind of 19th century version of this. If you give people even the tiniest detail to go upon, that they're off like a bloodhound. Okay, so however indifferent they are to general truths, they very much want to know the truth about, especially embarrassing or troublesome facts about the specific details of those things. So Schopenhauer goes on. In keeping with what I have said, it will be found that all those who profess to give instruction in the wisdom of life are specially urgent in commending the practice of silence, and assign manifold reasons why it should be observed. So it is not necessary for me to enlarge upon the subject any further. However, I may just add one or two little-known Arabian proverbs which occur to me as peculiarly appropriate. Do not tell a friend anything that you would conceal from an enemy. A secret is in my custody if I keep it, but should it escape me, it is I who am the prisoner. And the tree of silence bears the fruit of peace. That's the end of section 42, which is Schopenhauer's advice and some observations about the social world and the importance of secrecy and especially of silence for the prudent person. And those three great Arabian proverbs, I especially like the last one: the tree of silence bears the fruit of peace. We should become accustomed to keeping our thoughts and our words separate and maintaining a certain kind of internal discipline in that regard. So that is section 42 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll talk about section 43 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 43 of Counsels and Maxims is just one sentence long. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Money is never spent to so much advantage as when you have been cheated out of it, for at one stroke you have purchased prudence. That's all of section 43. Just something on the order of a one-sentence proverb here that we're invited to see gain. I'm invited to see loss under the aspect of gain. Somebody has cheated you out of money. Schopenhauer says, regard it as money well spent. You've now learned something about the world, about people, about your ability to be cheated. So regard this as money that you've spent in order to acquire prudence, wisdom of life, a sort of worldly know-how. So that's reminds me of something that I associate with Epictetus. I think he says at one point in his Stoic philosophy that if one of your servants is stealing from you, you should simply say of the loss, this is the price of contentment. This is the price of equanimity of soul. Is I have to stop caring about a certain loaf of bread that's been stolen by one of my servants. So Schopenhauer here kind of flipping it around with a little bit more of a misanthropic twist, that if somebody's cheated you out of money, you just bought prudence from him and you should regard it as being a good bargain. Because that was such a short passage, I thought I'd share one bonus thing with you guys in this video. A few months ago, in March of 2024, I was down in Dallas for the Ciceronian Society annual conference, and at a bookstore there I picked up this book, The Essays of Schopenhauer, with a couple of other books included in it. It's the same translation as the one I'm using here, which is the Prometheus Press Great Books in Philosophy series, which I rather like. It's a decent series. This is an older book. It is, as you can see, in not terribly good condition. The spine is breaking. It's water damaged, but that's what made it cheap enough that I could afford to buy it in my position. This has no publication date, but a version I saw online that looked quite similar. The seller had tracked it down to about 1910 publication date, as far as he can tell. So what I'll do here is just flip this open at random and give you a random passage of Schopenhauer from this or some other work. And here we are. Let's see. Find something short. Okay, this is from Psychological Observations and Studies in Pessimism. Schopenhauer writes, it occasionally happens that for no particular reason, long forgotten scenes suddenly start up in the memory. This may, in many cases, be due to the action of some hardly perceptible odor which accompanied those scenes, and now recurs exactly the same as before. For it is well known that the sense of smell is specially effective in awakening memories, and that, in general, it does not require much to rouse a train of ideas. And I may say, in passing, that the sense of sight is connected with the understanding, the sense of hearing with the reason, and, as we see in the present case, the sense of smell with the memory. Touch and taste are more material and dependent upon contact. They have no ideal side. That's a section from Schopenhauer's Studies in Pessimism from this book. As far as I can understand it, just having read it for the first time there, I suppose I agree. Smells are powerful in bringing back memories. So the stuff about vision and taste, I'm not sure I agree with. But that was just a bit of random Schopenhauer. Perhaps I'll do that again if we have another short section. We've just covered section 43 of Counsels and Maxims. We'll take a look at section 44 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 44 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer begins to wrap up his advice to us concerning our relation to others. He writes, if possible, no animosity should be felt for anyone. But carefully observe and remember the manner in which a man conducts himself, so that you may take the measure of his value, at any rate in regard to yourself, and regulate your bearing towards him accordingly, never losing sight of the fact that character is unalterable, and that to forget the bad features in a man's disposition is like throwing away hard-won money. Thus you will protect yourself against the results of unwise intimacy and foolish friendship. Give way neither to love nor to hate is one half of worldly wisdom. Say nothing and believe nothing, the other half. Truly, a world where there is need of such rules as this and the following is one upon which a man may well turn his back. So that's all of section 44. Kind of interesting, of course, here. Don't feel animosity, but never ever forget somebody's character. Character doesn't change. This is Schopenhauer kind of in dad mode here, giving advice to us, perhaps as his teenage children. Just don't, once you've learned about somebody's character, don't ever forget it. Don't ignore it. Don't pretend that perhaps he's changed, perhaps he's different now. People don't change, Schopenhauer seems to be saying. And if you behave as though they have, you are as good as tossing away money, or we might say tossing away the hard-won wisdom that you got through your previous encounters with them and discovery of their bad character. So don't feel hatred for them, of course. That would be to give up something valuable in yourself. But do not ever fail to treat somebody precisely as his character merits, neither more generously nor more harshly than that. And then this interesting statement that we live in a world in which two rules are necessary: give in to neither love nor hate, and also say nothing and believe nothing. And this is the world we live in. It's rather a terrible world, a world that dealing with worldly affairs is a world that we might turn our back on, the wise man, the intellectual. And I think that points back towards a certain kind of a private life, a life of intellectual activity, as opposed to the life of having to deal with other people and their problems and their perverse characters. So that's all of section 44 of Counsels and Maxims. We'll talk about section 45 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 45 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer advises us on how to govern the expression of our emotions, especially our negative emotions, towards our enemies. He writes, "To speak angrily to a person, to show your hatred by what you say or by the way you look, is an unnecessary proceeding, dangerous, foolish, ridiculous, and vulgar. Anger or hatred should never be shown otherwise than in what you do. And feelings will be all the more effective in action, insofar as you avoid the exhibition of them in any other way. It is only cold-blooded animals whose bite is poisonous." That's all of section 45. Schopenhauer getting a little bit ruthless with us here at the end of chapter 3. I kind of can hear the ring of the knife being pulled from the sheath. If you are angry and hateful towards a person, for God's sake, don't express it in speech or in dirty looks. Express it in action. In other words, don't talk about revenge. Do revenge. And he says you'll find it to be much more emotionally satisfying when your emotions are actually accomplished through your actions, if that's the way it's going to be, rather than talking about them. To do otherwise dangerous, foolish, ridiculous, and vulgar. And something of a proverb here at the end. It is only the cold-blooded animal that has a poisonous bite. So if you have a genuine hostility, if you genuinely wish to inflict harm upon your enemy, you have to be cold-blooded yourself. You have to restrain your expression of emotion, restrain the way that you comport your face when you look at the person. So for God's sake, we're playing for keeps here, right? We're in the realm of action, not in the realm of emotionally venting, right? This is the action of an undisciplined person. So, bit of advice here on the topic of vengeance, it seems. Not entirely pleasant to consider, but then again, if vengeance and negative emotions are going to come up, well, then they ought to come up in action and not in speech. Or maybe I should say, in action or not at all. let them go, do without them. So that's section 45 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. Section 46 is the final section of chapter 3 on our relation to others. We'll talk about that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Section 46 of Counsels and Maxims is the end of chapter 3 on our relation to others. In it, Schopenhauer gives us some parting advice about how an intellectually superior person might speak and deal with a society of people who are more slow-witted than himself. Here's what he writes. To speak without emphasizing your words, parler sans accent, is an old rule with those who are wise in the world's ways. It means that you should leave other people to discover what it is that you have said. And as their minds are slow, you can make your escape in time. On the other hand, to emphasize your meaning, parler avec accent, is to address their feelings, and the result is always the opposite of what you expect. If you are only polite enough in your manner and courteous in your tone, there are many people whom you may abuse outright and yet run no immediate risk of offending them. That's the end of section 46 and the end of chapter 3. We might say we have an appearance here of Schopenhauer the troll, pointing out to us that if your mind is operating at a much faster pace than other people's, you might say something, and provided that you say it without driving your meaning home and making it obvious, it will take their more slowly operating minds a longer time to figure out that you've just said something offensive or insulting. And by that point, you've left the party. You've made your escape. The conversation is over, and they're left to realize an hour or a day later that, in fact, you dealt them a kind of a crushing blow, that you said something that may have been, that they may be able to interpret as offensive. That the implicit advice here from Schopenhauer is that this is precisely the way to act, to speak without accent. Let other people figure out what your words mean, and sometimes that will be to your advantage, that they only figure it out after you've gone away. The opposite course is to be recommended against, that don't drive home your meaning and appeal therefore to people's feelings. When you appeal to their feelings, the result is not going to be to your liking. So it sounds here like Schopenhauer, if he's speaking here, he thinks to fellow sort of intellectually superior people, seems to think that he's advising them to take advantage of your natural superiority in this regard, to move about in society, as it were, as someone, with kind of a super speed power, right? The fact that you can think more quickly than other people, react more quickly, means you can do things socially, and the effect is so delayed and so retarded that it won't actually end up striking you or affecting you. So a bit like one of those characters in a superhero movie with super speed, which turns out to be something like a universal hack, right? This guy can do just about anything if he moves 20%, 50%, 100% faster than everyone else. Something going on here in the realm of thought, I think, with Schopenhauer. So that's his final advice to us about dealing with other people, on our relations to others. We'll turn to the beginning of chapter 4, titled Worldly Fortune, in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 47 of Counsels and Maxims is the beginning of chapter 4 on worldly fortune. Here's what Schopenhauer tells us. However varied the forms that human destiny may take, the same elements are always present. And so life is everywhere much of a piece, whether it is passed in the cottage or in the palace, in the barrack or in the cloister. Alter the circumstances as much as you please. Point to strange adventures, successes, failures. Life is like a sweet shop where there is a great variety of things, odd in shape and diverse in color, one and all made from the same paste. And when men speak of someone's success, the lot of the man who has failed is not so very different as it seems. The inequalities in the world are like the combinations in a kaleidoscope. At every turn, a fresh picture strikes the eye, and yet in reality, you see only the same bit of glass as you saw before. That's section 47 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. The main lesson to start us off on this chapter seeming to be that the differences in people's fate are really rather insignificant, that the difference between a successful life and a failed life are really not as remarkable as they might at first seem. Vary circumstances however much you like, between the barracks and the cloister, the palace and the cottage, people live more or less the same life, the same type of life, the same quality of life. For Schopenhauer, that is going to be, let's just say, bad. Life is bad. And then we have these two fantastic images. Life is like a sweet shop, okay, sort of a Schopenhauerian version of Forrest Gump here, but rather than the lesson being, what was it from the movie? You never know what you're going to get. The lesson here is all the brightly colored candies of different shapes and sizes and elaborate things that strike the eye and entice the fancy. All of them are one and alike, made from the same sugar paste. You put them in your mouth, exactly the same thing. Okay, the thing that strikes you about them as being different is ultimately insignificant. They are, in their substance, identical. And he's saying human lives are like that. Happy ones, sad ones, successful ones, failed ones, all made from the same content, the same low quality sugar paste. And then the other image of the kaleidoscope. You turn the kaleidoscope and you see bright images. Oh wow, it's so sensational, so impressive when you're a young child. So in reality, what you're seeing is light reflected through the exact same piece of glass, couple of pieces of glass. There is nothing new there. There's only the appearance of change and difference and of dazzling heights and lows. There is, in fact, once you appreciate the objective reality of things, there is really very, very little variation actually happening, or in fact, none at all. So, a warning not to be deceived by appearances, and we might also say not to overinvest in what we see as being the differences between a happy life and a miserable one. In fact, it's all sugar paste. It's all the same low quality material. This life, Schopenhauer seems to say. So that's the end of section 47. The next two sections are rather long, so we'll take a look at those at length in the next couple of videos. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 48 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer gives us an extended set of thoughts about the nature of chance and the role of fate, random chance in our lives. Here's what he writes. An ancient writer says, very truly, that there are three great powers in the world: sagacity, strength, and luck. Sunetos kratos tuku. I think the last is the most efficacious. A man's life is like the voyage of a ship, where luck, secunda aut adversa fortuna, acts the part of the wind, and speeds the vessel on its way, or drives it far out of its course. All that the man can do for himself is of little avail, like the rudder which, if worked hard and continuously, may help in the navigation of the ship, and yet all may be lost again by a sudden squall. But if the wind is only in the right quarter, the ship will sail on, and so as not to need any steering. The power of luck is nowhere better expressed than in a certain Spanish proverb: Da ventura a tu hijo y échalo en el mar. Give your son luck, and then throw him into the sea. So this first paragraph, Schopenhauer extolling the value of chance, saying of the three great forces in life, sagacity, your own wisdom and cleverness, strength, your own sort of force and social and material might, and luck. Luck is by far the greatest determinant of our life outcomes. If you happen, as the Spanish say, if you can only give your son luck, you can cast him into the ocean and things will go well for him. Going on. Still, chance, it may be said, is a malignant power, and as little as possible should be left to its agency. And yet, where is there any giver who, in dispensing gifts, tells us quite clearly that we have no right to them, and that we owe them not to any merit on our part, but wholly to the goodness and grace of the giver, at the same time allowing us to cherish the joyful hope of receiving, in all humility, further undeserved gifts from the same hands? Where is there any giver like that unless it be chance, who understands the kingly art of showing the recipient that all merit is powerless and unavailing against the royal grace and favor? Okay. Another great paragraph here, Schopenhauer telling us, noting that there's something kind of regal about chance, about fortune, about randomness, that unlike any other recipient, it tells us that this really its gifts are completely undeserved by us. It reminds me here very much of Fortuna from Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy. Schopenhauer here, however, praising it, right? What a glorious power differential there is between chance and us, between the giver and the recipient. No merit of ours can ever possibly account for what we get from chance. Chance, as it were, can say that to us the way nobody else can. Going on. On looking back over the course of his life, that labyrinthine way of error, a man must see many points where luck failed him and misfortune came. And then it is easy to carry self-reproach to an unjust excess. For the course of a man's life is in no wise entirely of his own making. It is the product of two factors, the series of things that happened, and his own resolves in regard to them. And these two are constantly interacting upon and modifying each other. And besides these, another influence is at work in the very limited extent of a man's horizon, whether it is that he cannot see very far ahead in respect of the plans he will adopt, or that he is still less able to predict the course of future events. His knowledge is strictly confined to present plans and present events. Hence, as long as a man's goal is far off, he cannot steer straight for it. He must be content to take a course that is approximately right. And in following the direction in which he thinks he ought to go, he will often have occasion to tack. I think part of what Schopenhauer is telling us here is very much the kind of dad advice that if your goal is far off, if you're aiming at something 10 years, 20 years distant, you can only make the most approximate move towards it. In other words, there is no precise right course to take now. You ought to think of yourself as moving in the general right direction. Okay, once you're closer, then you can adjust your final approach to actually attain the goal. But if the goal is far off, then all motion towards it is only need to be in approximately the right direction. And I think that's a good way of calming us down when we become concerned about whether we're taking precisely the right action here and now to achieve a remote goal. Okay, the remote goal requires us to take a different sort of attitude towards the suitableness of the actions we take at the present time. So present actions, present events are what we react to immediately. And so I think that, plus I think the excellent expression describing human life as the labyrinthine way of error. Good parts of that paragraph. Going on. All that a man can do is to form such resolves as from time to time accord with the circumstances in which he is placed, in the hope of thus managing to advance a step nearer towards his final goal. It is usually the case that the position in which we stand and the object at which we aim resemble two tendencies working with dissimilar strength in different directions, and the course of our life is represented by their diagonal or resultant force. And here's a nice image, right? The two rays, and we follow the vector between them. The rays are our ultimate goal, which we have in mind, and our present circumstances, and they are of different forces. And so we're sort of thinking back to geometry, taking the path between them is going to be determined by their relative strengths, and you'll move roughly in that direction. That's a nice geometrical image for the kind of advice that Schopenhauer is giving us here. Terence makes the remark that life is like a game at dice, where, if the number that turns up is not precisely the one you want, you can still contrive to use it equally well. Invita est hominum quasi cum ludas tesseris, si illud quod maxime opus est iactu non cadit, illud quod sedidit forte id arte ut corrigas. And that's my Latin's not great, but I think that's roughly, I looked it up, it's roughly in the life of men when you play at some kind of game, some kind of game where you throw dice and then use the results of the dice. If the thing that you most need does not come up, you don't throw the right number, of the thing which has fallen to you by chance, you have the skill. With skill, you can correct it. So, uh, approximately what Schopenhauer has said. Going on to Schopenhauer. Or, to put the matter more shortly, life is like a game of cards, when the cards are shuffled and dealt by fate. But for my present purpose, the most suitable simile would be that of a game of chess, where the plan we determine to follow is conditioned by the play of our rival, in life by the caprice of fate. We are compelled to modify our tactics, often to such an extent that, as we carry them out, hardly a single feature of the original plan can be recognized. So here's another great example of how to think about our lives like a game of chess. You have a plan of attack, of moving your pieces, of defense, and here it is chance, the caprice of chance, the things that happen in life more or less randomly, that will be playing the opposite pieces. And as in a game of chess, you modify or even abandon your opening plan according to the opportunities or the threats that are presented by the counterplay of the opponent. If fate presses you hard on one side, you modify or abandon your original plan to defend against that threat. If fate opens up some new opportunity for you, you advance down that side of the board, down that diagonal, as prudently as possible. So again, it's sort of the dad advice here of being able to think on your feet rather than thinking of life in terms of following a fixed plan. Going on now. But above and beyond all this, there is another influence that makes itself felt in our lives. It is a trite saying, only too frequently true, that we are often more foolish than we think. On the other hand, we are often wiser than we fancy ourselves to be. This, however, is a discovery which only those can make of whom it is really true. And it takes them a long time to make it. Our brains are not the wisest part of us. In the great moments of life, when a man decides upon an important step, his action is directed not so much by any clear knowledge of the right thing to do, as by an inner impulse. You may also almost call it an instinct, proceeding from the deepest foundations of his being. If, later on, he attempts to criticize his action by the light of hard and fast ideas of what is right in the abstract, those unprofitable ideas which are learnt by rote, or it may be borrowed from other people, if he begins to apply general rules, the principles which have guided others to his own case, without sufficiently weighing the maxim that one man's meat is another man's poison, then he will run great risk of doing himself an injustice. The result will show where the right course lay. It is only when a man has reached the happy age of wisdom that he is capable of just judgment in regard either to his own actions or to those of others. A long paragraph beginning with this trite saying, we are often more foolish than we believe, And often we are wiser than we believe. I mean, of course, this is only true of the people of whom it is true. But this interesting idea that when we're really making the critical decisions of our lives, a job, a marriage, some sort of radical change, we often find that we are not making them from some sort of clear intellectual idea of what principle requires, but rather out of a sort of a deep well of influences that have affected us. In other words, we sort of act from our deepest being when we make these kinds of decisions. And if looking back later upon those decisions, the decision to begin or end that relationship, the decision to abandon this job and move cross country, or not to do so, to pass up the opportunity to enlist in the military, etc. If we look back on those sorts of decisions that proceed from the core of our being, and look at them in the light of these unprofitable abstract ideas that we borrow from other people, that other people have put into our heads, we will reproach ourselves and even do damage to ourselves without cause. Schopenhauer seems to say, do ourselves an injustice. So it is only at the happy age of wisdom that you win the sort of right to be able to judge effectively of your own life, what your own life is and has become. You might say there's a certain kind of self-knowledge of your own deepest self and principles and motivations that comes only with old age. That as a young person, you might be more inclined to misjudge yourself according to abstract principles that don't necessarily apply to you and to your circumstances and situation. Schopenhauer goes on. It may be that this impulse or instinct is the unconscious effect of a kind of prophetic dream, which is forgotten when we awake, lending our life a uniformity of tone, a dramatic unity, such as could never result from the unstable moments of consciousness, when we are so easily led into error, so liable to strike a false note. It is in virtue of some such prophetic dream that a man feels himself called to great achievements in a special sphere, and works in that direction from his youth up out of an inner and secret feeling that this is his true path, just as by a similar instinct the bee is led to build up its cells in the comb. This is the impulse which Balthasar Gracian calls la gran synderisis, the great power of moral discernment. It is something that a man instinctively feels to be his salvation, without which he were lost. An interesting commentary now here about this kind of prophetic dream, unconscious prophetic dream, maybe a sort of sense of self that we have, that we forget when awake, right? A sense that I am meant to do this. This is the right thing for me. I don't think Schopenhauer is really getting mystical here so much as he's referring to the fact that there's a great deal going on in us below the level of conscious mind and intellectual knowledge and choosing. It's not a matter of knowing principles and applying them to life. It's more a matter of being and becoming what we are. And that's the sort of feel that I'm getting off of this. So now the final paragraph of the section, Schopenhauer writes, "To act in accordance with abstract principles is a difficult matter, and a great deal of practice will be required before you can be even occasionally successful. It often happens that the principles do not fit in with your particular case. But every man has certain innate concrete principles, a part, as it were, of the very blood that flows in his veins, the sum or result, in fact, of all his thoughts, feelings, and volitions. Usually, he has no knowledge of them in any abstract form. It is only when he looks back upon the course that his life has taken that he becomes aware of having been always led on by them, as though they formed an invisible clue which he had followed unawares." That's the end of section 48 of Counsels and Maxims. And a very Nietzschean note, I think, in fact, that there is every man has concrete principles, sort of the personality that he has formed, the very blood in his veins, the thought, feelings, and volitions that make him up. This is the kind of thing which one acquires, it seems, a greater knowledge of the older and wiser one becomes, looking back on your life, seeing now these have been the principles of my life. Not abstract ones that are known intellectually, but these concrete principles that I know, it seems, through the kind of semi-subconscious, deep experience of being me, of reflecting upon myself and acquiring this kind of knowledge. A kind of invisible clue that I've been following my whole life that's led me to the place where I am now. So, an interesting set of reflections upon the nature of chance and its large role in our life, with some advice on how we should think about it, how we should govern ourselves, and avoid useless self reproach, especially in cases where fate has turned against us. So that's section 48 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll talk about section 49 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In section 49 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer discusses time and change and how we should react to the knowledge that everything in this world is transitory. He concludes with some advice about not becoming time's debtor. He begins, that time works great changes, and that all things are in their nature fleeting, these are truths that should never be forgotten. Hence, in whatever case you may be, it is well to picture yourself the opposite. In prosperity, be mindful of misfortune. In friendship, of enmity. In good weather, of days when the sky is overcast. In love, of hatred. In moments of trust, to imagine the betrayal that will make you regret your confidence. And so too when you are in evil plight, to have a lively sense of happier times. What a lasting source of true worldly wisdom were there. We should then always reflect and not be so very easily deceived, because in general you should anticipate the very changes that the years will bring. It sounds almost like a kind of Schopenhauerian version of the prayer of St. Francis, where there's hatred, let me sow love. Schopenhauer says, when you experience love, think of hatred. When you are trusting someone, think of betrayal. Because in this world, all things necessarily will change. You should be prepared for the change that will inevitably happen. And so consider the opposite of whatever you are experiencing, whether it be good or evil. This, he says, is part of the essence of worldly wisdom. So he goes on. Perhaps in no form of knowledge is personal experience so indispensable as in learning to see that all things are unstable and transitory in this world. There is nothing that in its own place and for the time it lasts is not a product of necessity, and therefore capable of being fully justified. And it is this fact that makes the circumstances of every year, every month, even of every day, seem as though they might maintain their right to last to all eternity. But we know that this can never be the case, and that in a world where all is fleeting, change alone endures. He is a prudent man who is not only undeceived by apparent stability, but is able to forecast the lines upon which movement will take place. So, another paragraph, the only stable thing in this world is change. Although there is necessity, it is the necessity of things which deludes us into thinking that they will be unchangeable, and this is an error. There's a footnote at the end of this paragraph, and here's the footnote. Chance plays so great a part in all human affairs that when a man tries to ward off a remote danger by present sacrifice, the danger often vanishes under some new and unforeseen development of events. And then the sacrifice, in addition to being a complete loss, brings about such an altered state of things as to be in itself a source of positive danger in the face of this new development. In taking measures of precaution, then, it is well not to look too far ahead, but to reckon with chance, and often to oppose a courageous front to a danger in the hope that, like many a dark thundercloud, it may pass away without breaking. That's the end of the footnote. A footnote about chance. Interesting as well. We expect change, but we also expect that the dangers that we see coming may not come. And so it is a good advice in taking precautions not to plan too far ahead. Shades of something that we said before about having a plan in the game of chess, but leaving room for a certain amount of luck in response to circumstances. If you plan too far ahead, you'll find yourself creating new hazards and traps for yourself. And then also simply putting up a brave front and hoping that the danger you foresee may pass like a dark cloud overhead without breaking, without raining on you. So back to the main text now. But people generally think that present circumstances will last, and that matters will go in the future as they have done in the past. Their mistake arises from the fact that they do not understand the causes of the things they see. Causes which, unlike the effects they produce, contain in themselves the germ of future change. The effects are all that people know, and they hold fast to them on the supposition that those unknown causes, which were sufficient to bring them about, will also be able to maintain them as they are. This is a very common error, and the fact that it is common is not without its advantage, for it means that people always err in unison, and hence the calamity which results from the error affects all alike, and is therefore easy to bear. Whereas, if a philosopher makes a mistake, he is alone in his error, and so at a double disadvantage. Two things in this paragraph I think noteworthy. First, that last one, it seems there's a further burden that the philosopher or the wise man must bear, which is that his mistakes are mistakes in which he enjoys little or no company. When he makes a mistake, it is his fault, but also he has no fellows who are in the same boat to sympathize with him or to endure the results of the mistake with him. It's quite the opposite with common errors. The more common they are, the more that the sort of collective society is entirely invested in them and is able at least to bear up the consequences together. So the sort of ship of fools sails on, enduring all of their errors in unison and together, whereas I suppose if I'm pushing the metaphor, I might say that the wise man is in a rowboat by himself, enduring the hazards that come his way solo. But this is the burden that they must bear. The other point I thought from this paragraph, this idea that the mistake people make is to suppose that is to stick with the effects. They see the effects, but they don't see the causes. Now, the causes have this necessity to them, according to Schopenhauer, and the causes have in them also the germ of future effects. To understand the causes is really to see how things are going to go. But people who see the surface only, who don't get behind appearances to the reality of things, people who go only from effects, assume that whatever caused this effect to be the way it is now is capable of causing this effect to be that way forever. And so they make forever plans. They plan on things being just the same as they are, continuing as they are. This is a common error, but it is an error. So it's connected with this superficiality of the ordinary understanding of the world, I think Schopenhauer is saying. There's a footnote attached to the end of this paragraph again, a shorter one, and here it is. I may remark parenthetically that all this is a confirmation of the principle laid down in Weltanschauung und Vorstellung, that error always consists in making a wrong inference, that is, in ascribing a given effect to something that does not cause it. Okay. The reference there is to Book 1, page 94 of The World as Will and Representation. That might be an interesting detail to chase down later on. I'm going to go back to the main text now. Schopenhauer continues. But in saying that we should anticipate the effects of time, I mean that we should mentally forecast what they are likely to be. I do not mean that we should practically forestall them by demanding the immediate performance of promises which time alone can fulfill. The man who makes this demand will find out that there is no worse or more exacting usurer than time, and that if you compel time to give money in advance, you will have to pay a rate of interest more ruinous than any Jew would require. It is possible, for instance, to make a tree burst forth into leaf, blossom, or even bear fruit within a few days by the application of unslaked lime and artificial heat, but after that the tree will wither away. So, a young man may abuse his strength, it may be only for a few weeks, by trying to do at 19 what he could easily manage at 30, and time may give him the loan for which he asks, but the interest he will have to pay comes out of the strength of his later years. Nay, it is part of his very life itself. This image I like very much of time as a usurer. You can borrow from it by demanding advance payment, demanding the ability to do now at age 19 what you might be able to do with more skill and training and strength at age 30. You might get away with that, but the ultimate price you're paying is coming out of the later part of your life, which will be more full of suffering and pain as a result of your sort of spendthrift ways in your youth. It's possible to abuse your body, your mind, your overall life. I think this is part of what Schopenhauer means by going into time's debt. Time is a usurer and a very vicious one. So you don't want to borrow in large quantities from time. Time here is spelled each time with a capital T. Going on. There are some kinds of illness in which restoration to health is possible only by letting the complaint run its natural course, after which it disappears without leaving any trace of its existence. But if the sufferer is very impatient, and while he is still affected, insists that he is completely well, in this case too, time will grant the loan, and the complaint may be shaken off. But lifelong weakness and chronic mischief will be the interest paid upon it. Another good example of going into debt to time, not to invest the time to await a full recovery from an illness, but to get up and resume arduous work while you're still only, we might say, 70 or 80% recovered. You can get away with that. Time will pay you, but it will extract interest, Schopenhauer says. And this may be something that's more familiar to us than his example about the forcing a tree to bloom in a short time. That, yeah, if you do return to work, you overdo it, you end up paying it back. And this is a debt that you pay to time. Why? Because you were impatient, because you demanded now what you could have had if you'd been more patient and willing to give time its way. Next paragraph. Again, in time of war or general disturbance, a man may require ready money at once, and have to sell out his investments in land or consols for a third or even a still smaller fraction of the sum he would have received for them if he could have waited for the market to right itself, which would have happened in due course. But he compels time to grant him a loan, and his loss is the interest he has to pay. Or perhaps he wants to go on a long journey and requires money. In 1 or 2 years he could lay a sufficient sum out of his income, but he cannot afford to wait. And so he either borrows it or deducts it from his capital. In other words, he gets time to lend him the money in advance. The interest he pays is a disordered state of his accounts and permanent and increasing deficits, which he can never make good. Such is time's usury, and all who cannot wait are its victims. There is no more thriftless proceeding than to try and mend the measured pace of time. Be careful, then, not to become its debtor. This is, in a way, a development of earlier advice about patience. You must be patient. You do not want the third example here. I think was a great one, right? If you need money right now, I have to have the money for a journey or for something else. If you have to sell in a down market, you are the loser. Whereas if you could wait for the market to right itself, for the properties to return to their historic value, then you would have the same thing at the cost of having waited a while longer. So there's something going on here, sort of early version perhaps of time value, Schopenhauer's version of time value of money, that if you demand now what you could have in the future at lower cost, you are, in a sense, paying interest to that usurer time. And Schopenhauer's advice, his kind of worldly wisdom, is don't do that. That's not worth it. Not a good practice. So that is section 49 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. We'll take a look at section 50 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Here's section 50 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. In the daily affairs of life, you will have very many opportunities of recognizing a characteristic difference between ordinary people and people of prudence and discretion. In estimating the possibility of danger in connection with any undertaking, an ordinary man will confine his inquiries to the kind of risk that has already attended such undertakings in the past, whereas a prudent person will look ahead and consider everything that might possibly happen in the future, having regard to a certain Spanish maxim, lo que no aquece en un año, aquece en un rato. A thing may not happen in a year, and yet may happen within 2 minutes. The difference in question is, of course, quite natural, for it requires some amount of discernment to calculate possibilities, but a man need only have his senses about him to see what has already happened. Okay. That's the first half of section 50. And there's an interesting distinction Schopenhauer makes here between the common person, the person of common intellect, and the person of prudence and discretion. He says, you will observe this. They both behave with a certain amount of regard for their safety, for the success of their projects, guarding against failure. But the sort of ordinary conservatism of the common man is a matter of kind of induction from past events. He looks at the past, he sees what's gone wrong in the past, and he tries to ensure his future practices against just those sorts of problems. And this is satisfactory, but this kind of induction is just barely satisfactory. The true person of discretion will anticipate the unprecedented, will be able to look ahead and see the possibilities implicit in the situation, we might say both for advantage and for disadvantage, that have no historical precedent, that are not obvious from a sort of basic inductive reading of a data set of the past. So I think Schopenhauer is drawing a distinction here between a sort of common sense type of reasoning about the security of our future affairs and the true sort of person of genius who will see what no one else has seen, who will anticipate what no one else has anticipated about the dangers that are implicit in a certain type of situation. To do that, he has to go beyond what the historical record reveals to the ordinary mind. Section 50 goes on. Do not omit to sacrifice to evil spirits. What I mean is that a man should not hesitate about spending time, trouble, and money, or giving up comfort, or restricting his aims and denying himself, if he can thereby shut the door on the possibility of misfortune. The most terrible misfortunes are also the most improbable and remote, the least likely to occur. The rule I am giving is best exemplified in the practice of insurance, a public sacrifice made on the altar of anxiety. Therefore, take out your policy of insurance. That's the end of section 50. And I don't know, and I haven't investigated, whether insurance in German meant the same thing in 1850 that it means for us today. I assume, on the basis of the accuracy of the translation, that there's something comparable going on. We make a sacrifice on the altar of anxiety. We give up present goods, present money, against a remote possibility of our own death, of our house burning down, of a flood, etc. Why? Because we are willing to, the great expression of Schopenhauer's, make sacrifices to evil spirits, right? There's a sort of evil fire demon that might consume my house. I sacrifice a couple of $100, a couple of $1,000 now against the possibility that that might happen. So this is another element of the way in which the truly wise, the truly prudent, the truly discerning person governs his affairs with a sort of creative look at not just uh, precedented hazards, but unprecedented hazards, and taking caution against those. And a great deal of present sacrifice and discomfort is justified if it can shut the door against a future misfortune, including the greatest misfortunes, which are the ones that we do not anticipate. So, seems to be a good set of observations here about the nature of prudence and the way in which the sort of prudence of the genius or the person of true discernment and wisdom will differ from the kind of general induction from the data of the past that will characterize ordinary intellects. Section 51 of Counsels and Maxims is next, and this is where Schopenhauer will speak to us about how to endure misfortune in this life. We'll look at that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In section 51 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer advises us to meet the misfortunes of our life with a certain calm, stoical spirit. He explains how this will reduce our overall subjective suffering and explains why this is so, why it is that thinking out in advance the nature and extent of the various calamities that we face will help us to meet them well and with a lower level of distress than might afflict other people. He connects this again to his determinism as the key insight. You must keep always in mind, he says, that all things happen of necessity. And he concludes by advising us on how to meet the petty vexations of daily life, the little annoyances that we face in living among and dealing with other people. Here's how he begins. Whatever fate befalls you, do not give way to great rejoicings or great lamentation, partly because all things are full of change, and your misfortune may turn at any moment, and partly because men are so apt to be deceived in their judgment as to what is good or bad for them. That is to say, your fate may turn out to be not as bad or as good as you expect it to be, or you may simply be mistaken. You may have misjudged the circumstances. Almost everyone in his time has lamented over something which afterwards turned out to be the very best thing for him that could have happened, or rejoiced at an event which became the source of his greatest sufferings. The right state of mind has been finely portrayed by Shakespeare. I have felt so many quirks of joy and grief that the first face of neither, on the start, can woman me unto't. And that's a quote from All's Well That Ends Well. And in general, it may be said that if a man takes misfortunes quietly, it is because he knows that very many dreadful things may happen in the course of life, and so he looks upon the trouble of the moment as only a very small part of that which might come. This is the Stoic temper, never to be unmindful of the sad fate of humanity, conditiones humanae oblitus, forgetting the human condition, but always to remember that our existence is full of woe and misery, and that the ills to which we are exposed are innumerable. Wherever he be, a man need only cast a look around to revive the sense of human misery. There before his eyes he can see mankind struggling and floundering in torment, all for the sake of a wretched existence, barren and unprofitable. If he remembers this, a man will not expect very much from life, but learn to accommodate himself to a world where all is relative and no perfect state exists, always looking misfortune in the face, and if he cannot avoid it, meeting it with courage. That's the end of the first page of section 51. And we have here general advice about Stoicism, Schopenhauer's Stoicism. Keep in mind that life is suffering, life is pain, humanity is subject to a huge variety of misfortune, and the ones that are happening to you now are only a small subset of them. So there's a great many more misfortunes that were possible that are not happening to you right now. If you keep that firmly in mind, you will, he says, have the right sort of attitude. And if you ever are ignorant of or beginning to forget the state of mankind, simply look around at your fellow man, and you will see that suffering and struggling and floundering for an unprofitable and barren existence is the common state of all people. So, again, sort of very, very Schopenhauerian pessimism, right? If you remember this, then you'll learn not to expect very much from life. So, what you get, well, it's bad, but it's certainly not as bad as it could have been. And there's your consolation. Okay. He also speaks of avoiding troubles where we can, but meeting the ones we cannot avoid with courage. We'll see him talk about courage again in a few sections at the end of this chapter. So Schopenhauer goes on. It should never be forgotten that misfortune, be it great or small, is the element in which we live. But that is no reason why a man should indulge in fretful complaints, and, like Beresford, pull a long face over the miseries of human life. And not a single hour is free from them, or still less, call upon the deity at every flea bite, in pullicis morsu deum invocare. That just means what he just said, to call upon God at the biting of fleas. Our aim should be to look well about us, to ward off misfortune by going to meet it, to attain such perfection and refinement in averting the disagreeable things of life, whether they come from our fellow men or from the physical world, that, like a clever fox, we may slip out of the way of every mishap, great or small, remembering that a mishap is generally only our own awkwardness in disguise. Again, the idea that we ought not to expect very much from this life, and that we ought not to fill our time with idle complaints or groaning at every flea bite invoking the name of God. Instead, avoid what can be avoided, endure what must be endured, and keep in mind that frequently our misfortunes are our own folly and stupidity come back to punish us. He goes on. The main reason why misfortune falls less heavily upon us if we have looked upon its occurrence as not impossible, and as the saying is, prepared ourselves for it, may be this. If, before the misfortune comes, we have quietly thought over it as something which may or may not happen, the whole of its extent and range is known to us, and we can at least determine how far it will affect us, so that, if it really arrives, it does not depress us unduly, its weight is not felt to be greater than it actually is. Okay? Suggesting there's a certain kind of realism here in anticipating misfortune, thinking ahead. And what would I do if my house burned down? Well, now that I've considered that, I've considered how deeply it would affect me. It's not unknown. Schopenhauer again. But if no preparation has been made to meet it, and it comes unexpectedly, the mind is in a state of terror for the moment and unable to measure the full extent of the calamity. It seems so far reaching in its effects that the victim might well think there was no limit to them. In any case, its range is exaggerated. Okay, and again, this is kind of a subjective knowledge problem. If I haven't thought out just how badly I would be affected by this potential misfortune, when the misfortune comes upon me, the wave looks 1,000 feet tall. I'm unable to estimate its significance, its extent, and it's the damage that I'm likely to endure from it. If I've considered this case ahead of time, I have the advantage of a certain kind of realism in my reaction to it. So to recommend a certain kind of stoic anticipation of suffering. In the same way, darkness and uncertainty always increase the sense of danger. And of course, if we have thought over the possibility of misfortune, we have also at the same time considered the sources to which we shall look for help and consolation, or at any rate, we have accustomed ourselves to the idea of it. There is nothing that better fits us to endure the misfortunes of life with composure than to know for certain that everything that happens, from the smallest up to the greatest facts of existence, happens of necessity. Yeah, that last part is in italics, and Schopenhauer gives the footnote. This is a truth which I have firmly established in my prize essay on the freedom of the will, where the reader will find a detailed explanation of the grounds on which it rests. Back to the main text. A man soon accommodates himself to the inevitable, to something that must be, and if he knows that nothing can happen except of necessity, he will see that things cannot be other than they are, and that even the strangest chances in the world are just as much a product of necessity as phenomena which obey well-known rules and turn out exactly in accordance with expectation. Let me here refer to what I have said elsewhere on the soothing effect of the knowledge that all things are inevitable and the product of necessity. And his footnote here is to Weltwille und Vorstellung, Book 1, page 361 of the 4th edition. If a man is steeped in the knowledge of this truth, he will, first of all, do what he can, and then readily endure what he must. I think that the invocation of a determinism here is meant to indicate that there's a certain kind of mental distress we feel from supposing that things could have been otherwise, that we've made a mistake, that we've brought things upon ourselves that we might not have brought upon ourselves. If I think of my suffering in the moment that I'm enduring it as being the product of necessity, it had to happen this way. It could not conceivably have happened otherwise. Then it is easy to endure, just as the things that are unexpected which come upon me, sudden toothache or some disaster that afflicts me, is just as endurable as a thing which happens entirely in accordance with our predictions. If I drop a marble down a ramp, it rolls down the ramp exactly along the path which is determined by physics. If I can have that sort of comfort, calm, and detachment in looking at the events of my life, the ones that affect me, cause me personal distress and suffering, then that sort of determinism regarding those events brings that same kind of calm detachment that I would attach to watching marbles roll in accordance with the laws of physics. Back to Schopenhauer now. We may regard the petty vexations of life that are constantly happening as designed to keep us in practice for bearing great misfortunes, so that we may not become completely enervated by a career of prosperity. Like that's a neat idea that the sort of the minor annoyances we have to deal with are sort of keeping us in practice, keeping us in form, allowing us to keep our muscle tone, so to speak, with regard to dealing with larger calamities that really will affect us more deeply. He goes on. A man should be a Siegfried, armed, cap à pied, towards these small troubles of every day, those little differences we have with our fellow men, insignificant disputes, unbecoming conduct in other people, petty gossip, and many other similar annoyances of life. He should not feel them at all, much less take them to heart and brood over them, but hold them at arm's length and push them out of his way like stones that lie in the road, and upon no account think about them and give them a place in his reflections. So the suggestion here at the end of section 51 now, is that the wise person will regard these petty annoyances of daily life as a kind of training ground for endurance. But honestly, when we come down to it, his attitude ought to be to simply brush them aside, give them no mind whatsoever. They're not worthy of consideration, and in not feeling them at all, he will be gradually training himself for the harder task of enduring and adopting a kind of stoic detachment from the distress that he might feel at greater calamities that afflict him, greater than just minor annoyances like gossip or bad behavior by one's fellow man. So that brings us to the end of section 51 and Schopenhauer's advice about facing misfortune. We'll look at section 52 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. Section 52 of Counsels and Maxims is about fate. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. What people commonly call fate is, as a general rule, nothing but their own stupid and foolish conduct. There is a fine passage in Homer illustrating the truth of this remark, where the poet praises Metis, shrewd counsel, and his advice is worthy of all attention. I'm going to pause here because the footnote that Schopenhauer gives references the Iliad, book 23, line 313. And I've actually found that, so I'm going to share it with you here. Let me pull it up on the screen. This is Antilochus's father giving him advice about horse racing. He says, Antilochus, for all thou art young, yet have Zeus and Poseidon loved thee and taught thee all manner of horsemanship. Wherefore to teach thee is no great need, for thou knowest well how to wheel about the turning post. Yet are thy horses slowest in the race. Therefore I deem there will be sorry work for thee. The horses of the others are swifter, but the men know not how to devise more cunning counsel than thine own self. Wherefore come, dear son, lay thou up in thy mind cunning of every sort, to the end that the prizes escape thee not. By cunning, thou knowest, is a woodman far better than might. By cunning too doth a helmsman on the wine dark deep guide aright a swift ship that is buffeted by winds. And by cunning doth charioteer prove better than charioteer. Another man, trusting in his horses and car, heedlessly wheeleth wide to this side and that, and his horses roam over the course, neither keepeth he them in hand. Whereas he that hath crafty mind, albeit he drive worse horses, keepeth his eye ever on the turning post, and wheeleth close thereby, neither is unmindful how at the first to force his horses with the ox-hide reins, but keepeth them ever in hand, and watcheth the man that leadeth him in the race. So that's the passage from Homer, which I think is really excellent and worth having at hand when we're considering that Schopenhauer recommends his advice about shrewd counsel in the face of fate. He goes on, for if wickedness is atoned for only in another world, stupidity gets its reward here, although now and then mercy may be shown to the offender. It's a good image, Schopenhauerian twist, that wickedness is punished in the afterlife. Stupidity is punished quite often in this life, though occasionally the world will be merciful and let the stupid get by without injury. It is not ferocity, but cunning, that strikes fear into the heart and forebodes danger. So true it is that the human brain is a more terrible weapon than the lion's paw. The most finished man of the world would be one who was never irresolute and never in a hurry. That's the end of section 52. I think a great invocation, especially that passage from Homer, which I included here, of the value of shrewd cunning of Metis in Homer's phrase as a remedy against fate. What people call fate, what people might call bad luck, is more often than not their own stupidity and foolishness come back to punish them in this lifetime. So the person of shrewdness, like the father advises in Homer, is the person who will, although he drives worse horses, slower horses, be able, by the application of his mind, to achieve a faster result, to win the victory nevertheless. So that's the end of section 52 of Counsels and Maxims. We'll talk about section 53 in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Section 53 of Counsels and Maxims is the final section of Chapter 4 on worldly fortune, and the subject is courage. Here it is. Courage comes next to prudence as a quality of mind very essential to happiness. It is quite true that no one can endow himself with either, since a man inherits prudence from his mother and courage from his father. Still, if he has these qualities, he can do much to develop them by means of resolute exercise. In this world, where the game is played with loaded dice, a man must have a temper of iron, with armor proof to the blows of fate, and weapons to make his way against men. Life is one long battle. We have to fight at every step. And Voltaire very rightly says that if we succeed, it is at the point of the sword, and that we die with the weapon in our hand. On ne réussit dans ce monde qu'à la pointe de l'épée, et on meurt les armes à la main. One succeeds in this world only at the point of the sword, the épée, and one dies with those weapons in the hand, as Schopenhauer said. It is a cowardly soul that shrinks or grows faint and despondent as soon as the storm begins to gather, or even when the first cloud appears on the horizon. Our motto should be no surrender, and far from yielding to the ills of life, let us take fresh courage from misfortune. Tu ne sede malis, sed contra audentior ito. This is a quote from Virgil from the Aeneid, Book 6. Do not give way to evil, but go still bolder against it. As long as the issue of any matter fraught with peril is still in doubt, and there is yet some possibility left that all may come right, no one should ever tremble or think of anything but resistance. Just as a man should not despair of the weather if he can see a bit of blue sky anywhere. Let our attitude be such that we should not quake even if the world fell in ruins about us. Si fractus illabatur urbis, impavidum ferient ruinae. This is a quote from Horace's Odes 3:3. If the shattered world collapsed, it would strike him fearless, referring to the man of courage. He would be unaffected. He would not collapse or retreat, even if the world were falling down upon him. Our whole life itself, let alone its blessings, would not be worth such a cowardly trembling and shrinking of the heart. Therefore, let us face life courageously and show a firm front to every ill. Quo circa vivite fortes, fortiaque adversis opponite pectora rebus. Schopenhauer gives no footnote for this, so I don't know what the source is for the Latin quote, but it means live strong and set your breast, your pectora, against things that oppose you with courage. Still, it is possible for courage to be carried to an excess and to degenerate into rashness. It may even be said that some amount of fear is necessary if we are to exist at all in the world, and cowardice is only the exaggerated form of it. This truth has been very well expressed by Bacon in his account of terror panicus, and the etymological account which he gives of its meaning is very superior to the ancient explanation preserved for us by Plutarch. He connects the expression with Pan, the personification of nature, and observes that fear is innate in every living thing, and in fact tends to its preservation, but that it is apt to come into play without due cause, and that man is especially exposed to it. The chief feature of this panic terror is that there is no clear notion of any definite danger bound up with it, that it presumes rather than knows that danger exists, and that, in case of need, it pleads fright itself as the reason for being afraid. That's the end of section 53 and the end of chapter 4 of Counsels and Maxims by Schopenhauer. A fascinating passage I'm not familiar with previously about panic terror, terror panicus, as described by Francis Bacon, that connected with this personification of nature, the god Pan, right? Pan, what happens? You feel this panic. Why? This is a sort of terror with no cause. This is fear, the natural fear in each person, but acting without cause, without a sort of objective correlate to inspire it. And it sounds, frighteningly similar to things we might call anxiety in our own day, right? There's no clear notion of any definite danger, and yet we still feel terror. It presumes rather than knows that danger exists. So there's no sort of active intellect of knowledge concluding that there is danger. There's simply this sort of the panic that grips the spirit. And in the end, if we need some cause for being afraid, it is simply the feeling of fright itself, sort of feeding upon itself. So this idea here that there is this kind of fear, which maybe is a necessary part of human condition to keep us alive, but which can be carried to an excess in certain cases. And this meditation upon this panic terror described by Bacon, I think quite interesting. The rest of the section really just about the nature of courage, no surrender, right? Face things, though the heavens fall, let us face all things with resolute courage. As long as there's any chance of success, we should not despair or give up. So, good, solid advice, I think, for dealing with worldly fortune by Arthur Schopenhauer. We will turn to the beginning of the final chapter of this book, titled The Ages of Life, in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Right. The fifth and final chapter of Counsels and Maxims is titled The Ages of Life. Unlike the previous chapters, it is not divided into numbered subsections, but because it's 25 pages long, I'm going to divide it up into parts myself, and I will number each of those parts continuously with the previous sections. So although Schopenhauer does not call this section 54, that's what I'm going to call it. In this first selection that I have for you today, Schopenhauer introduces his project in the chapter, and he explains why it is that the years of our youth appear to be so much happier than the rest of our lives, especially when we look back at them in memory. And he gives, I think, 4 different reasons for this. Briefly, these are the lesser role that will plays in the life of children, a somewhat surprising claim that Schopenhauer defends at length. Second, that the knowledge we acquire as youths helps to create the categories through which we understand and classify our later adult experience. Third, that children see the world objectively, that is, as object, not as subject. I'll try to explain just what Schopenhauer means by that, because I think his use of those terms can be a little bit confusing. And fourth, that when we are children, because we are earlier in our lives, we are more similar to each other. And then it's when we hit puberty, when we hit adulthood, that we begin to diverge and become more and more different from each other. Schopenhauer concludes this section I'm giving you today with some ruminations on why it is that the transition into young adulthood is always marked by a kind of disillusionment. No matter what kind of youth we've had, we always come in our teen and early 20s years to feel that we have been deceived somehow, that the scales or illusions are falling away from us. So that's my summary of what's to come. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Chapter 5, The Ages of Life. There is a very fine saying of Voltaire's to the effect that every age of life has its own peculiar mental character, and that a man will feel completely unhappy if his mind is not in accordance with his years. Qui n'a pas l'esprit de son âge a tout l'imberture. It will therefore be a fitting close to our speculations upon the nature of happiness if we glance at the changes which the various periods of life produce in us. Our whole life long it is the present, and the present alone, that we actually possess. The only difference is that at the beginning of life we look forward to a long future, and that towards the end we look back upon a long past. Also, that our temperament, but not our character, undergoes certain well-known changes, which make the present wear a different color at each period of life. I have elsewhere stated that in childhood we are more given to using our intellect than our will, and I have explained why this is so. Footnote. Translator's footnote, the reference here is to Weltashwille und Vorstellung, Book 2, Chapter 31, for those of you who want to look that up. It is for just this reason that the first quarter of life is so happy. As we look back upon it in after years, it seems a sort of lost paradise. In childhood, our relations with others are limited, our wants are few. In a word, there is little stimulus for the will. And so our chief concern is the extension of our knowledge. The intellect, like the brain, which attains its full size in the 7th year, translator's footnote notes that this is not entirely correct. I'm going to pass that by.
in the 7th year, is developed early, though it takes time to mature, and it explores the whole world of its surroundings in its constant search for nutriment. It is then that existence is in itself an ever-fresh delight, and all things sparkle with the charm of novelty. I'll pause there to note that this, he's not finished with this topic yet, but the idea that children have less will and more intellect in their lives may surprise us. We might be inclined to think just the opposite, that people become intellectual as adults, as certainly later on in their lives, as teenagers perhaps, and that they are all will, sort of little bundles of desire as children. Schopenhauer is claiming precisely the opposite. He says here, in what we've just read, that our relations with others are limited, our wants are few. There's little stimulus for the will. And what Schopenhauer is talking about here is that the will that takes a place in his larger philosophy of life in The World as Will and Representation. Will for Schopenhauer is something like this sort of fundamental life force. It is what lies beneath human existence and all animal existence. It is a kind of limitless striving. It's a desire for fulfillment. It's striving is the good word for it. It always stretches itself out and wants something, desires something, desires to be fulfilled. We see this most easily in the lives of animals, lower animals beneath us, dogs and cats and rats and other animals. They want to continue to live, they want to reproduce, they have desires, they want to satisfy them. For Schopenhauer, however, the key element in wisdom, the thing that the wise man realizes, the beginning of wisdom, is that desire is insatiable, that we will never fulfill our desires. We will never achieve the happiness that the satisfaction of desire seems to promise. And it's realizing that will, rather than being a sort of direction towards a good to be possessed finally, is a kind of pointless, irrational striving that is itself a source of misery. That's really, I think, the core of Schopenhauer's overall philosophy. So when he says children have less will about them, this is good for the children because it means they have less sort of striving and wanting and less of that sort of passionate, sort of eagerness to have the longed for thing. Instead, they're much more sort of drinking in the world, right? Experiencing things as they are, having experiences without this sort of undercurrent of desire and striving and wanting and lusting after things, which is ultimately pointless, which is the thing that we as adults, hoping to be wise, are struggling to eventually to quiet and to overcome. So when he says children have less will, I think that's what he means there, is that they have less of the kind of striving that characterizes the miserable existence of the adult world. So he goes on. This is why the years of childhood are like a long poem. For the function of poetry, as of all art, is to grasp the idea in the Platonic sense. In other words, to apprehend a particular object in such a way as to perceive its essential nature, the characteristics it has in common with all other objects of the same kind, so that a single object appears as the representative of a class, and the results of one experience hold good for 1,000. Okay, the word idea is capitalized in this paragraph. We're talking about the Platonic form. It's to experience the horse in front of you as, in a sense, all horses, okay, or whatever object, the apple as all apples, the particular as representative of, as really, in a sense, being the universal, the entirety of things. Children, he says, do this. We don't do this as much as adults, as he'll say next. He goes on. It may be thought that my remarks are opposed to fact, and that the child is never occupied with anything beyond the individual objects or events which are presented to it from time to time, and then only insofar as they interest and excite its will for the moment. But this is not really the case. That is, this is an inaccurate presentation of what childhood knowing is like. In those early years, life, in the full meaning of the word, is something so new and fresh, and its sensations are so keen and unblunted by repetition, that in the midst of all its pursuits, and without any clear consciousness of what it is doing,
The child is always silently occupied in grasping the nature of life itself, in arriving at its fundamental character and general outline by means of separate scenes and experiences. Or, to use Spinoza's phraseology, the child is learning to see the things and persons about it sub specie aeternitatis, as particular manifestations of universal law. Here, perhaps surprisingly, we have Schopenhauer telling us that children experience the world more truly and more fully than we do. They live more completely than we do, relatively unburdened by the sort of downward pull of will and of striving. He goes on. The younger we are, then, the more does every individual object represent for us the whole class to which it belongs. But as the years increase, this becomes less and less the case. I'll pause here to note that we might have memories of this from our own experience as children, right? Your father represents every father, right? The sense which work or play, in the particular context in which you live it in as a child, is for you the universal meaning of that concept, that activity, that practice. That the assumption that the things of your experience are general and universal for the whole human race, for all of reality, is present there right at childhood. That's how children know and think. Okay, but as we get older, we acquire more diversity in the objects of our experience, and our awareness changes. Schopenhauer goes on. That is the reason why youthful impressions are so different from those of old age. And that is also why the slight knowledge and experience gained in childhood and youth afterwards come to stand as the permanent rubric or heading for all the knowledge acquired in later life, those early forms of knowledge passing into categories, as it were, under which the results of subsequent experience are classified, though a clear consciousness of what is being done does not always attend upon the process. This is the kind of thing a person might discover in therapy, for example, that your assumptions about women or about men are informed by these childhood experiences that have set up categories of friend and enemy, mother, girlfriend, etc., that are determining the way in which you engage with the adult world in which you now live. So a little bit of sort of pre-Freudian psychology here from Schopenhauer as well. Continuing. In this way, the earliest years of a man's life lay the foundation of his view of the world, whether it be shallow or deep. And although the view may be extended and perfected later on, it is not materially altered. It is an effect of this purely objective and therefore poetical view of the world, essential to the period of childhood, and promoted by the as yet undeveloped state of the volitional energy, that as children we are concerned much more with the acquisition of pure knowledge than with exercising the power of will. Hence that grave, fixed look observable in so many children, of which Raphael makes such happy use in his depiction of cherubs, especially in the picture of the Sistine Madonna. The years of childhood are thus rendered so full of bliss that the memory of them is always coupled with longing and regret. So what do we have here? This is simply, again, that looking back upon our childhood, because it was a period of not of struggle and striving for goals. We think of the goals of adulthood, of acquiring money, of achieving goods, of maintaining social relationships, of moving on in our career and our job, of worry about the future. Children are just content to know things, to experience things, to grasp this horse as representative of all horses, to look at the thing in front of them, to experience it fully in its most objective sense. So, continuing now with Schopenhauer. While we thus eagerly apply ourselves to learning the outward aspect of things as the primitive method of understanding the objects about us, education aims at instilling into us ideas. But ideas furnish no information as to the real and essential nature of objects, which, as the foundation and true content of all knowledge, can be reached only by the process called intuition. This is a kind of knowledge which can in no wise be instilled into us from without, we must arrive at it by and for ourselves. Adding to this to what's come before, we might say that children have this kind of intuitive, poetic gaze upon the world, this acquisition of intuitive knowledge, much more easily than those of us who have been subjected to education, this attempt to impart ideas from outside. Schopenhauer goes on. Hence, a man's intellectual, as well as his moral qualities, proceed from the depths of his own nature, and are not the result of external influences. And no educational scheme, of Pestalozzi or of anyone else, can turn a born simpleton into a man of sense. The thing is impossible. He was born a simpleton, and a simpleton he will die. Okay. Bit of Schopenhauerian determinism here in the realm of education. Okay, perhaps against the progressive spirit of his own time, maybe in terms of the ambitions of the German educational system. I don't know the details of that. It is the depth and intensity of this early intuitive knowledge of the external world that explain why the experiences of childhood take such a firm hold upon the memory. When we were young, we were completely absorbed in our immediate surroundings, and there was nothing to distract our attention from them. We looked upon the objects about us as though they were the only ones of their kind, as though indeed nothing else existed at all. Later on, when we come to find out how many things there are in the world, this primitive state of mind vanishes, and with it, our patience. Okay, so concluding this line of thinking that I've just been speaking about, education is not going to do much compared to this sort of intuitive drinking in of the world that we do as children, that we will later grow out of. Continuing. I have said elsewhere, footnote, World as Will and Representation, Book 2, Chapter 31. I have said elsewhere that the world, considered as object, in other words, as it is presented to us objectively, wears in general a pleasing aspect, but that in the world considered as subject, that is, in regard to its inner nature, which is will, pain and trouble predominate. I may be allowed to express the matter briefly thus: the world is glorious to look at, but dreadful in reality. And here I'll try to explain what I think Schopenhauer means by objective and subjective. I think we have here a successor to the Kantian phenomenal noumenal distinction. If I can bring that in briefly here, the way things appear to us, the appearance of things, their presence in our experience, this is what children deal with, the sort of objective reality of the world as object, and it's beautiful, it's pleasing, it's attractive, it's fun. But the children do not encounter the world as subject. And by subject, I think he means here its inner reality, its noumenal reality, what's really going on beneath the surface of all the appearances. And that is, for Schopenhauer, will, right? There's this sort of irrational, limitless, unsatisfiable striving or desire. This wanting, right? We might say children are not hungry in the way that adults are hungry, right? Sort of hungry for knowledge, hungry for things. Hungry in this way that is ultimately futile and miserable, says Schopenhauer. So that's the subjective reality of things. That's the true reality of things. That's what the wise man discovers and then learns to detach himself from by minimizing the role of will in his own life, in his own self, in his own mind and behavior. So children aren't yet to that point yet. They're still at the objective stage. So we might say, as he said previously in a previous section, comparing life to a sweet shop, right? The colored sugar candies in the case are so beautiful and diverse and wonderful and pleasing to the eye, but when you get them out of the case and put them in your mouth, you discover that in themselves, they're all made of the same sugar paste, right? They're all just kind of tasteless goo once you've taken a bite out of them. Life is like that, Schopenhauer seems to say, is that it's at the objective level, it's beautiful and attractive and promises all sorts of great and glorious things. And then when you become old and you realize what it really is in itself, when you encounter the world as subject, as will, you realize that that life is pain. Theme of Schopenhauer's entire philosophy. Going on.
Accordingly, we find that in the years of childhood, the world is much better known to us on its outer or objective side, namely as the presentation of will, than on the side of its inner nature, namely as the will itself. Since the objective side wears a pleasing aspect, and the inner or subjective side with its tale of horror remains as yet unknown, the youth, as his intelligence develops, takes all the forms of beauty that he sees in nature and in art for so many objects of blissful existence. They are so beautiful to the outward eye that on their inner side they must, he thinks, be much more beautiful still. So the world lies before him like another Eden, and this is the Arcadia into which we are all born. A little later, this state of mind gives birth to a thirst for real life, the impulse to do and suffer, which drives a man forth into the hurly-burly of the world. That is to say, we grow up, right? We want to move out in the world and do things, not just be children our whole lives long. There he learns the other side of existence, the inner side, the will, which is thwarted at every step. Then comes the great period of disillusion, a period of very gradual growth. But once it has fairly begun, a man will tell you that he has got over all his false notions. L'âge des illusions est passé. And yet the process is only beginning, and it goes on extending its sway and applying more and more to the whole of life. So it may be said that in childhood, life looks like the scenery in a theater, as you view it from a distance, and that in old age, it is like the same scenery when you come up quite close to it. Okay. I think I like that metaphor even better than the sweet shops metaphor. The theater of the stage looks gorgeous, beautiful, very entrancing, sort of transports you to another world if you are 50 feet away from it. You come up quite close to it. The closer you get, the more you see. It's cardboard. It's painted plywood. It's not even painted very well, just enough to fool the eye from far away. So that process of coming closer to the same cheap scenery is the process of getting older. As a young person, as a youth, as a child, oh, wow, it's gorgeous, it's beautiful. It must be really even better up close. And then you get up close as you get older and older and older, and you say, actually, it was always kind of cheap and of low quality. So it was always that way. I was fooled before. And lastly, there is another circumstance that contributes to the happiness of childhood. As spring commences, the young leaves on the trees are similar in color and much the same in shape. And in the first years of life, we resemble each other and harmonize very well. But with puberty, divergence begins, and like the radii of a circle, we go further and further apart. The period of youth, which forms the remainder of this earlier half of our existence, and how many advantages it has over the latter half, is troubled and made miserable by the pursuit of happiness. I should say by the pursuit of happiness, as though there were no doubt that it can be met with somewhere in life, a hope that always ends in failure and leads to discontent. As I said before, the essence of will is that it's insatiable. It can never actually achieve the object of desire. There's a sort of fundamental irrationality about the universe and our place in it, a universe characterized by will, according to Schopenhauer. An illusory image of some vague future bliss, born of a dream and shaped by fancy, floats before our eyes, and we search for the reality in vain. So it is that the young man is generally dissatisfied with the position in which he finds himself, whatever it may be. He ascribes his disappointment solely to the state of things that meets him on his first introduction to life, when he had expected something very different, whereas it is only the vanity and wretchedness of human life everywhere that he is now, for the first time, experiencing. Okay. So here's the source of disillusionment, right? A man thinks that His expectations of youth were going to be paid off, and when they're not, when the inner reality of the world of life is different from the outer, when he had expected them to be similar, he feels cheated. He feels like there's something that's been snatched away from him or batted out of his hand or put beyond his reach. And again, the Schopenhauerian wise man recognizes that there never was anything that could satisfy this longing, this desire that is will. It would be a great advantage to a young man if his early training could eradicate the idea that the world has a great deal to offer him. But the usual result of education is to strengthen this delusion, and our first ideas of life are generally taken from fiction rather than from fact. That's the end of this section of The Ages of Life, Chapter 5 of Schopenhauer's Counsels and Maxims. That's all I'll share with you today, talking about the nature of childhood and its relation to this sort of fundamental phenomenon of will that Schopenhauer thinks is the most important fact about this world and our existence in it, whether we can be happy or less miserable. We'll take a look at the next section in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In the next part of Chapter 5 of Counsels and Maxims on the Ages of Life, Schopenhauer contrasts youth with maturity, the first half of our life with the second half. He concludes with, I think, a really interesting metaphor about the difference between the way things seem to us in youth and in age. Here's what he writes. In the bright dawn of our youthful days, the poetry of life spreads out a gorgeous vision before us, and we torture ourselves by longing to see it realized. We might as well wish to grasp the rainbow. The youth expects his career to be like an interesting romance, and there lies the germ of that disappointment which I have been describing. What lends a charm to all these visions is just the fact that they are visionary and not real, and that in contemplating them we are in the sphere of pure knowledge, which is sufficient in itself and free from the noise and struggle of life. To try and realize those visions is to make them an object of will, a process which always involves pain. Schopenhauer's footnote. Let me refer the reader, if he is interested in the subject, to the volume already cited, Chapter 37, and that's Volume 2 of The World as Will and Representation, Chapter 37. Perhaps I'll do a video on that in the future. So what Schopenhauer said here so far, in our youthful days, we have great visions of the future, and insofar as those are purely objects of intellectual contemplation and knowledge, they're just fine. But to make them objects of the will, to long for them, to attempt to achieve them, to want them, in a sense, that's where pain comes in. That's where we begin to suffer. That's where our suffering starts. And this fits with the whole idea of the diminishment of the will being the key to a happy, or at least a less miserable life. Schopenhauer goes on. If the chief feature of the earlier half of life is a never satisfied longing for happiness, the latter half is characterized by the dread of misfortune. For as we advance in years, it becomes in a greater or less degree clear that all happiness is chimerical in nature, and that pain alone is real. Accordingly, in later years, we, or at least the more prudent amongst us, are more intent upon eliminating what is painful from our lives and making our position secure than on the pursuit of positive pleasure. I may observe, by the way, that in old age we are better able to prevent misfortunes from coming, and in youth better able to bear them when they come. So, an observation here, one which we might compare to our own experience. Is it the case that as we grow older, especially as we get to be my age and older, that we more and more seek to avoid pain to eliminate misfortune and therefore acquire a kind of security rather than to achieve a sort of positive pleasure? Schopenhauer is mapping this onto his vision that
we gradually realize that the reality of this world is that pain is real, pleasure is illusory. What we call pleasure, what we enjoy, is really just the release from pain. And so we shift from trying to achieve the object of our desire to simply trying to eliminate sources of pain and discomfort and unpleasantness within our lives. And this accounts for the way in which, as people age, they become more security minded. So, what's going on with Schopenhauer now? In my young days, I was always pleased to hear a ring at my door. Ah, thought I, now for something pleasant. But in later life, my feelings on such occasions were rather akin to dismay than to pleasure. Heaven help me, thought I, what am I to do? A similar revulsion of feeling in regard to the world of men takes place in all persons of any talent or distinction. For that very reason, they cannot be said properly to belong to the world. In greater or less degree, according to the extent of their superiority, they stand alone. In their youth, they have a sense of being abandoned by the world, but later on they feel as though they had escaped it. The earlier feeling is an unpleasant one, and rests upon ignorance. The second is pleasurable, for in the meantime they have come to know what the world is. Interesting paragraph here, right? This is Schopenhauer saying, when I heard the doorbell ring when I was young, what new pleasant thing awaits me? I hear the same doorbell ring when I'm old. I think, what am I to do? How am I to escape this imposition upon me? His suggestion here, he's not really arguing for this so much as simply observing it or claiming it, is that all people of any kind of superior quality or intellect will feel just this way, that they don't belong in the world, that the world's demands upon them are a kind of intrusion from which they would like to escape. So that the young man feels abandoned by the world, the older man feels that he's escaped the world. Okay, so the young man is unhappy because he feels the world owes him more. The old man knows that that's simply not the case at all, that as much detachment as he can get is something to be valued. I think here of the conversation between Socrates and I think it was Cephalus in the or Chaerephon, get the two mixed up, in Book One of Republic, where Socrates asks him what's the greatest benefit of being old, and part of the old man's response is, I feel my libido has gone down, and I feel like I've been released from a terrible and cruel master. So the sense in which having fewer desires to be satisfied, being released from the sort of passionate, hot-blooded drive to satisfy these desires, that itself is a source of consolation and even of what might pass for happiness in Schopenhauer's universe. So going on now. The consequence of this is that, as compared with the earlier, the later half of life, like the second part of a musical period, has less of passionate longing and more restfulness about it. And why is this the case? Simply because, in youth, a man fancies that there is a prodigious amount of happiness and pleasure to be had in the world, only that it is difficult to come by it. Whereas, when he becomes old, he knows that there is nothing of the kind. He makes his mind completely at ease on the matter, enjoys the present hour as well as he can, and even takes pleasure in trifles. The chief result gained by experience of life is clearness of view. This is what distinguishes a man of mature age and makes the world wear such a different aspect from that which it presented in his youth or boyhood. It is only then that he sees things quite plain and takes them for that which they really are. While in earlier years he saw a phantom world put together out of the whims and crotchets of his own mind, inherited prejudice and strange delusion, the real world was hidden from him, or the vision of it distorted. The first thing that experience finds to do is to free us from the phantoms of the brain, those false notions that have been put into us in youth. So here's two paragraphs on the way in which experience tears away the phantom world in which we live as a child. So we become programmed with the idea that The world has a great deal to offer us, that we can achieve pleasure. There's great pleasures to be had. We just have to exert ourselves to attain them. And if we don't attain them, it is because of some kind of fault or flaw. We haven't reached far enough. We haven't worked hard enough. We've been somehow denied or oppressed. But the reality is, there never was any such pleasure available. This is what the old man realizes. And this is what experience clears away, the sort of the phantoms of the mind that we inherit from our youth. They dissipate, and then we're able to take pleasure in trifles, to enjoy the moment, right, without the striving of will, which characterizes the younger man. Schopenhauer goes on. To prevent their entrance at all would, of course, be the best form of education. That's the entrance of these phantoms, even though it were only negative in aim. But it would be a task full of difficulty. At first, the child's horizon would have to be limited as much as possible, and yet within that limited sphere none but clear and correct notions would have to be given. Only after the child had properly appreciated everything within it might the sphere be gradually enlarged, care being taken always that nothing was left obscure or half or wrongly understood. The consequence of this training would be that the child's notions of men and things would always be limited and simple in their character, but, on the other hand, they would be clear and correct, and only need to be extended, not to be rectified. The same line might be pursued on into the period of youth. This method of education would lay special stress upon the prohibition of novel reading, and the place of novels would be taken by suitable biographical literature, the life of Franklin, for instance, or Moritz's Anton Reiser. It's kind of interesting here. This almost looks like a kind of Schopenhauer's version of the program of education from Plato's Republic. How could we ideally program or shape our children so that they should be correctly oriented to the world as typically only an old man could be? Well, we would have to limit the range of, we'd have to prevent these phantoms from coming into their minds in the first place by leaving nothing obscure, by sharply limiting their horizon, but giving them only clear and correct notions of men. Schopenhauer had no children of his own, and I cannot imagine that he means this really as a practical scheme, but perhaps more to say that this is what you would have to do, most especially no novels. Novels feed the imagination, they feed this longing for a different sort of life, or for any sort of life at all. Going on now. In our early days, we fancy that the leading events in our life, and the persons who are going to play an important part in it, will make their entrance to the sound of drums and trumpets. But when in old age we look back, we find that they all came in quite quietly, slipped in, as it were, by the side door, almost unnoticed. This is a nice kind of observation that we might expect, that meeting our spouse or meeting people who will be quite significant for us, they would appear sort of with this sort of youthful enthusiasm. We might imagine that they would appear with the sound of trumpets and drums, or when I meet my future spouse, I'll know that she's the one. I'll just sort of feel it. And what we'll find as an old man looking back, that the main characters of your life sort of entered by the side door of the stage. They didn't come on in a great procession. This seems to me that there's a great deal of truth in that. Last paragraph of this part. From the point of view we have been taking up until now, life may be compared to a piece of embroidery, of which, during the first half of his time, a man gets a sight of the right side, and during the second half of the wrong. The wrong side is not so pretty as the right, but it is more instructive. It shows the way in which the threads have been worked together. That's the end of the passage I'm going to read for today. And I don't have any embroidery with me, but I do have something similar that one of my daughters made many years ago. This is a little plastic canvas thing from 2013 that one of my girls made for me. And it has, as Schopenhauer suggested here, both a front and a back side. The front side looks quite pretty. It's a set of buildings, some numbers, some pink clouds. Okay, quite nice looking. The back, where all the work has been done, not quite so nice looking, right? You see the stitching here. It's not pretty the way that the front is, but it does show you where the threads were crossed over and tied and how the work was done. This is Schopenhauer's comparison. The first half of life, we see the front half of the embroidery. The second half, we see the back side of the embroidery, which is not so pretty, but which is instructive. We see how the threads fit together. So I like this perhaps as much as the metaphor in the previous section about the scenery of a stage play, which you see first from far away and it looks impressive, and then later from closer up and you see it as it truly is. So a little bit deeper metaphor here from Schopenhauer. So that's the second of the several sections that I'm breaking up the ages of life into. We'll take a look at a third section in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In the next section of Chapter 5 of Counsels and Maxims of the Ages of Life, Schopenhauer begins to discuss what life is like in our maturity after the age of 40, especially for the intellectually superior type of person. This is a group into which he obviously includes himself. He discusses the turn towards misanthropy among this type of person. Why is it that this person, as he ages, always tends to become a despiser of humanity? He also contrasts the cheerfulness of youth with the somberness of old age, and provides what I think are some really fascinating reflections on the nature of time and memory and how those are experienced differently by the young and by the old. Here's what he writes. Intellectual superiority, even if it is of the highest kind, will not secure for a man a preponderating place in conversation until after he is 40 years old. For age and experience, though they can never be a substitute for intellectual talent, may far outweigh it. And even in a person of the meanest capacity, they give a certain counterpoise to the power of an extremely intellectual man, so long as the latter is young. Of course, I allude here to personal superiority, not to the place a man may gain by his works. So in this first paragraph, I think Schopenhauer is telling us that the very intelligent, very noble or superior character will not be manifest among other people in youth, because at that point those gifts are not apparent to everyone, and they will be washed out by skill and what does it say here? Skill and age and experience, right? So the young intellectual in competition with the older people who are not so intellectual will not compete well. But as he ages, this will become more manifest, as we'll see as we go on. And on passing his 40th year, any man of the slightest power of mind, any man, that is, who has more than the sorry share of intellect with which nature has endowed 5/6 of mankind, will hardly fail to show some trace of misanthropy. For, as is natural, he has by that time inferred other people's character from an examination of his own, with the result that he has been gradually disappointed to find that in the qualities of the head or in those of the heart, and usually in both, he reaches a level to which they do not attain. So he gladly avoids having anything more to do with them. Sounds very autobiographical if you know a bit about Schopenhauer. Okay? As the man of discernment and quality knows his own quality, he discovers through experience that the vast majority of mankind is not at his level, and he can only be the loser by close association with them. So he naturally becomes a misanthrope and withdraws into his own private circle in order to maintain his superiority. So I'm going on. For it may be said in general that every man will love or hate solitude, in other words, his own society, just in proportion as he is worth anything in himself. Kant has some remarks upon this kind of misanthropy in his critique of the faculty of judgment. And here Schopenhauer gives a reference to that part of the third critique I've looked it up, and perhaps I'll do a video about it later on. If I do, I'll link it up here right now. In a young man, it is a bad sign, as well from an intellectual as from a moral point of view, if he is precocious in understanding the ways of the world and in adapting himself to its pursuits, if he at once knows how to deal with men and enters upon life, as it were, fully prepared. It argues a vulgar nature. On the other hand, to be surprised and astonished at the way people act, and to be clumsy and cross-grained in having to do with them, indicates a character of a nobler sort. The cheerfulness and vivacity of youth are partly due to the fact that, when we are ascending the hill of life, death is not visible. It lies down at the bottom on the other side. But once we have crossed the top of the hill, death comes in view. Death, which until then was known to us only by hearsay. This makes our spirits droop, and from the same time we begin to feel that our vital powers are on the ebb. A grave seriousness now takes the place of that early extravagance of spirit. And the change is noticeable even in the expression of a man's face. As long as we are young, people may tell us what they please. We look upon life as endless and use our time recklessly. But the older we become, the more we practice economy. For towards the close of life, every day we live gives us the same kind of sensation as the criminal experiences on every step on his way to be tried. I don't know that I can improve on that paragraph by explanation. It's really well done, especially the sort of metaphor, as we say in English, of going over the hill and now death comes into sight. And what was before a sort of fun adventure with limitless possibilities now becomes, a sort of accelerating downhill slide as the spirit weakens and we see ourselves drawing closer to this ultimate goal, which is now quite evident to us, where it was concealed for us by the climb that we had ahead of us in our youth. Going back to Schopenhauer now. From the standpoint of youth, life seems to stretch away into an endless future. From the standpoint of old age, to go back but a little way into the past. So that at the beginning, life presents us with a picture in which the objects appear a great way off, as though we had reversed our telescope, while in the end, everything seems so close. To see how short life is, a man must have grown old, that is to say, he must have lived long. It's a great image here, right? That the young man sees the world as though he'd reversed his telescope. All of the objects of his longing are far off, right? He still perhaps is sort of enamored of this drive and this will and struggle, that which Schopenhauer would say is what the wise man gives up as he becomes older. But life is endless, but everything also seems so far away. You have to work so hard. You have to sort of drive all your energy into it because that's the way life is, right? It stretches on into an endless future. Things look like they are, looking through the reversed telescope, close things seem far away. Just the reverse is the case for the older man, right? Everything seems up close. Instead of extending far into the future, the horizon of your life now is the present and whatever small portion of the past you can currently remember. We'll see Schopenhauer say more about memory in the paragraphs ahead. To see how short life is, a man must have grown old. He must have lived long. Continuing. On the other hand, as the years increase, things look smaller, one and all. And life, which had so firm and stable a base in the days of our youth, now seems nothing but a rapid flight of moments, every one of them illusory. We have come to see that the whole world is vanity. Time itself seems to go at a much slower pace when we are young. So that not only is the first quarter of life the happiest, it is also the longest of all. It leaves more memories behind it. If a man were put to it, he could tell you more out of the first quarter of his life than out of 2 of the remaining periods. Nay, in the spring of life, as in the spring of the year, The days reach a length that is positively tiresome. But in the autumn, whether of the year or of life, though they are short, they are more genial and uniform. But why is it that to an old man his past life appears so short? For this reason: his memory is short, and so he fancies that his life has been short too. He no longer remembers the insignificant parts of it, and much that was unpleasant is now forgotten. How little then there is left! We subtract the unpleasant parts of life, knowing Schopenhauer, we subtract 80%. For in general, a man's memory is as imperfect as his intellect, and he must make a practice of reflecting upon the lessons he has learned and the events he has experienced if he does not want them both to sink gradually into the gulf of oblivion. Now, we are unaccustomed to reflect upon matters of no importance, or as a rule upon things that we have found disagreeable, and yet that is necessary if the memory of them is to be preserved. But the class of things that may be called insignificant is continually receiving fresh additions. Much that wears an air of importance at first gradually becomes of no consequence at all from the fact of its frequent repetition, so that in the end we actually lose count of the number of times it happens. Hence, we are better able to remember the events of our early than of our later years. The longer we live, the fewer are the things that we can call important or significant enough to deserve further consideration, and by this alone can they be fixed in the memory. In other words, they are forgotten as soon as they are past. Thus it is that time runs on, leaving always fewer traces of its passage. So in this long paragraph, Schopenhauer has told us that the reason that life seems short to an old man, the reason why his time horizon is the present and maybe the past 3, 8, 10 years of his life, and then jumping all the way back to his memories of early life, with a lot of the intermediate stuff forgotten. Reason for that is the failure of memory. Reason for the failure of memory is a failure of attention. That because we do not attend to, give concentration to, and review things that are insignificant or things that are disagreeable, both of those things gradually fade. They sort of sink down into the swamp of memory and are lost finally forever. So that when you get to be an old man, you basically have vivid memories of youth and then memories of whatever part of the recent past that you've paid most attention to. Okay. As far as insignificant things, he says here, those are constantly growing in number. Things that you thought were significant gradually lapse into insignificance, and things that are repeated frequently become insignificant by repetition. You no longer pay attention to them, and so your memory of them declines. They sort of disappear from this overall sense of yourself that you compose in memory. Okay. Going on to the next paragraph now. Further, if disagreeable things have happened to us, we do not care to ruminate upon them, least of all when they touch our vanity, as is usually the case. For few misfortunes fall upon us for which we can be held entirely blameless. So people are very ready to forget many things that are disagreeable, as well as many that are unimportant. It is from this double cause that our memory is so short, and a man's recollection of what has happened always becomes proportionately shorter, the more things that have occupied him in life. The things we did in years gone by, the events that happened long ago, are like those objects on the coast which, to the seafarer on his outward voyage, become smaller every minute, more unrecognizable, and harder to distinguish. Again, it sometimes happens that memory and imagination will call up some long past scene as vividly as if it had occurred only yesterday, so that the event in question seems to stand very near to the present time. The reason of this is that it is impossible to call up all the intervening period in the same vivid way, as there is no one figure pervading it which can be taken in at a glance. And besides, most of the things that happened in that period are forgotten, and all that remains of it is the general knowledge that we have lived through it. a mere notion of abstract existence, not a direct vision of some particular experience. It is this that causes some single event of long ago to appear as though it took place but yesterday. The intervening time vanishes, and the whole of life looks incredibly short. Nay, there are occasional moments in old age when we can scarcely believe that we are so advanced in years, or that the long past lying behind us has had any real existence, a feeling which is mainly due to the circumstance that the present always seems fixed and immovable as we look at it. These and similar mental phenomena are ultimately to be traced to the fact that it is not our nature in itself, but only the outward presentation of it, that lies in time, and that the present is the point of contact between the world as subject and the world as object. Footnote, translator's footnote. By this remark, Schopenhauer means the will, which, as he argues, forms the inner reality underlying all the phenomena of life and nature, is not in itself affected by time, but that, on the other hand, time is necessary for the objectification of the will, for the will as presented in the passing phenomena of the world. Time is thus definable as the condition of change, and the present time is as the only point of contact between reality and appearance. So there's some interesting metaphysical stuff there about Schopenhauer's theory of the will as the kind of underlying sort of noumenal reality of all of life, of the self, and then its presentation and its objectification, moving from subject to object. We talked a bit about that in the previous video. I don't want to get into that too deeply because I want to go back over this idea about the memory, the idea of a vivid memory in old age. If you're old, you might be, let's say, 55, 60 years old, and suddenly the memory of something you did, maybe something embarrassing you did in ninth grade, comes back to you, and it's just as vivid and crystal clear as if it had happened, last week. Why would that be? The reason Schopenhauer says is because the intervening, 45 years have just disappeared. You can't call those to mind along with the memory. The memory itself is present, and then there's the you of the present. And the two things are, as it were, kind of adjacent in your mind. And so you feel as just last week you were doing that horribly embarrassing thing. You're even embarrassed, but even sort of your emotional life today, now, as a 60-year-old man, is affected by this recollection, this sort of sudden vivid recollection deprived of the intervening time, which has, of course, been subject to this sort of gradual sinking into the mud that happens to things in our past that we don't pay attention to, that we aren't mindful of, and devoted to paying attention to, analyzing, and recollecting. So that what we have is, again, the old man, it seems, lives a kind of truncated past. Whatever amount of the past he can remember, all of it's sort of gradually fading away. So we'll go on to the end of this section now. Again, why is it that in youth we can see no end to the years that lie before us? Because we are obliged to find room for all the things we hope to attain in life. We cram the years so full of projects that if we were to try to carry them all out, death would come prematurely, though we reached the age of Methuselah. Another reason why life looks so long when we are young is that we are apt to measure its length by the few years we have already lived. In those early years, things are new to us, and so they appear important. We dwell upon them after they have happened, and often call them to mind. And thus in youth life seems replete with incident, and therefore of long duration. We might say that the young man's life is very densely packed with activities and plans and ambitions and objects of desire, more than he could possibly ever hope to achieve, but they all sort of lie within the sort of horizon of his personality, of his objects, as objects of his intention, of his striving. And even things he's just done, right? He turns them over in memory. This life is full of, like a chest full of jewels for the young person. Okay, going on. Sometimes we credit ourselves with a longing to be in some distant spot. whereas in truth we are only longing to have the time back again which we spent there, days when we were younger and fresher than we are now. In those moments, time mocks us by wearing the mask of space. And if we travel to the spot, we can see how much we have been deceived. That's the end of the section I'm going to read for you today. And I love that image there that when we have a longing in time wearing the mask of space, I have a longing to be in a certain place. I might say, I'm unhappy with my life now. I wish I were back on the beach in Mexico. This is what's happening here is I go so I go back to the beach in Mexico now as an older man. And I get there and I look around and I say, I guess I didn't want the beach at all. What I wanted was to be 29 on the beach. I want the time, the life, the years that I spent on the beach. I want that, but I can't have that. Schopenhauer's expression there is fantastic. Right? That's time mocking me, wearing the mask of space. It's saying, you really want this place again, don't you? And I really don't. What I really want is I want 1985 again, or whatever the time period was. So that's the concluding section of the concluding paragraph of this section, beginning to deal with old age, with maturity, still contrasted with youth, explaining why the memories of our youth remain vivid, while the memories of, say, 10, 20 years ago fade away as we get older. So hope you enjoyed that, especially those reflections upon the nature of time and memory. We'll look at the next section of the ages of life in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In this next part of Chapter 5 of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer gives us a couple of short sections about growing older. He begins with this metaphor of two lamps, both of which burn for a long time, but for different reasons. And he gives us some insight into an observation that each person's character seems to best suit a certain stage of life. Here's what he writes. There are two ways of reaching a great age, both of which presuppose a sound constitution as a conditio sine qua non. They may be illustrated by two lamps, one of which burns a long time with very little oil, because it has a very thin wick, and the other just as long, though it has a very thick one, because there is plenty of oil to feed it. Here the oil is the vital energy, and the difference in the wick is the manifold way in which the vital energy is used. Up to our 36th year, we may be compared in respect of the way in which we use our vital energy to people who live on the interest of their money. What they spend today, they have again tomorrow. But from the age of 36 onwards, our position is like that of the investor who begins to entrench upon his capital. At first he hardly notices any difference at all, as the greater part of his expenses is covered by the interest of his securities. And if the deficit is but slight, he pays no attention to it. But the deficit goes on increasing, until he awakes to the fact that it is becoming more serious every day. His position becomes less and less secure, and he feels himself growing poorer and poorer, while he has no expectation of this drain upon his resources coming to an end. His fall from wealth to poverty becomes faster every moment, like the fall of a solid body in space, until at last he has absolutely nothing left. A man is truly a woeful plight if both the terms of this comparison, his vital energy and his wealth, really begin to melt away at one and the same time. It is the dread of this calamity that makes love of possession increase with age. So in this first page, a nice metaphor of two lamps, which both burn for a long time. We might say two ways of living into old age. A thin wick with a modest amount of oil, that is to say, vital energy used very slowly, very carefully, or a thick wick which has a great amount of vital energy behind it, a great amount of oil to burn. So a person with a great deal of sort of inner energy can live a very sort of robust life, or a person might live on a smaller sort of amount of kind of native life force with a much more abstemious lifestyle, is what I take Schopenhauer to be saying here. And then the image, I don't know why he chose the age 36, the image of living off of your interest, in which case the sort of the money automatically generates the money that you live on day to day, and the capital never decreases. But then after a certain age, we enter a kind of decline. And again, analogizing money to vital energy, the idea is that our overall life force is gradually fading away at that point, our late 30s, our 40s, our 50s, until it begins to accelerate and we begin to feel, I can't do the things I used to do. My sort of my energy level, my ability, my mental focus are declining, and they're declining at an increasing rate. And I think that's what Schopenhauer is describing here as the feeling that I'm living off of a deficit. The balance is quickly approaching zero, and it would be the worst calamity of all to have both my vital energy and my wealth disappear at the same time. And this accounts in a certain way for a type of greed or possessiveness that afflicts elderly people. He says, as we age, we get more concerned with bodily things, with material things, with wealth, and that's the reason why. Schopenhauer goes on. On the other hand, at the beginning of life, in the years before we attain majority, and for some little time afterwards, the state of our vital energy puts us on a level with those who each year lay by a part of their interest and add it to their capital. In other words, not only does their interest come in regularly, but the capital is constantly receiving additions. This happy condition of affairs is sometimes brought about, with health as with money, under the watchful care of some honest guardian. O happy youth and sad old age. Continuing the metaphor from before, if we can manage to add to our capital, then we are not only turning a profit, but we are making security against later decline, both in wealth and in health and vital energy. Going on. Nevertheless, a man should economize his strength even when he is young. Aristotle observes that amongst those who were victors at Olympia, only 2 or 3 gained a prize at 2 different periods, once in boyhood and then again when they came to be men. And the reason of this was that the premature efforts which the training involved so completely exhausted their powers that they failed to last on into manhood. As this is true of muscular, so it is still more true of nervous energy, of which all intellectual achievements are the manifestation. Hence those infant prodigies, ingenia praecocia, the fruit of a hothouse education, who surprise us by their cleverness as children, afterwards turn out very ordinary folk. Nay, the manner in which boys are forced into an early acquaintance with the ancient tongues may perhaps be to blame for the dullness and lack of judgment which distinguish so many learned persons. So that's the end of the first of these 3 short sections that I'll be talking about today. And Schopenhauer here citing Aristotle, that there are very few Olympic victors who are consistently strong and excellent physically at a young age and then again at a mature age. The reason being that the kind of training necessary to succeed at a young age spoils your health. And he says the same thing is true of the life of the mind, of the nervous energy and intellectual achievement, that the more power exerted in youth seems to be dangerous to the possibility of having that same power available in one's maturity and in old age. And then this kind of venomous observation about child prodigies, people who educated, maybe we might think like John Stuart Mill, according to a certain, he says, hothouse education, a kind of intense greenhouse of intellectual activity, may, perhaps unlike Mill, turn out to be quite mediocre and ordinary. as adults. That is, that they sort of burn up all of their creative energy and uniqueness when they are quite young and there's nothing left to sustain a life of excellence later on. And this sort of jab at what we might call classical education today. Young boys who are forced to learn Greek and Latin in their primary years may turn out to be quite dull-witted, and lack significant judgment for this same sort of reason. Schopenhauer, certainly no enemy of studying classical languages, but perhaps an enemy of the premature study of classical languages. Going on to the next section now. I have said that almost every man's character seems to be specially suited to some one period of life, so that on reaching it, the man is at his best. Some people are charming so long as they are young, and afterwards there is nothing attractive about them. Others are vigorous and active in manhood, and then lose all the value they possess as they advance in years. Many appear to best advantage in old age, when their character assumes a gentler tone, as becomes men who have seen the world and take life easily. This is often the case with the French. This peculiarity must be due to the fact that the man's character has something in it akin to the qualities of youth, or manhood, or old age. Something which accords with one or another of those periods of life, or perhaps acts as a corrective to its special failings. So, an observation that people's character has something in it that seems to match either youth or maturity or old age, and that is the time period at which that person will be at their personal best. It's worth remembering here that for Schopenhauer, character is unalterable. It is just sort of a fundamental fact about a person that wells up through their life. It's not an ongoing, developing sort of thing, I don't think. So it's simply the case that if you are, like maybe many Frenchmen, he suggests, the kind of person who is at his best in old age, then your youth and your maturity might be sort of preparatory to a certain kind of easygoing, flourishing old manhood, we might say. The final section is quite short, and here it is. The mariner observes the progress he makes only by the way in which objects on the coast fade away into the distance and apparently decrease in size. In the same way, a man becomes conscious that he is advancing in years when he finds that people older than himself begin to seem young to him. That's the end of the sections I'm going to be sharing for today. And there's another interesting observation that just as things seem to recede on the coast as we move away from them, we become aware of our age when the people older than us no longer seem elderly or even middle-aged, but kind of robust in the prime of life. This is the old expression that 50 is the new 30, right? Or now that I am the age that I am, thinking, looking at my grandmother at the end of an age where I thought my grandmother was middle-aged, I say that's not middle-aged anymore. That's the prime of life. When I was 11 years old, I thought that was middle-aged. I thought that was old. But now it seems that that people that age and older seem to me to be quite spry and young. They're not changing. It's my perspective that's changing as I'm moving away. Things are changing size. So there are some observations from Schopenhauer about the process of growing older. The next section of this chapter is 8 pages long, quite long, and we'll take a look at it in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In this next part of the Ages of Life from Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer contrasts old age with youth. He begins by noting that we have more vitality in our youth. We seem to be most alive then. And he notes the fact that the years, the sort of felt experience of time accelerates as we get older. That whereas the years drag by when we are young, they fly by when we are older. And he draws out some of the practical implications of this felt time difference for the affairs and the lives of young people and old people. He does defend youth against some wrongful charges, some unearned disdain that period of life might attract, but in the end he does award the prize for happiest stage of life to old age. Old people are happier than younger people, in part because they have fewer illusions. Schopenhauer will explain. There is a great image towards the end of this section where Schopenhauer compares the decades of our life to a text and then a commentary upon that text. So watch for that. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. It has already been remarked that the older a man becomes, the fewer are the traces left in his mind by all that he sees, does, or experiences. And the cause of this has been explained. There is thus a sense in which it may be said that it is only in youth that a man lives with a full degree of consciousness, and that he is only half alive when he is old. As the years advance, his consciousness of what goes on about him dwindles, and the things of life hurry by without making any impression upon him, just as none is made by a work of art seen for the 1000th time. A man does what his hand finds to do, and afterwards he does not know whether he has done it or not. I think we've certainly all been there. As life becomes more and more unconscious, the nearer it approaches the point at which all consciousness ceases, the course of time itself seems to increase in rapidity. In childhood, all the things and circumstances of life are novel, and that is sufficient to awake us to the full consciousness of existence. Hence, at that age, the day seems of such immense length. The same thing happens when we are traveling. 1 month seems longer than 4 spent at home. Still, though time seems to last longer when we are young or on a journey, the sense of novelty does not prevent it from now and then in reality hanging heavily upon our hands under both these circumstances. At any rate, more than is the case when we are old or staying at home. But the intellect gradually becomes so rubbed down and blunted by long habituation to such sensations that things have a constant tendency to produce less and less impression upon us as they pass by, and this makes time seem increasingly less important, and therefore shorter in duration. The hours of the boy are longer than the days of the old man. Accordingly, time goes faster and faster the longer we live, like a ball rolling downhill. Or, to take another example, as in a revolving disc, the further a point lies from the center, the more rapid is its rate of progression. So it is in the wheel of life. The further you stand from the beginning, the faster time moves for you. Hence it may be said that, as far as concerns the immediate sensation that time makes upon our minds, the length of any given year is in direct proportion to the number of times it will divide our whole life. For instance, at the age of 50, the year appears to us only 1/10 as long as it did at the age of 5. I'll pause there. It's interesting suggestion here, especially like the angular velocity suggestion. The wheel is turning, the disk is turning, and you are, in a sense, as you grow old, moving from the center of the disk towards the outer perimeter where the angular velocity is higher. The whole disk is spinning at a constant rate, but the points on the outside fly by, where the points on the inside crawl by. That seems to be his metaphor for the experience of time speeding up as we get older. He's referred previously to the fact that we become less sensible of the things around us as we age. The world makes less of an impression upon us. And on the whole, it looks really here like youth has a great deal more to be said for it than old age, with this considered. Although he does say, just as in travel, sometimes, as in traveling, as in youth, we get bored, right? Time hangs heavily upon us, sits heavily on our hands. He'll say more about that in just a few moments. Going on to Schopenhauer now. This variation in the rate at which time appears to move exercises a most decided influence upon the whole nature of our existence at every period of it. First of all, it causes childhood, even though it embraces only a span of 15 years, to seem the longest period of life, and therefore the richest in reminiscences. Next, it brings it about that a man is apt to be bored just in proportion as he is young. Consider, for instance, that constant need of occupation, whether it is work or play, that is shown by children. If they come to an end of both work and play, a terrible feeling of boredom ensues. Even in youth, people are by no means free from this tendency, and dread the hours when they have nothing to do. As manhood approaches, boredom disappears, and old men find the time too short when their days fly past them like arrows from a bow. I think I'll pause there. So here again is two effects, right? One, that childhood seems like the slowest and therefore the longest period of life and the place where we make most of our memories, and that the children are more likely to become bored. Why? Because of the way that time passes for them. And old men don't get bored. Even grown men don't get bored in the same way, with the same ease, Schopenhauer seems to say. Going on. Of course, I must be understood to speak of men, not of decrepit brutes. With this increased rapidity of time, boredom mostly passes away as we advance in life, and as the passions, with all their attendant pain, are then laid asleep. The burden of life is on the whole appreciably lighter in later years than in youth, provided of course that health remains. So it is that the period immediately preceding the weakness and troubles of old age receives the name of a man's best years. This may be a true appellation, in view of the comfortable feeling which those years bring. But for all that, the years of youth, when our consciousness is lively and open to every sort of impression, have this privilege, that then the seeds are sown and the buds come forth. It is the springtime of the mind. Deep truths may be perceived, but can never be excogitated. That is to say, the first knowledge of them is immediate, called forth by some momentary impression. This knowledge is of such a kind as to be attainable only when the impressions are strong, lively, and deep. And if we are to be acquainted with deep truths, everything depends upon a proper use of our early years. In later life, we may be better able to work upon other people, upon the world, because our natures are then finished and rounded off, and no more a prey to fresh views. But then the world is less able to work upon us. These are the years of action and achievement, while youth is the time for forming fundamental conceptions and laying down the groundwork of thought. So here, a suggestion that we must use our youth properly, right? That it is because this sort of immediacy of our experience and knowledge of the world can only be had in youth, because that's when our senses are sharpest, when the impressions that things make upon us are strongest, when we are lively and sort of exposed and engaged with the world. As we have this sort of long, slow withdrawal from the world that characterizes old age, we are less able to receive those impressions. So we gain sort of in processing power what we lose in our ability to grasp the immediacy of experience in the world. So I think Schopenhauer here is envisioning a youth that is well spent drawing in this immediate knowledge of the world, and then an old age that is spent in analysis and processing and coming to a sort of wise set of conclusions about it. If youth is wasted, if you don't get those, you're not able to get that, sort of replace it in old age the way you might like to. Okay. Going back to the text now. In youth, it is the outward aspect of things that most engages us, while in age, thought or reflection is the predominating quality of the mind. Hence, youth is the time for poetry, and age is more inclined to philosophy. In practical affairs, it is the same. A man shapes his resolutions in youth more by the impression that the outward world makes upon him, whereas when he is old, it is thought that determines his actions. This is partly to be explained by the fact that it is only when a man is old that the results of outward observation are present in sufficient numbers to allow of their being classified according to the ideas they represent. A process which, in its turn, causes those ideas to be more fully understood in all their bearings, and the exact value and amount of trust to be placed in them fixed and determined, while at the same time he has grown accustomed to the impressions produced by the various phenomena of life, and their effects on him are no longer what they were. So here it seems are two advantages enjoyed by old age, that in old age, the person who is older has, we might say, a greater data set from which to generalize. He's seen the results of the different phenomena of life and now knows where they lead, where the man of less experience, the younger man, is only going to have a sort of supposition about those things. And life in the world has less effect upon him. It's less able to disturb, it seems, his thought and his overall state of being. And so he comes to a clearer and truer judgment by thought. He's no longer pushed by the world. He is now able to sort of withdraw from the world and to think clearly about what he's learned from his encounters with it. That's what I take Schopenhauer to be saying here. Okay, going back to the text. Contrarily, in youth, the impressions that things make, that is to say, the outward aspects of life, are so overpoweringly strong, especially in the case of people of lively and imaginative disposition, that they view the world like a picture, and their chief concern is the figure they cut in it, the appearance they present. Nay, they are unaware of the extent to which this is the case. It is a quality of mind that shows itself, if in no other way, in that personal vanity and that love of fine clothes which distinguish young people. Okay. Just a short paragraph about vanity and about the way in which a young person cares about the figure he cuts in the world, about what other people think about him. This seems to be another vanity of which the old are generally free. Schopenhauer again. There can be no doubt that the intellectual powers are most capable of enduring great and sustained efforts in youth, up to the age of 35 at latest, from which period their strength begins to decline, though very gradually. Still, the later years of life, and even old age itself, are not without their intellectual compensation. It is only then that a man can be said to be really rich in experience or in learning. He has then had time and opportunity enough to enable him to see and think over life from all its sides. He has been able to compare one thing with another, and to discover points of contact and connecting links, so that only then are the true relations of things rightly understood. Was the old P.G. O'Rourke line that age and guile beat youth and experience and a bad haircut. Some of you might remember that book from the 80s. Further, in old age there comes an increased depth in the knowledge that was acquired in youth. A man has now many more illustrations of any ideas he may have attained. Things which he thought he knew when he was young, he now knows in reality. I might say he moves from supposition to knowledge, to certainty. And besides, his range of knowledge is wider, and whatever direction it extends, it is thorough and therefore formed into a consistent and connected whole. Whereas in youth, knowledge is always defective and fragmentary. Okay, so with the greater knowledge of old age, the greater data set over which to generalize, comes a wider set of experience and an increased depth of knowledge and a longer experience of comparing and contrasting things to find the true connections between them. Okay, all that seems true and accurate to me. Continuing. A complete and adequate notion of life can never be attained by anyone who does not reach old age. For it is only the old man who sees life whole and knows its natural course. It is only he who is acquainted, and this is most important, not only with its entrance, like the rest of mankind, but with its exit too, so that he alone has a full sense of its utter vanity, whilst the others never cease to labor under the false notion that everything will come right in the end. Let's say it's the old man who finally sees the vanity of life. Nobody who doesn't make it that far really has a true picture of what human life is generally like. On the other hand, there is more conceptive power in youth, and at that time of life, a man can make more out of the little that he knows. In age, judgment, penetration, and thoroughness predominate. Youth is the time for amassing the material for a knowledge of the world that shall be distinctive and peculiar, for an original view of life. In other words, the legacy that a man of genius leaves to his fellow men. It is, however, only in later years that he becomes master of his material. Accordingly, it will be found that, as a rule, a great writer gives his best work to the world when he is about 50 years of age. But though the tree of knowledge must reach its full height before it can bear fruit, the roots of it lie in youth. We see here over and over again Schopenhauer in this part, going back and forth between the advantages of youth, the advantages of age, the places in which we should judge truly about where each area seems to be strongest, where each age of life seems to have an advantage over the other. Every generation, no matter how paltry its character, thinks itself much wiser than the one immediately preceding it, let alone those that are more remote. It is just the same with the different periods of a man's life. And yet often, in the one case no less than in the other, it is a mistaken opinion. In the years of physical growth, when our powers of mind and our stores of knowledge are receiving daily additions, it becomes a habit for today to look down with contempt upon yesterday. The habit strikes root and remains even after the intellectual powers have begun to decline, when today should rather look up with respect to yesterday. So it is that we often unduly depreciate the achievements as well as the judgments of our youth. So, advice to us in terms of our own autobiography. When we are young, every day we seem to be getting better, and when we're 22, we look back on when we were 20 with a certain amount of elevation, right? We feel that we've come far. But he said already, after the age of 35, the intellectual powers begin to decline. When I'm 47, I ought not to look back at my 43-year-old self as though he was certainly less wise than myself. At a certain point in time, I have peaked, and I ought to be looking not down but up in respect at my past self. So, an important reminder to avoid a certain kind of chronological snobbery, or not to carry the conclusions that are accurate in our youth into our maturity and old age, to be sensitive to when that curve reverses. This seems the place for making the general observation that although in its main qualities a man's intellect or head, as well as his character or heart, is innate, yet the former is by no means so unalterable in its nature as the latter. Okay. And just to map that out, the intellect can be changed, but character, Schopenhauer thinks, is fixed. The fact is that the intellect is subject to very many transformations, which, as a rule, do not fail to make their actual appearance. And this is so, partly because the intellect has a deep foundation in the physique, and partly because the material with which it deals is given in experience. Okay. So what are the two factors that cause intellect to be changeable? One, it's connected with our body and with the brain, whereas our character is not. And two, it's the intellect is working upon experience, which can grow, which can change, which is constantly getting new input, whereas character is not. Character is not responding to our experience in that same way. And so, from a physical point of view, we find that if a man has any peculiar power, it first gradually increases in strength until it reaches its acme, after which it enters upon a path of slow decadence until it ends in imbecility. But on the other hand, we must not lose sight of the fact that the material which gives employment to a man's powers and keeps them in activity, the subject matter of thought and knowledge, experience, intellectual attainments, the practice of seeing to the bottom of things, and so a perfect mental vision, form themselves a mass which continues to, form in themselves a mass which continues to increase in size until the time comes when weakness shows itself and the man's powers suddenly fail. He's speaking here about the growth of knowledge and intellect. As I learn more and more, all of these things together can increase and increase and increase in size as I get older, and then my intellectual powers fail, I become senile, and it's all capable of a rapid change downward. Okay, so we're talking about change in the realm of the intellect. It can grow and it can collapse rapidly over the course of our lives. The way in which these two distinguishable elements combine in the same nature, the one absolutely unalterable, that's character, and the other subject to change in two directions opposed to each other, okay, and that's intellect, which can either grow or decline. The way in which these two elements combine explains the variety of mental attitude and the dissimilarity of value which attach to a man at different periods of life. So we might say that if character is unalterable, we'll have to spot Schopenhauer this. We can contest it later. But intellect can go up and down. Well, then we would expect that a man who becomes senile, but it was a real SOB, and his character will be a senile SOB, right? A person who is kind and generous, a person who has a certain kind of magnanimous character, will retain that character as his knowledge grows and as his knowledge and intellectual powers decrease, whether gradually or suddenly. That seems to provide the sort of constant, unchanging focus or character of a man's life. The same truth may be more broadly expressed by saying that the first 40 years of life furnished the text, while the remaining 30 supply the commentary, and that without the commentary we are unable to understand aright the true sense and coherence of the text, together with the moral it contains and all the subtle application of which it admits. That's the passage I referred to at the beginning of this video. I like that very much. That the first 4 decades of life are writing the text of our lives, collecting the experience, and then the latter, from ages 40 to 70, latter 3 decades of our life, are a commentary which unlocks the inner meaning that is present in those years. So we don't really have a full grasp only from the textual reading. We need the commentary in order to appreciate the subtlety that is there. That's really when the real business of life gets going, it seems, is when we're composing and elaborating and drawing out all the subtleties of the text that is there through our commentary upon it. I kind of like that image, though maybe it's a little bit bookish for some of us. Going on. Towards the close of life, much the same thing happens as at the end of a bal masque. The masks are taken off. Then you can see who the people really are with whom you have come into contact in your passage through the world. For by the end of life, characters have come out in their true light, actions have borne fruit, achievements have been rightly appreciated, and all shams have fallen to pieces. For this, time was in every case requisite. The word time capitalized there. It just occurred to me right now, this is, in a sense, this is kind of like Schopenhauer as the not quite so malicious version of Heath Ledger's Joker from the movie The Dark Knight. that he says when people, just before people die, they show you who they really are. Well, take out the murder element in that quip, and Schopenhauer is saying much the same thing about the natural end of life. When people come to the end of their life, the masks come off, and we see who everybody really was underneath. So all the shams have fallen to pieces, actions have borne fruit, achievements have been rightly appreciated. We all stand, as it were, kind of face to face, naked before each other. And now here's what I truly am, that's what you truly are. As we approach death, he seems to say. But the most curious fact is that it is also only towards the close of life that a man really recognizes and understands his own true self, the aims and objects he has followed in life, more especially the kind of relation in which he has stood to other people and to the world. It will often happen that as a result of this knowledge, a man will have to assign himself a lower place than he formerly thought was his due. But there are exceptions to this rule, and it will occasionally be the case that he will take a higher position than he had before. This will be owing to the fact that he had no adequate notion of the baseness of the world, and that he set up a higher aim for himself than was followed by the rest of mankind. The progress of life shows a man the stuff of which he is made. So interesting, right? At the end of life, not only do we see other people as they truly are, we see ourselves. We come to understand ourselves as we truly are. And quite frequently, we'll find out that we weren't as good as we thought we were. But the exception is the person who rather naively misjudges the baseness of the world, expects more of the world and of other people than they are going to deliver. That person may find that he raises his estimation of himself as a person of quality among the other people among whom he's lived at the end of life. It is customary to call youth the happy and age the sad part of life. This would be true if it were the passions that made a man happy. Youth is swayed to and fro by them, and they give a great deal of pain and little pleasure. In age, the passions cool and leave a man at rest. And then forthwith his mind takes a contemplative tone. The intellect is set free and attains the upper hand. And since in itself intellect is beyond the range of pain, a man feels happy just in so far as his intellect is the predominating part of him. It need only be remembered that all pleasure is negative, and that pain is positive in its nature. That's the insight with which we began, Counsels and Maxims. In order to see that the passions can never be a source of happiness, and that age is not the less to be envied on the ground that many pleasures are denied it. For every sort of pleasure is never anything more than the quieting of some need or longing. And that pleasure should come to an end as soon as the need ceases is no more a subject of complaint than that a man cannot go on eating after he has had his dinner, or fall asleep again after a good night's rest. I might add here as well, if Schopenhauer is right about pleasure being simply the negation of pain, I might say that, it is pleasant to scratch an itch, but of course I only scratch so long as I itch. If the itch goes away, I stop scratching, but I don't lament that I no longer am able to experience the pleasure of scratching. The pleasure of scratching was simply relieving the itch, which I found intolerable otherwise. So it's what we would call pleasure and chase after, struggle after, if we were sort of the prey of will, is in fact simply, it's just scratching an itch, right? And the fact that I can't do that, don't have to do that in old age, I should say, should be a great consolation to me rather than a source of disquiet and lament. So far from youth being the happiest period of life, there is much more truth in the remark made by Plato at the beginning of the Republic that the prize should rather be given to old age, because then at least a man is freed from the animal passion which has hitherto never ceased to disquiet him.
Nay, it may even be said that the countless and manifold humors which have their source in this passion, and the emotions that spring from it, produce a mild state of madness. And this lasts as long as the man is subject to the spell of the impulse, this evil spirit, as it were, of which there is no riddance, so that he never really becomes a reasonable being until the passion is extinguished. Since he mentions Republic, and I mentioned Republic once earlier in talking about Schopenhauer's treatment of old age, I actually got one of my copies of Republic off the shelf behind me and looked up this passage from Book One of Republic. It's around 329, Stephanus number. Socrates is speaking with Cephalus. Socrates here is younger, Cephalus is an older man, and Socrates asks him, this is reading from Republic now just because I want to. I'd gladly find out from you what you think about this, as you have reached the point in life that the poets call the threshold of old age. Is it a difficult time? What do you report about it? Asks young Socrates. Cephalus replies, By God, Socrates, I'll tell you exactly what I think. A number of us, who are more or less the same age, often get together in accordance with the old saying. When we meet, the majority complain about the lost pleasures they remember from their youth, those of sex, drinking parties, feasts, and the other things that go along with them. And they get angry as if they had been deprived of important things and had lived well then, but are now hardly living at all. Okay, I'm skipping a bit. He says, I don't think they blame the real cause, Socrates. For if old age were really the cause, I should have suffered in the same way, and so should everyone else of my age. But as it is, I, says Cephalus, have met some who don't feel that like that in the least. Indeed, I was once present when someone asked the poet Sophocles, How are you as far as sex goes, Sophocles? Can you still make love with a woman? Quiet, man, the poet replied. I am very glad to have escaped from all that, like a slave who has escaped from a savage and tyrannical master. I thought at the time that he was right, and I still do, for old age brings peace and freedom from all such things. When the appetites relax and cease to importune us, everything Sophocles said comes to pass, and we escape from many mad masters. So that's the source. That's Plato writing Cephalus, quoting Sophocles in Book One of Plato's Republic, saying that being old is like escaping from a cruel and tyrannical master, or many mad masters, the passions who've driven me forward without rest. And so, what I really am experiencing now is freedom at last, freedom finally from the passions. So, that was Plato. Going back now to Schopenhauer. There is no doubt that, in general, and apart from individual circumstances and particular dispositions, youth is marked by a certain melancholy and sadness, while genial sentiments attach to old age. And the reason of this is nothing but the fact that the young man is still under the service, nay, the forced labor imposed by that evil spirit, which scarcely ever leaves him a moment to himself. To this source may be traced, directly or indirectly, almost all and every ill that befalls or menaces mankind. The old man is genial and cheerful because, after long lying in the bonds of passion, he can now move about in freedom. Okay, so saying essentially what I was just saying before, that once the blood cools, once these passions no longer drive your action, you are in old age, right? You experience a certain kind of peace. So going on. Still, it should not be forgotten that when this passion is extinguished, the true kernel of life is gone, and nothing remains but the hollow shell. Or, from another point of view, life then becomes like a comedy, which, begun by real actors, is continued and brought to an end by automata dressed in their clothes. Okay, there are two great images in this short paragraph. One I want you to keep in mind for the end of this section today, that once passion is extinguished, the kernel of life, the kernel with a K, is gone, and all remains is the hollow shell. Maybe think of a walnut where the nut is gone and you just have the walnut shell. Okay, that's all that's left after passion is gone.
which seems pretty harsh. And then the second, life is like a comedy, begun by real actors, but they leave after Act One, and the rest of the play is finished by robots, automata, puppets, dressed in the same costumes. And that's what old age is like, living without passion. Okay, pretty, pretty grim. Again, although perhaps remembering to be a pessimist, we might take it in stride. Okay. Schopenhauer continues. However that may be, youth is the period of unrest, and age of repose. And from that very circumstance, the relative degree of pleasure belonging to each may be inferred. The child stretches out its little hands in the eager desire to seize all the pretty things that meet its sight, charmed by the world because all its senses are still so young and fresh. Much the same thing happens with the youth, and he displays greater energy in his quest. He too is charmed by all the pretty things and the many pleasing shapes that surround him, and forthwith his imagination conjures up pleasures which the world can never realize, which the world can never give him. So he is filled with an ardent desire for he knows not what delights, robbing him of all rest and making happiness impossible. But when old age is reached, all this is over and done with, partly because the blood runs cooler and the senses are no longer so easily allured, partly because experience has shown the true value of things and the futility of pleasure, whereby illusion has been gradually dispelled, and the strange fancies and prejudices which previously concealed or distorted a free and true view of the world have been dissipated and put to flight, with the result that a man can now get a juster and clearer view and see things as they are, and also, in a measure, attain more or less insight into the nullity of all things on this earth. That's Schopenhauer going hard in for the pessimism right there. What does the old man know? Well, his blood is cooler. He's less driven by sort of the internal drives and struggle of will, of passion, of striving, of wanting. But also, he's had more experience of the futility of pleasure. I've gotten pleasure and it didn't last. It wasn't all that. And he's gradually replaced the illusions of youth, the supposition that there's some great pleasure out there if only I struggle for it hard enough, has been replaced now with a true view of reality, of human life, of himself, a juster and clearer view of human existence. Final paragraph of this section now. It is this that gives almost every old man, no matter how ordinary his faculties may be, a certain tincture of wisdom, which distinguishes him from the young. But the chief result of all this change is the peace of mind that ensues, a great element of happiness, and in fact the condition and essence of it, peace of mind. While the young man fancies that there is a vast amount of good things in the world, if only he could come at them, the old man is steeped in the truth of the preacher's words, that all things are vanity, knowing that, however gilded the shell, the nut is hollow. Okay. There's the payoff of that earlier reference to the nut and the kernel, the shell and the kernel. However gilded the shell, however beautiful the walnut shell, there's nothing inside of it. Right? There's nothing to struggle to strive for. This seems to be Schopenhauer's lesson at the end of this section, contrasting old age with youth. In the next section, Schopenhauer will begin with Horace's maxim, nil admirare, be surprised by nothing. We will take a look at that and getting towards the end of this chapter and of this book in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. In this penultimate section of The Ages of Life, the final chapter of Counsels and Maxims, Schopenhauer praises the life of old age and talks about its many advantages. These chiefly flow from the fact that in old age, a person has given up the illusions that have distorted his judgment about the world and about himself when he's young. Schopenhauer also defends old age against the mistaken belief that it is necessarily a time of disease and boredom. And he takes up the question of self sufficiency again. It is in old age when a person seems to have to rely most fully upon what he is in himself instead of what the world gives to him. This section ends with a nice Spanish proverb about living a long life. Here's how Schopenhauer begins. In these later years, and not before, a man comes to a true appreciation of Horace's maxim, nil admirari, that is, let yourself be surprised by nothing. He is directly and sincerely convinced of the vanity of everything, and that all the glories of the world are as nothing. His illusions are gone. He is no more beset with the idea that there is any particular amount of happiness anywhere, in the palace or in the cottage, any more than he himself enjoys when he is free from bodily or mental pain. The worldly distinctions of great and small, high and low, exist for him no longer, and in this blissful state of mind, the old man may look down with a smile upon all false notions. He is completely undeceived, and knows that whatever may be done to adorn human life and to deck it out in finery, its paltry character will soon show through the glitter of its surroundings, and that, paint and bejewel it as one may, it remains everywhere much the same, an existence which has no true value except in freedom from pain, and is never to be estimated by the presence of pleasure, let alone then of display. So, in the first paragraph here, Schopenhauer, a nice, eloquent praise of old age, sort of looking down upon the falsehoods of the world, having finally been able, in some measure, to transcend and escape them, and knowing that the only real value in life is to be free from pain. So I look at a very wealthy person, I look at Elon Musk, and I say, well, is he free from pain? If yes, then he's just as well off as I, who am also free from pain. That's the only good to be sought in this life. The fact that he's wealthy, that experiences pleasure in excess of mine, the greater amount of pleasure means nothing. Seems to be what Schopenhauer is saying. The old person is capable of seeing and truly believing. So, continuing now. Disillusion is the chief characteristic of old age. For by that time the fictions are gone which gave life its charm and spurred on the mind to activity. The splendors of the world have been proved null and vain. Its pomp, grandeur, and magnificence are faded. A man has then found out that behind most of the things he wants, and most of the pleasures he longs for, there is very little after all. And so he comes by degrees to see that our existence is all empty and void. It is only when he is 70 years old that he quite understands the first words of the preacher. That was, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. And this again explains why it is that old men are sometimes fretful and morose. It is often said that the common lot of old age is disease and weariness of life. Disease is by no means essential to old age, especially when a really long span of years is to be attained. For as life goes on, the conditions of health and disorder tend to increase. Crescente vita, crescit sanitas et morbus. That as life increases, health and death increase, health and disease increase. And as far as weariness or boredom is concerned, I have stated above why old age is even less exposed to that form of evil than youth. But we remember that, right? Youth, because of its fast-moving time, is susceptible to boredom. Time moves by at a different pace for the old, so they're not subject to it as much. Nor is boredom by any means to be taken as a necessary accompaniment of that solitude which, for reasons that do not require to be explained, old age certainly cannot escape. It is rather the fate that awaits those who have never known any other pleasures but the gratification of the senses and the delights of society, who have left their minds unenlightened and their faculties unused. And this is Schopenhauer's reply to the charge, maybe the common belief that old people are subject to boredom. One, no, it's young people who are rather more subject to boredom. But two, now there is a certain amount of solitude which inevitably comes with old age, but that is only a source of boredom for people who have not developed their intellectual faculties sufficiently. People who have lived a sensuous life or a sociable life, find all their pleasures in the body or in the company of others. Well, plainly, those people, when the solitude that is inevitable in old age comes upon them, those people will suffer. But one need not suffer like that, and a person who is growing old can, by the right kind of intellectual practice and enlightenment, learn to endure it. So he goes on. It is quite true that the intellectual faculties decline with the approach of old age, but where they were originally strong, there will always be enough left to combat the onslaught of boredom. And then again, as I have said, experience, knowledge, reflection, and skill in dealing with men combine to give an old man an increasingly accurate insight into the ways of the world. His judgment becomes keen, and he attains a coherent view of life. His mental vision embraces a wider range. Constantly finding new uses for his stores of knowledge and adding to them at every opportunity, he maintains uninterrupted that inward process of self-education which gives employment and satisfaction to the mind, and thus forms the due reward of all its efforts. The point here again being that disease is not the necessary accompaniment of old age, neither is boredom. Boredom afflicts the sociable and the sensual. The person who has practiced the right kind of intellectual discipline will find that his powers are near their peak, with the great store of good judgment, of prudence, of experience. He sees the world more and more accurately. He's able to behave in a more canny way in making correct judgments about how things are going to turn out. He should constantly find new fields of application for his knowledge. Going on now. All this serves, in some measure, as a compensation for decreased intellectual power. And besides, time, as I have remarked, seems to go much more quickly when we are advanced in years, and this in itself is a preventative of boredom. There is no great harm in the fact that a man's bodily strength decreases in old age, unless indeed he requires it to make a living. To be poor when one is old is a great misfortune. If a man is secure from that, and retains his health, old age may be a very passable time of life. Its chief necessity is to be comfortable and well off, and in consequence money is then prized more than ever, because it is a substitute for failing strength. This next part's great. Deserted by Venus, the old man likes to turn to Bacchus to make him merry. In place of wanting to see things, to travel, and to learn, comes the desire to speak and teach. It is a piece of good fortune if the old man retains some of his love of study, or of music, or of the theatre, if, in general, he is still somewhat susceptible to the things about him, as is indeed the case with some people to a very late age. At that time of life, what a man has in himself is of greater advantage to him than ever it was before. And I would just add, this is because bodily strength decreases, sociability decreases, you are deprived of the pleasures of the senses and the pleasures of sociability of other people's company. This is part of the inevitable solitude of old age, that what you have in yourself makes up a greater and greater portion of whatever kind of life you can live. If you are a good self, an excellent self, if you have maintained yourself, you will be able to pass your old age in relative comfort and ease. If you are If you've taken poor care of yourself, when you're left alone with yourself, you will find it rather difficult. Okay, going on now. There can be no doubt that most people who have never been anything but dull and stupid become more and more of automata as they grow old. They have always thought, said, and done the same things as their neighbors, and nothing that happens now can change their disposition or make them act otherwise. To talk to old people of this kind is like writing in the sand. If you produce any impression at all, it is gone almost immediately. Old age is here nothing but the caput mortuum of life. The phrase literally means dead head, but it refers to a kind of worthless residue left behind after a chemical reaction. So it's kind of like the residue of life. All that is essential to manhood is gone. There are cases in which nature supplies a third set of teeth in old age, thereby apparently demonstrating the fact that that period of life is a second childhood. I have to say, I have no idea what Schopenhauer is referring to. Perhaps that's an established medical fact. Perhaps it's just a sort of urban legend of mid-19th century Germany. I couldn't say. It is certainly a very melancholy thing that all a man's faculties tend to waste away as he grows old, and at any rate that and at a rate that increases in rapidity. But still, this is a necessary, nay, a beneficial arrangement, for otherwise death, for which it is a preparation, would be too hard to bear. So the greatest boon that follows the attainment of extreme old age is euthanasia, an easy death, not ushered in by disease, and free from all pain and struggle. There's a footnote here. Footnote says, see Weltanschauung und Vorstellung, Book 2, Chapter 41, for a further description of this happy end to life. Let me get to the end of this paragraph, and then I'll tell you more about that footnote. For let a man live as long as he may, he is never conscious of any moment but the present, one and indivisible. And in those late years the mind loses more every day by sheer forgetfulness than it ever gains anew. That's the end of this paragraph about euthanasia. What Schopenhauer has said so far here is that our faculties, it is actually beneficial to us that our faculties decline, and somewhat rapidly, as we approach death. If we maintained our faculties vivid and sharp right up to the end, death would be difficult or impossible to bear. So he holds out this possibility of euthanasia, not meaning here medically assisted death, but meaning a good death, dying well, which for him means dying free of pain, discomfort, and distress. And he says, check out Book 2, Chapter 41 of The World as Will and Representation. I happen to have Book 2 of Word as Will of that book here, and I looked up the passage he's talking about in Chapter 41. It is on page 469 of this Dover edition, the Payne translation. Here's some of what he says there, and then I'll go back to Counsels and Maxims. On page 468, at the start of this paragraph, he says, according to this, what makes death so terrible for us is not so much the end of life, for this cannot seem to anyone specially worthy of regret, as the destruction of the organism, really because this organism is the will itself manifested as body. Okay, we remember that will for Schopenhauer is a bad thing. This is the sort of the struggle of life, the sort of cosmic force striving towards what can never be attained. Okay, let me skip ahead a little bit. Let me do a little bit more here in 468. But actually, we feel this destruction only in the evils of illness or of old age. On the other hand, for the subject, death itself consists merely in the moment when consciousness vanishes, since the activity of the brain ceases. The extension of the stoppage to all the other parts of the organism which follows this is really already an event after death. Therefore, in a subjective respect, death concerns only consciousness. He goes on to talk in the middle of this paragraph about violent death, and then he talks about peaceful death. And here's the passage you referred to in that footnote just a moment ago. And finally, Even death through natural causes, proper death through old age, euthanasia, is a gradual vanishing and passing out of existence in an imperceptible manner. In old age, passions and desires, together with the susceptibility to their objects, are gradually extinguished. The emotions no longer find any excitement, for the power to make representations or mental pictures becomes weaker and weaker, and its images feebler. The impressions no longer stick to us, but pass away without a trace. The days roll by faster and faster, events lose their significance, everything grows pale. The old man, stricken in years, totters about or rests in a corner, now only a shadow, a ghost of his former self. What still remains there for death to destroy? One day a slumber is his last, and his dreams are blank. They are the dreams that Hamlet asks about in the famous monologue. I believe that we dreamed them just now. Okay, I think that's a good place to stop there. You can check out more of chapter 41 of book 2 of The World as Will and Representation if you want to know more of Schopenhauer's thoughts about death. Let me go back to the final pages of this section from Counsels and Maxims. Thanks for indulging me for that interlude there. So where were we? The mind loses more every day by sheer forgetfulness than it ever gains anew. So the decline of our intellectual powers is actually quite good for us, right? It prepares us for death. It allows us to just sort of slip effortlessly into nothingness, as was described just a moment ago. Going on. The main difference between youth and age will always be that youth looks forward to life and old age to death. And that while the one has a short past and a long future before it, the case is just the opposite with the other. It is quite true that when a man is old, to die is the only thing that awaits him, while if he is young, he may expect to live. And the question arises, which of the two fates is the more hazardous? And if life is not a matter which, on the whole, it is better to have behind one than before. Does not the preacher say, the day of death is better than the day of one's birth? It is certainly a rash thing to wish for a long life. For, as the Spanish proverb has it, it means to see much evil. Quien larga vida vive, mucho mal vide. Whoever lives a long life sees much evil. Okay. That's the end of the section here, but I wanted to make two more comments about what Schopenhauer has said. It occurs to me, he's got a sort of nice, eloquent passage here about the young man has much life ahead of him, the old man has only death ahead of him, and who has the better of it at that moment. And it seems to me almost here that Schopenhauer is kind of imitating Socrates as Plato presents him in Apology, who says at the end, after he's been condemned, the last lines of Apology, in fact, we part now, I to die and you to live, and who has the better lot is known only to the god. I think Schopenhauer here is kind of imitating that, but saying actually it's just the opposite of what you might have thought in terms of Socrates. It is, in fact, the man facing death. Perhaps that's precisely what you might have thought reading Apology. And then the last thing here, there is a footnote here in that final sentence with the Spanish proverb where he says, it is certainly a rash thing to live for a long life. There's a long footnote here by Schopenhauer, and I'll conclude this video with that. The life of man cannot, strictly speaking, be called either long or short, since it is the ultimate standard by which duration of time in regard to all other things is measured. In one of the Vedic Upanishads, the natural length of human life is put down at 100 years. And I believe this to be right. I have observed as a matter of fact that it is only people who exceed the age of 90 who attain euthanasia, who die, that is to say, of no disease, apoplexy or convulsion, and pass away without agony of any sort, nay, who sometimes even show no pallor, but expire generally in a sitting attitude, and often after a meal, or, I may say, simply cease to live rather than die. To come to one's end before the age of 90 means to die of disease, in other words, prematurely. Now, the Old Testament puts the limit of human life at 70, and if it is very long, at 80 years. And what is more noticeable still, Herodotus says the same thing. But this is wrong. And the error is due simply to a rough and superficial estimate of the results of daily experience. For if the natural length of life were from 70 to 80 years, people would die, about that time, of mere old age. Now, this is certainly not the case. If they die then, they die, like younger people, of disease. And disease is something abnormal. Therefore, it is not natural to die at that age. It is only when they are between 90 and 100 that people die of old age. Die, I mean, without suffering from any disease or showing any special signs of their condition, such as a struggle, death rattle, convulsion, pallor, the absence of all of which constitutes euthanasia. The natural length of a human life is 100 years, and in assigning that limit, the Upanishads are right once more. Those are the final words, that long footnote from the final sentence of this part of the Ages of Life, towards the end of Counsels and Maxims. All that remains in this chapter and in this book is a short 2-page section comparing the ages of human life to the planets. And that's a very interesting section I'll be anxious to share with you in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In this 7th and final section of The Ages of Life, Schopenhauer concludes his work Counsels and Maxims by comparing the different stages of a human life to the planets. I should note that Schopenhauer will deal here only with 8 planets. Pluto was not discovered until the 1930s, long after this was written in 1850. And the planet Neptune was discovered only, I think, in 1846, shortly before this book was composed. You'll see him make mention of that. Here's what he writes. Let's see. A man's individual character is not, as astrology wishes to make out, to be predicted from observation of the planets, but the course of human life in general, as far as the various periods of it are concerned, may be likened to the succession of the planets, so that we may be said to pass under the influence of each one of them in turn. At 10, Mercury is in the ascendant, and at that age, a man like this planet is characterized by extreme mobility within a narrow sphere, where trifles have a great effect upon him. But under the guidance of so crafty and eloquent a god, he easily makes great progress. Venus begins her sway during his 20th year, and then a man is wholly given up to the love of women. At 30, Mars comes to the front, and he is now all energy and strength, daring, pugnacious, and arrogant. When a man reaches the age of 40, he is under the rule of the 4 asteroids. That is to say, his life has gained something in extension. He is frugal. In other words, by the help of Ceres, he favors what is useful. He has his own hearth by the influence of Vesta. Pallas has taught him that which is necessary for him to know, and his wife, his Juno, rules as the mistress of his house. Footnote, Schopenhauer's footnote. The other asteroids, which have been discovered since, are an innovation, and I shall have nothing to do with them. My relation to them is that of professors of philosophy to me. I ignore them because they do not suit my book. Back to the text. But at the age of 50, Jupiter is the dominant influence. At that period, a man has outlived most of his contemporaries, and he can feel himself superior to the generation about him. He is still in the full enjoyment of his strength, and rich in experience and knowledge. And if he has any power and position of his own, he is endowed with authority over all who stand in his immediate surroundings. He is no more inclined to receive orders from others. He wants to take command himself. The work most suitable to him now is to guide and rule within his own sphere. This is the point where Jupiter culminates, and where a man of 50 years is at his best. Then comes Saturn, at about the age of 60, a weight as of lead, dull and slow. And here he quotes Shakespeare. But old folks, many feign as they were dead, unwieldy, slow, heavy, and pale as lead. That's from Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scene 5. Last of all, Uranus, or, as the saying is, a man goes to heaven. I cannot find a place for Neptune, as this planet has been very, very thoughtlessly named, because I may not call it as it should be called, Eros. Otherwise, I should point out how beginning and end meet together, and how closely and intimately Eros is connected with death, how Orcus, or Amenethes, as the Egyptians called him, is not only the receiver, but the giver of all things. Lemathon kai didos, which I think refers to something like their being born as twins, Eros and death. Okay. Death is the great reservoir of life. Everything comes from Orcus. Everything that is alive now was once there. Could we but understand the great trick by which that is done, all would be clear. And those are the final words of Counsels and Maxims by Arthur Schopenhauer. A very fun little comparison here, walking us through the different stages of life, decade by decade, with sort of Jupiter as being the commanding figure when a person is at his sort of the peak of his powers, and then the decline into old age, senility, and heaven. The suggestion that the planet Neptune ought to have been named the planet Eros, so that would have been fun if that had been the case. But and Schopenhauer's great footnote. Right, I'd simply ignore them because they don't suit my book, just as the professors of philosophy have marginalized and ignored me. So there's the conclusion of Counsels and Maxims, and of this series about Counsels and Maxims. My final thoughts on Schopenhauer and on this work, I found him to be surprisingly humane and enjoyable. He's a witty writer. He gives, I think, some very good advice, what I've several times in this series called dad advice, as though he's just a sort of elderly figure letting us know, hey, look, kid, this is how the world is, and here's how you can conduct yourself to be a little bit less miserable than you would have been if you hadn't listened to me. I think, although he gets bitter at some places, and there are a few places where I think a certain kind of personal animosity shines through, I think for the most part, Schopenhauer is able to be, how shall I put this? He's acerbic without being acid, and I think he's misanthropic, but a sort of humane misanthropy. He's misanthropic without being malicious. He doesn't seem to have it out for people he regards as inferior. He simply wants to live free of them and to give advice to people whom he thinks might profit by it, people who have a sort of superior intellectual capability and struggle then in society. He wants them to have this kind of self-understanding. He also does a fairly good job of occasionally, but not in an overwhelming way, linking some of his practical advice here to his metaphysical theories about the will, the idea that there's this sort of life force behind and underneath all of the universe, all of the living universe, that drives us to sort of strive and struggle towards something, but that our ultimate happiness comes, especially we realize this in old age, our ultimate happiness will come from simply giving up on and abstaining from that struggle and seeking a certain kind of inner peace. So I appreciate you staying with this series all the way to the end and with this book. If you have some opinions about it or you'd like me to take on some other project of Schopenhauer's, please leave a comment on this video or elsewhere. Thanks very much. Thanks for watching today, and goodbye.